Chapter 1. I was a horrible human being. I didn't deserve to be in the center. 2 innocent men died at my hands. One of them was my brother. I lied to the people of Claren City. I lied to our leadership, and I got promoted? It made no sense. Maybe it was a trap. Maybe the leaders were watching to see what else I knew, or who I might turn to after I was placed in a position among them. Little did they know I didn't have anyone to turn to. I was all alone in the world, and I deserved to be alone after what I'd done. But I should have been left alone in a run-down shack near the edge, not in a gorgeous bedroom in the center. Yet there I was, with all the comforts I could dream of. Since no one else was going to punish me, I had to do it myself. I put myself on an indefinite, self-imposed lockdown the moment Felix showed me where I'd be staying. Felix. It still seemed surreal that his was the first face I saw after Emmeline removed me from the Peacemaker training program. I'd expected to be transferred to the edge with the other low-level workers. I thought I'd be performing manual labor around the outskirts of Morton Borough, just another nameless face working too hard in the shadows of our city. That was what I deserved. I never expected to be living in this lush suite in the center, at a senator's house of all places. Of course, I still hadn't seen the senator. As far as I could tell, it was just Felix and me here, along with more attendants and cooks than I could keep track of. I rolled over on the fluffy surface of my oversized mattress, pulling my silky cream-colored sheets close to my chin, as I turned to face a small painting hanging on the wall opposite my door. At least I could confirm the outsiders were right about one thing. Our leaders in the center definitely lived more luxurious lives than citizens outside of the center walls. I was still examining the small painting when I heard a knock on the door. It must have been lunchtime. Felix had come around knocking at my door 3 times a day, like clockwork, for the entire week I'd been here. When was he going to get it? I didn't deserve to live here, and until someone came to send me home, I was on lockdown. His mansion was not mine to enjoy. Claren, are you hungry? Jean is serving up some tomato soup and grilled cheese sandwiches in the dining room downstairs. I saved your spot. I'm not hungry. Felix sighed behind the thick wooden door. Look, He sighed again and twisted the knob, entering my room without an invitation. I didn't move. Oh no, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize you were sleeping. He hesitated, but came and sat on the edge of my bed instead of leaving. I still didn't move, not for a few minutes anyway. Aggravated that he wasn't getting the hint, I finally rolled onto my back and turned to face him. Felix, I said I'm not hungry. I really just need a little bit of time. You've had time. His expression was set with much more confidence than he was feeling. Unfortunately for him, Felix wasn't an empath. He couldn't read the emotions of others nearby as well as I could. He couldn't hide his emotions as well either. And behind his confident exterior, he was wrung out on worry. I hadn't noticed it from behind my door, but here in my room, on my bed, it was practically drowning me. I didn't need him worrying about me. I was fine. I made my decisions, and now I was paying the consequences. Claren, you've been here for an entire week. I know that you needed some space. I know that you're still grieving. But I can't see you like this anymore. You've got to come out of this room. Actually, I don't. Your attendants are taking great care of me. I'll be fine in this room until it's time for me to go. It was true. They had been bringing me meals to eat in the privacy of my suite. They cleaned up my dishes and laundered my clothes. They even ran me baths a couple of times. And thank goodness, because I don't know that I would have thought to take a bath otherwise. I should have stopped them. It wasn't right to have them waiting on me, attending to my every need. But as I learned during my training, this was their livelihood. This is what they were paid to do. It would have been awfully hypocritical for me to deny them their work while fighting for mine, for the work I should have been assigned to do. Felix's lips formed a tight line. Even with his features wrought with concern, It was impossible to deny what a handsome man he was. His blue eyes twinkled as he leaned in and placed the back of his hand across my forehead. "What are you doing?" I asked, pushing his hand away. "I'm not sick." "No, I didn't think you were. But that's the only good reason I could think of why you are still laying in this bed, your bed, because this is where you live. Now get up, go take a shower. The staff needs to wash your sheets, and they've been instructed to stop bringing your food to your room. It's time for you to come downstairs. I'll ask Jean to keep your plate warm until you arrive." And with that, he stood and left before I had a chance to refute his words. I propped myself up on my pillows against the headboard, certain I looked as dumbfounded as I felt. I didn't see that coming. As soon as he disappeared through the doorway, one of the attendants came in and stood awkwardly against the wall inside my room. She fidgeted slightly, looking down at her feet. "Hi," I said, drawing her gaze up from her toes. "Is there something I can help you with?" "Oh, no, ma'am. Thank you, though. I was just sent in to make sure you were okay and didn't need any assistance." "I think I'll be all right. You can go." "Well..." The young woman shifted her weight uncomfortably. She was probably only a few years older than me, but she looked as bashful as a child standing there. "I was instructed to stay until you were ready to come downstairs. Mr. Walsh has asked me to launder your bedding." Of course he did. This poor girl was told to stand here until I got up. Maybe I should go downstairs and let Felix know exactly how I feel about him trying to control my actions. "I see. Well, then I guess I'd better get out of your way." The girl looked relieved. She must have expected a little more pushback from me, but she wasn't the one who needed to be pushed back and knocked down a peg or two. Felix Walsh may have been the next senator in training for Claren City, but that didn't mean I was going to let him boss me around. One quick shower and a change of clothes later, I left my room for the first time in 7 days. I'd intended to march right down those stairs and let Felix have it. I'd played the conversation out in my mind as I was getting ready, and it only fueled me up more. If he insisted on pulling me out of my room, that was fine, but he wasn't going to like it. The view outside my door, however, erased the well-crafted arguments completely from my mind. The anger I felt toward Felix was quickly replaced by curiosity and a touch of awe. This house was not like our houses in Morton Borough. I must have been too emotionally wrecked the day he brought me here to notice. My mind was stuck on the loss of my brother, and the expanse of this mansion was too minor a detail for me to register at the time. But standing in this massive hallway now, I couldn't help but take it all in. From the outside, the senator's house looked like an apartment building. I'd seen it many times on public television when they showed footage of the center, and all the attendants and cooks entering and leaving added to the illusion that multiple people lived here. Of course, people outside of the center didn't know that the leaders had attendants. In reality, the whole apartment building was one extraordinary residence. The hall was lined with doors, presumably leading to other giant guest suites like the one I was staying in. 4 glittering gold chandeliers hung from the tall molded ceilings, 2 at each end of the hallway, and in the center of the hall was a broad open balcony bookended by a double staircase curving down to the first floor below. It seemed like just yesterday I crashed the outsiders' meeting when Cato brought proof of the leaders living more extravagantly than the rest of us. If I couldn't believe it then, there was no denying it now. The only difference was that I was now considered a part of the leadership, though I still wasn't sure what that entailed. Felix and I had a lot to catch up on. Considerably less angry than before, I made my way over to the balcony and gazed down at the wide foyer below. My hand glided down the smooth mahogany banisters as I made the descent to find my host. My planned tirade melted into a sticky puddle of questions. So many questions. I followed the scent of warm, buttery bread and hot tomato soup to the right and paused at the entrance to the formal dining room. A solid, glossy wood table, long enough to comfortably seat 20, sat in the center of the room under a crystal chandelier that hung about 3 feet wide. The crystals created tiny rainbows reflecting in every direction. The room was grand, but the crowd was anything but. Felix sat alone, not at the head of the table, but in the first seat next to it. One other place setting lay across from him. Other than that, the room was empty. I wondered how often Felix sat like this, dining in solitude. His eyes lit up as he noticed me in the doorway. "You came!" I crossed my arms in front of me, remembering why I was angry before. "You didn't exactly leave me a choice," though I couldn't be as upset now, seeing him here all alone. I took my seat across from him, and an attendant immediately appeared, carrying a tray with my lunch on it. My sandwich was cut into triangles, with hot cheddar cheese melting out from between crispy buttered toast, each piece sitting up at different angles to make the loveliest sandwich presentation I'd ever seen. Who knew grilled cheese could be so fancy? And the soup was garnished with basil and a swirl of cream across the top. Some kind of round crisp perched adorably on the side of the bowl. I picked it up and gave it a whiff. It smelled a little like the Parmesan that topped our pizzas back home, only much more decadent. Felix chuckled. "You look surprised." "I've just never seen such a simple but beautiful lunch." I inhaled the aroma of the freshly chopped basil, and my mouth watered. Fresh herbs, Parmesan cheese, cream, these were delicacies rarely seen outside of the center, and to have them all at once in the same dish for a basic lunch was completely unheard of. It reminded me again why I shouldn't be there, why all of this was unfair. It was a lie. New America preached equality for all. We had a standard wage, standard housing, equal everything. That's what we were taught anyway. But Cato saw through it. He tried to convince me as well, but I was too stubborn to truly believe it. He died fighting for the people to discover the truth, and I let it happen. The corners of my mouth dropped, and Felix tilted his head, studying me closely with those crystal blue eyes of his. "And now you're sad again. I swear, Claren, I would pay big money for the chance to see what goes on inside that mind of yours." I met his gaze. "I wouldn't wish that upon anyone." I knocked the crisp into my soup with my spoon and broke it with a loud crunch. Felix looked pained across from me. He took a few bites of his meal before speaking again, as though he was trying to determine what to say next. "Well, I'm happy to have you here with me. I've actually been wanting to talk to you for a while now, even since before Frank's trial." Frank's trial, where my brother was shot and killed before my eyes. Suddenly, my soup became too difficult to swallow. I closed my eyes and willed the sadness away. I was no stranger to grief, but mixed with guilt, it was too much to bear at times. "Claren?" Felix set his spoon down and reached a hand across the table. "I wish you would talk to me. I might be able to help." "I'm good," I lied. "Go on. What have you been wanting to discuss?" Felix frowned. "Well, as I said when I picked you up last week, I requested your transfer from the peacemaker training into leadership training with me. I've been tasked with establishing an inner circle of advisors for when I become senator, and I want you on my team." "Seems a little early to pull people into your inner circle, doesn't it? Your father has a good 10 years left in his position." "He doesn't, actually. There's a shift happening within the district leadership, and he will be moving into a new position within the supreme leadership next year, which means my new role will begin much sooner than anticipated." "Wow. Congratulations, I guess. But I hate to say I think you're off to a pretty rough start if you're asking me to join your inner circle. I'm not a leader, and I offer no value to your position." "That's where you're wrong." Felix smiled, regaining enthusiasm. "I know the last few weeks have been some of the worst of your life, but the strength you've shown has been astounding. And through it all, Classen City has been watching, and they love you. The transition will be difficult for them, My father is well loved, and I have no experience. But if they see a strong inner circle guiding me, they will be pleased. And you, Claren Greenwood, are the epitome of strong." "So you're using me to boost your own reputation? And you never even thought to ask how I would feel about it?" I pushed my chair away from the table and stood, no longer hungry. "I understand now. And what if I refuse? What if I don't want to work in leadership? What if I don't trust them? What if they can't trust me?" Felix stood as well, looking panicked from side to side. "Quiet." I could barely hear him, but his expression was screaming. With his voice still low, he added, "You're one of the only people I can trust." I opened my mouth to find out what he meant by that, but he softly shook his head, his eyes imploring me to stay quiet. Felix was hiding something. "You'll stay," he said a little louder, leaving me no room to object. "And I hope I can show you your value over the coming weeks. Thank you for dining with me. I'll have Tamara bring up some clothes for you to wear to your first leadership meeting tomorrow. We'll leave at 8 o'clock sharp. I'll meet you in the foyer after breakfast." He was already walking out of the room before he'd finished his instructions, and I was left standing alone, wondering what I had gotten myself into. Chapter 2. I was the one sitting alone in the dining room the next morning. Jean offered me any breakfast I could have desired, but I chose oatmeal, a nod to my days back home, a nod to a life I'd never go back to. I went downstairs early and lingered at the table well after I'd finished my bowl, but Felix never joined me, which meant I would be jumping off the deep end going into the leadership meeting without any of my questions being answered beforehand. At exactly 8 o'clock, Felix finally trotted down the stairs, giving me a brief nod as his only greeting, before walking out the front door to where a sleek black car was waiting for us. I followed and climbed into the seat beside him, the same seat I occupied when he picked me up from Morton Borough a week earlier. I was surprised to see him then, but I felt totally lost now. The tension in the car dissipated as it pulled away from the curb, and Felix relaxed a bit as he turned to face me. "You look nice," he said with a smile. I brushed the top of my lap, feeling the smooth fabric of my black slacks. They were much nicer than the jeans and canvas pants I was accustomed to wearing. They were surprisingly comfortable, too. I'd expected them to feel tighter, constricting in the way they hugged my frame. But I had to admit, they did look nice. They almost gave the illusion that I had some curves to my body. "Thanks," I said, feeling a little embarrassed. Felix's eyes lingered on me, so I quickly changed the subject, eager to draw his attention elsewhere. "So, what should I expect to happen at this meeting?" His expression cleared, his tone more serious as he shifted into business mode. "Well, you are the final member of my inner circle, so today will be an introduction for you and for the others." "I see. Who are the other members?" "Follow me, and you'll find out." The car stopped in front of a large building adjacent to City Hall. It was only 5 or 6 blocks away from Felix's house, and I felt a bit ridiculous having his driver bring us here instead of walking. But I suppose that's how things were done in the center. I was going to have to get used to it. A man waiting at the curb opened my door, then stepped around to open Felix's door. "Good morning, James." "Good morning, Mr. Walsh." James turned toward me and nodded. "Miss Greenwood." He closed Felix's door and gestured toward the large building standing before us. "Everyone is already inside. Please let me know if there is anything else you need, sir." "Thank you, will do." Felix took my hand and gave it a small, reassuring squeeze. "Ready?" he asked me. "As ready as I'll ever be." I allowed him to lead me through a set of double doors and down a short hall into a large conference room. A long table sat in the center with 5 other adults seated around the perimeter. A small gasp escaped my lips when I recognized 2 of the faces staring back at me. Emmeline smiled. Chief Justice Hines grimaced. Yep, this was definitely a trap. I stood frozen in my spot in the doorway, Felix's warm hand the only thing keeping me grounded. Seeing Justice Hines face to face twisted my stomach all over again. The last time I'd seen her was just moments after she'd killed my brother. I had to fake my approval of her actions then, but I wasn't sure if I could do it again. Felix gave my hand another squeeze, but I quickly yanked it loose. There was no way I could trust him after bringing me into this snake pit without warning. I never would have come if I had known who else was in this inner circle of his. And if he considered Martha Hines a trusted advisor, I was out. Obviously, we had different goals in mind. Emmeline stood and reached out an arm to shake my hand. "Good to see you again, Miss Greenwood," she said quietly. The instant our palms touched, I felt a familiar sense of calm wash over me, and I hated it. It was far too easy for Emmeline to manipulate my emotions with her ability to project feelings into me. Her handshake was firm, and her projections blotted out my own feelings like a wet towel on a flame. My hatred for Justice Hines washed away, and I was able to think clearly. I'd become mentally weak during my stay with Felix, out of practice with hiding my true emotions, or blocking my affect, as the other empaths called it. So I begrudgingly allowed Emmeline to help me. She and Justice Hines would both be able to feel exactly what I was feeling, and now didn't seem like an appropriate time for me to unleash my wrath on the judge. A hint of understanding glimmered from the corner of Emmeline's eye, but her outward demeanor never changed. Hopefully she got to me before Justice Hines, or any other empaths that may be in the room, were able to sense how I really felt. Of course, I didn't know if Emmeline could be trusted either, but she definitely seemed like the lesser of two evils. Hopefully, I wouldn't have to repay the favor any time soon. After watching her pull a gun on a room full of innocent people at one of Frank's meetings a couple of weeks earlier, I hated to think of what she might be capable of doing next. "Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce Claren Greenwood." Emmeline released my hand but stayed near as Felix began his introduction. "She has graciously agreed to complete our circle as my Director of Outside Relations. I think you all know how important this position is in our current situation, so I hope you will help get her up to speed quickly." Outside relations? What relations? The leadership viewed living in the outside as a death sentence. My lips started to curl up in objection, but I remembered who was in the room and quickly regained control of my face. I had no desire to be a part of this meeting, but I couldn't let them see how incapable or confused about all of this I really was. I took a breath instead and forced a smile. Felix turned toward me slightly as he gestured to a man on our left. "Claren, you'll be working very closely with Dmitri Rodin, my Director of Defense." A thin man with slick black hair smiled and inclined his head. "I look forward to working with you, Miss Greenwood." I nodded in his direction. He looked friendly enough, but the more I learned about this inner circle, the more questions I had, and I certainly didn't plan on assisting in any attacks on the people outside, so I hoped Director of Defense was a really poor title for a completely different job description. "Tyrell Heels heads our Department of Economics, and you know Chief Justice Martha Hines, my legal counsel." Mr. Heels flashed me a warm smile, but Justice Hines had a face of stone, cold and unmoving. Did the woman have a soul at all? I tried to get a read on how she was feeling, but she had sufficiently blocked me out. "Next we have Cormac Bell, my Director of Health and Welfare, and of course you know Emmeline Fraser, my Director of Strategic Implementation." I turned back to face Emmeline. "Strategic implementation, huh? That's quite a promotion from career development. Sounds like congratulations are in order for you, too." Justice Hines scoffed on the other side of the table, shaking her head slowly and not even attempting to hide her disgust. It was definitely clear she was who her daughter had inherited her sneer from. In fact, Georgia Hines was probably making that same face back at the Peacemaker Training Center, especially if she'd heard I was selected to join Felix's inner circle. Perhaps that was why Justice Hines seemed to be in a particularly bad mood. She was upset that I had outshone her precious Georgia in our training. The thought gave me a sick sense of satisfaction, and my forced smile finally became a little more genuine. I swept my gaze across each set of eyes surrounding the table, exuding as much confidence and sincerity as I could muster. Thankfully, faking diplomacy came easily for me. I just had to play the part for now. Hopefully, I could get some truth out of Felix later. "It's so nice to meet each of you. It looks like I'm in good company, and Mr. Walsh will be surrounded by the most capable advisors Claren City has to offer." Justice Hines actually had the gall to roll her eyes, and I'd never had the urge to inflict physical harm on anyone as much as I did her. I didn't even hate Georgia as much as her mother. I supposed watching a person murder someone you love would do that to you. Emmeline was watching me from the side of her eyes, and she was quick to speak up before my dark thoughts carried me any further. "Yes, well, we're happy to have you join us as well." She turned toward the others. "Claren was certainly a star student in the Peacemaker training program. With her assistance, we were able to convict Phil Gadsden, the rebel leader Frank Dalton, and even her brother. I can't think of anyone better suited for the role." She smiled widely, and her approval was reciprocated by 4 of the other 5 faces in the room. She sounded sincere, but this was Emmeline Fraser speaking. I'd been fooled into trusting her once before. I wouldn't be fooled again. We could play friends, but I knew better than to let her in. I also knew better than to get on her bad side. "Thank you, Miss Fraser. I agree," Felix said. "Now, I've given Miss Greenwood a basic rundown of how her new role will play out, but she'll need to be caught up on the current events we're dealing with." Liar. I knew nothing before coming into this meeting. Felix turned toward me with an apologetic look in his eye. Too bad this wasn't going to be enough to win my forgiveness for this. "As you know, this group of advisors will be assisting me in the transition into my father's role over the upcoming months. And while I won't publicly be assuming my position until later, much of the decision-making is already being placed into my hands now, as my father is needed elsewhere. As my Director of Outside Relations, I'll need you to actively work with Dimitri, Emmeline, and Justice Hines on preventing any further loss of our people." "What do you mean?" I asked. "How are we losing people?" It was Dimitri's turn to speak. "Over the last couple of weeks, we have had citizens go missing from all sides of Claren City in record numbers. Of course, there have been reports of people missing here and there for years, but never on this scale. We've been losing between 3 and 5 citizens every day this week." Missing people? "I'm so sorry," I said. "I had no idea." "We've been trying to keep it quiet," Cormac said. His deep voice caught me off guard. I didn't expect the thin, red-haired man to have such a booming sound. It was commanding, but soft around the edges. His eyes twinkled with concern as he continued. "Our protectors take the reports in each borough, but we will not allow any news coverage. We don't want to create a sense of hysteria among our people until we are certain we know what is going on." "We already know what's going on," Justice Hines yelled. Her sudden outburst startled me, but the others looked less surprised and more weary. "They're being murdered by the criminals outside." Rage burned within me, probably a mix of Martha Hines's toward the outsiders and mine toward her. "I've been saying for years that we need to get our public ID system in place so that we can recognize these outsiders on sight," she continued. "No government-issued ID badge, no escaping. We can easily correct this problem by removing the source. I'm happy to conduct weapons training with the protectors myself." "Calm down, Martha. It's far too early for you to be so worked up." Emmeline's voice was firm, and I found myself wanting to cheer her on for speaking out against Justice Hines. "You know that wouldn't work for all the reasons we've gone over before. But now that we have Claren here, I think we'll be able to really get to work with Triple T." "You've got to be kidding me!" Justice Hines stood. Her eyes were bulging, and she'd lost all control of her affect. It was clear that she wanted to be in that meeting less than I did. "Our people are dying out there. It's time to take action, not play around with your science experiments. And you," she pointed a pale finger sharply toward my face, "have no idea what you're doing here. I've got news for you, sweetie. You're swimming with sharks, and I won't be around to help when you get bit." She roughly shoved her chair out of the way and stormed out of the room. Tyrell stared after her with wide eyes, and Dmitri rubbed his temples with his eyes closed. But the others all seemed completely unfazed. I wondered if this was a stunt she pulled often. Knowing her daughter, it wouldn't have surprised me. "Well, it looks like we'll stop there for today," Felix sighed. "Miss Fraser, will you be in tomorrow morning to introduce Claren to Triple T?" "I'm afraid not," she replied. "But Amelia will be here. He will be able to explain everything better than I could anyway." She placed her hand on my shoulder and stared again with that look of sincerity. I wanted to trust her. Really, I did. It took everything I had to remember to keep my distance. "And Claren," she added, "I meant it when I said, I'm happy to have you working with us. You are exactly what we need." Chapter 3. "There is no way I'm coming back here tomorrow," I laid into Felix the moment our car door closed behind us. "Government IDs? Triple T? I don't know what any of it means, but I know that I am not going to work with these people on any secret projects, and I'm definitely not working to take down the outsiders." "Not now, Claren. We'll talk more at home." Felix glanced nervously toward the driver climbing back into his seat. "No need. There's nothing more to say." I crossed my arms and stared out my window at the gray center buildings slowly gliding past my window as we made the short drive back to Felix's house. I didn't wait for him after we rolled to a stop in front of his enormous home. The door slammed behind me as I took the stairs 2 at a time up to my room. I never wanted to be here to begin with. Yes, I messed up before by turning Frank into Emmeline, but that definitely didn't put me on the same side as her. I was not born to be a leader. I didn't want to be a leader, and I didn't want to take down the outsiders. Upstairs, I dug through my dresser drawers, shuffling through stacks of clothes that never really belonged to me, until I finally found my old pair of jeans and a sweater. The sweater wasn't mine before moving to Felix's house either, but at least I wouldn't look quite as out of place wearing it in Morton Borough as I would in the getup I had on for the meeting. I needed to get home as quickly as possible. If what they said was true, that our people were disappearing, I had to get back and find out what was going on. If I could just locate Rafe, I was certain he'd know something about the missing people. Surely the outsiders couldn't be responsible for any of it. Not the outsiders I knew anyway. The memory of my mom's blood on the floor of our home fluttered in the back of my mind, and I pushed it quickly away. That was a long time ago. Whoever the outsiders were that took her life were long gone by now. Frank and Rafe and the others would never do a thing like that. A chill crawled down my spine, despite the heavy wool sweater I had just pulled over my head. I didn't have time to dwell on the past. I had to figure out what was happening now. Smoothing the static with my hands, I pulled my long, honey-colored hair into a messy ponytail at the nape of my neck and took one final look at my room. There wasn't much for me to gather, other than the backpack I brought from home. My gaze lingered for a moment on the small painting again, and I considered stuffing it into my backpack as well. There was just something about it that comforted me in a way. It was the only good thing I'd experienced in my stay with Felix. Well, that and the grilled cheese sandwich. But the painting had to stay. I didn't have a house to keep it in anymore anyway. That might be a problem later, too. But shelter was a secondary thought for me. The only thing that mattered in that moment was getting out of the center and back to Morton in time to warn Rafe and the outsiders that the leadership was planning something against them. Then we could get to the bottom of the missing people situation together. Lost in thought, I hastily exited my room, ready to make my escape. Unfortunately, I wasn't quick enough. I pulled open the door and ran straight into the hard chest of Felix Walsh. "Whoa," he said, casually wrapping his arm behind my back. I ducked under it and pushed him away, determined not to let him prevent me from leaving. "Claren, stop." He moved his oversized frame directly in front of me, practically dancing as I moved from side to side in an attempt to get around him. "Where are you going?" "Move! I told you, I'm going home." "You are home." He grabbed my backpack and gently pulled it off of my shoulders. "Please, let's not go through this again. I was just coming to see if you might join me for some tea in the study downstairs. I'd like to chat about some things." "Tea in the study? Really? What kind of life is this? No, I won't join you for tea in the study. There are people going missing, and I have work to do. Maybe you should try to actually work sometime too, instead of riding in the back of cars to meetings where a bunch of people who are smarter than you make all of your decisions." I tried once more to push past him, but Felix stood firm. Again, his eyes glittered with the confidence of a leader, but when I met them, I felt his hurt shooting through me like a bolt of lightning. I'd said too much. Instantly, I regretted my words. I didn't mean to hurt Felix. He didn't know any better. He was raised here. This was his normal. "Fine," I sighed. "We can talk. I need a little more information before I go anyway. But Felix, I am going home. I have to." He nodded, handing me my backpack and gesturing for me to go ahead of him. "If you insist. Ladies first." "Thank you," I said, looking up and down the hall. "But I don't actually know where the study is." Felix showed a hint of a smile, and I couldn't help but return it. Thankfully, I hadn't upset him too much. I hated to see him hurt. I hated to see anyone hurt, but Felix especially didn't deserve my outburst, even if he hadn't given me as much information about that meeting as he should have. He extended a bent elbow for me to take with my arm, and broke into a full grin when I obliged. "I'd be happy to lead you there." I set my bag inside the doorway of my room and followed Felix down the stairs and to the left to a large study. The room's decor was more masculine than the rest of the house, but it felt cozy despite its tall ceilings and expensive floor space. The walls were lined with wooden bookshelves, and the 3 windows facing the front of the home were each framed by a set of forest green velvety drapes. A fire was burning in a central fireplace, and around it sat 4 leather armchairs. A cart with a teapot and 3 cups and saucers sat near the chairs. I looked around, admiring the collection of books. There were more in Felix's study than there were in my old high school library, and some of the shelves were filled with old hardbacks, several missing their dust jackets, worn from years of use. I wondered if access to books from before the Great War was another perk of being a leader. Some of these looked like they'd been around longer than Felix's house, and if so, what kind of stories would I be able to find hidden on the shelves in that room? None, I supposed, because I wasn't staying. I glanced around once more before taking a seat across from Felix. It was just the 2 of us again, and whatever it was that I found so charming and cozy about this room, he must have felt it too. He was definitely more relaxed as he threw one ankle across his knee and leaned back into the smooth brown chair across from me. He rolled the cart closer and poured me a cup of tea before making one for himself. It wasn't like him to serve himself, but it was a nice change. Perhaps his attendants had the day off since he was supposed to be in leadership meetings all morning. "So," he said, grinning before taking a small sip of his still too hot tea and wincing. I'm guessing you might have some questions about that meeting this morning. You could say that. Lay them on me. I'm an open book. I thought for a moment. Where should I begin? I wanted to know more about the missing people. Why did they assume the outsiders were to blame, and what were they planning to do about it? I also wasn't sure why I was selected by Felix to be his director of outside relations. Yes, I was a prominent figure in Claren City's television programming over the last couple of weeks. That's why the citizens would support me. But wasn't that also why I'd be a horrible liaison for the outsiders? I was too easy to recognize, and especially after what I'd done to Frank, they'd see me as an enemy. Unless... Another memory crashed into my mind, and I knew the first question I needed Felix to answer. Okay, let's start at the very beginning. A few weeks ago at the harvest dinner, when the protectors came to arrest Mr. Gadsden, you told me to stand down. Why did you care? Why did you want me to hide my emotions and pretend everything was okay? Felix set his cup on the cart and leaned forward, resting his forearms on his knees. I thought you had questions about the meeting. I do, but my questions start before that. None of this makes sense, really, unless there's more to the story than what you're letting on. So tell me again, honestly, this time. Why did you choose me as your director of outside relations? As I said, Felix sat up again, business mode engaged. The public is very fond of the actions you've taken against the outsiders in recent weeks. You more than anyone else. Stop. Just stop. I don't want your politician answer. I want the truth. And if you can't be honest with me... I shook my head, unsure of what to say next. Maybe I should be more direct. Answer this. Do you have existing relations with the outsiders? Not Claren City, but you personally. Do you have existing relations with anyone from the outside? Felix didn't respond, but I could feel his answer plain as day. You do. My eyes narrowed as I examined his expression more closely. He swallowed, but otherwise maintained a perfectly still and confident exterior. I don't understand. If you're friendly with the outsiders, then why on earth do you have an inner circle comprised of people like Dimitri the Warlord and Justice Hines, who would love nothing more than to wipe them all out? What is your endgame here? Felix glanced at his watch, then turned around to check the door. I thought you wanted to chat, Felix. You said you were an open book. So talk if you're going to talk, or leave if you're not. I'm not going to sit here and take up your time if you have somewhere else to be. I stood and set my cup down on the cart beside his. I didn't need him. I had other ways of getting answers, and other people who were willing to take action. Claren, wait. Felix stood as well, pain flashing across his face. He was definitely wrestling with something, and I wished he would just spit it out. He wasn't going to be able to hide things from me. I had the upper hand in this situation, and we both knew it, even if I still wasn't sure why. Yes, he said, closing his eyes. I do have indirect relations with a couple of settlements outside. Why wouldn't you just tell me that up front? It wasn't time yet. Not time yet? According to who? The entrance to the study burst open, and none other than Dax O'Neill stomped inside, scowling at me all the way from the door to the cart, where he helped himself to a cup of tea before plopping down in the chair beside Felix. He turned toward our host, who didn't look surprised at all to see him, and muttered, "Sorry I'm late." I tried to wipe the shock off of my face, but the whole dynamic of the room shifted with Dax's entrance. Did Felix know Dax was aligned with the outsiders? Did he know how much Dax hated me for betraying his people? Even as we sat together in the riches of Senator Walsh's mansion, I could feel the target Dax had mentally painted on my forehead. He wanted me dead. What was happening? Felix glanced between us and sighed. You two have obviously met, and in the interest of full disclosure, I want to point out that no one in this room is an enemy. Huh, easy for him to say. Claren, I've asked Dax to lead security for your team. Dax dropped his gaze, unwilling to meet my eyes. It was probably a good thing, because the look on my face might have burned him alive. No. It was all I could think to say. If Felix was unaware of Dax's involvement, I wasn't going to be the one to expose him. I'd gotten enough people in trouble for working against the state. And despite Felix's confession, I still wasn't sure whose team he was really on. No? Felix quirked up one eyebrow. He's young, but I know you all have some history growing up together in Morton Borough. I wanted you to have someone you could trust. That history is exactly why he can't be on my team. We, didn't get along in school. Bull. Now it's my turn to be direct. I said no one in this room is an enemy, meaning we're all working for the same side. Felix glanced behind him at the closed door once again, then lowered his voice as he continued. I know your history, but honestly, you need to get over it. Dax is one of the few protectors we have working for the Embers, and he's the only one I can convince the leaders to accept as your security lead, based on your history in Morton. So please, try to look like friends while we're in public, and at least be civil to one another while we're in private discussions like this. I deal with enough temper tantrums in the leadership. Wait, did you say Embers? Dax and Felix both looked at me, their expressions somewhat softer, though Dax was still bitter, softened by his own grief rather than mine. I did, said Felix. It was always a running joke, Dax added. But as this becomes more of a movement, we decided it was time to create an official name for who we are and what we stand for. And after we lost Cato... He paused for a moment to glare at me. It was clear what that name needed to be. We are the Ember Society. The Ember Society, I repeated in a whisper. My brother came up with the moniker before any of this even seemed real. I was not the only one grieving his loss, but hearing the words from Dax warmed my soul a little. A small piece of Cato lived on within the movement, and I knew he would have been so proud to be remembered for something he'd cared so deeply about. And my other question was answered as well. Felix was a good guy. He was a part of the Ember Society movement as well. But was I? Would they allow me to help after all the problems I had caused for them? Okay, I said, trying to fit the pieces together in my mind. So, if you're both working for the Ember Society, then you obviously know about my involvement there as well. Felix nodded. And if you've appointed me as your director of outside relations, then I take it you are not interested in destroying them. So, what is going on with all these missing people? They're joining us, Dax said with a grin. Even his grin seemed more like a sneer than a smile. But he was telling the truth. I could feel it. That's great! But why are we bothering with any of this? Maybe we should all get out of here, too. Have you been out there, Dax? Is it as nice as Frank made it all out to be? Dax frowned. Almost. There are still some things that need to be worked out. And I said the missing people of Claren City were all leaving to join the Embers. But that's not entirely true. I looked at Felix. What do you mean? Dax has been able to confirm most of the citizens who have gone missing, but there are some still unaccounted for. Hopefully, with you in this official position, we'll be able to get to the bottom of what's really going on. But we'll need you to keep the leadership out of the way until we can get everything ironed out. And as you saw with Justice Hines yesterday, that won't be an easy task. I see. Apparently, I would be staying in the center a little longer than I'd anticipated. But what if I can't? Even Justice Hines could see that I was in over my head this morning. Dax scoffed and shook his head. but Felix leaned forward and rested his hand on my knee. "Claren, I think you're the only one strong enough to do this. I just wish you believed in yourself as much as I believe in you." Chapter 4. Tamara knocked on my door the next morning holding a navy blue pantsuit, and for some reason the idea of wearing a pantsuit struck me as hilarious. I don't know if I was low on sleep or if my mind just hadn't caught up to my new reality yet, but I couldn't suppress my laugh. Tamara furrowed her brows. "Good morning, Miss Greenwood. I brought you some clothes for your orientation today, but I'm happy to find you something more to your taste, if you prefer." The poor girl pushed a loose strand of her light brown bob behind her ear, waiting uncomfortably for my response. "Oh, Tamara, I'm sorry. That looks fine, thank you. I didn't mean to laugh. It's just that if you knew what my last couple of weeks have been like—" I shook my head, giggling again. "This is all just wild. I promise I'm not crazy. At least, I don't think I am." Tamara didn't look reassured, but she hung the clothes neatly in my closet. "Mr. Walsh asked me to tell you that breakfast will be served at 7:30. He hopes you will join him before you leave this morning." I took a breath and managed to maintain a straight face. Nothing was funny about it. The whole situation was awful, really. I must have been delirious, but I needed to snap out of it and focus on today. "Please let him know I would be happy to, thank you." I figured if I was going to be staying around a while, I may as well try to enjoy myself. Jean was an excellent chef after all, and now that I knew Felix was on my side, I wasn't nearly as opposed to enjoying his company, though I don't think I enjoyed it quite as much as he did. I'd hoped to learn a little more about what I could expect in my training, but Felix was reluctant to talk business much at the table. He was friendly, but our conversation was light and surface level, right up until it was time for me to leave. "You'll have a lot of people clamoring for your attention today," he warned before I walked out the door. "Stick close to Emilio." I'd hoped he would be there for introductions, but Felix had several other meetings lined up and wouldn't be able to join me. So, with very little information once again, I rode alone 5 blocks down to the municipal building we'd met in the day before. The same attendant, James, was waiting for our car in front of the building. He grinned as we rolled to a stop, and I decided that I liked him. He was probably in his upper 60s, with graying hair and permanent smile lines etched into his face, but most notably, he had really kind eyes. With so many of the leaders I'd encountered, I wasn't sure who I could trust. They had been so thoroughly trained as politicians that I couldn't even perceive what was real versus the feelings they wanted to reflect. James, on the other hand, stood out as refreshingly authentic. Of course he was a worker, not a leader. "Good morning, Miss Greenwood," he said as he opened my car door. "Good morning, James." I paused for a moment to peer up at the monolithic building towering before me. "Do you have any advice for me before I go in there?" James's eyes crinkled in the corners. "Just be yourself." I raised one eyebrow, earning myself a chuckle from the kind old man. I'm not so sure being myself will get me very far here. "You'll get a lot further than if you try to be someone else. Let them adjust to you. Don't bend yourself for them. Bending too much is how people get broken." I nodded. "Those are wise words, James. I don't want to feel broken anymore." "Good luck," he said, closing the car door behind me. Once inside, I was immediately greeted in the lobby by a younger man, probably in his upper 20s. "Claren, I'm Emilio Rhea. It's so good to finally meet you." He eagerly extended his arm to shake my hand. "Hi, Emilio. It's nice to meet you, too. What do we have in store for today?" He smiled nervously and began walking quickly back toward an elevator door on the far side of the lobby. "Well, there's kind of a lot to show you. Miss Fraser asked me to get you all caught up on the project we've been working on. But before we go up, how comfortable are you with technology?" Technology? I mean, I know how to turn on a television, and I can work a stun gun. That's about all I've ever been exposed to." Emilio let out an awkward, high-pitched giggle as he stumbled with an ID badge around his neck. He slid the badge through an apparatus attached to the outside of the elevator and punched in a code on a set of numbers on the face of it. The doors opened, and I followed him inside. My heart raced as the elevator moved upwards. I'd heard my mom speak of elevators when I was younger. They were used at the medical center where she worked, but I'd never actually ridden one before. That, plus the anxious excitement I was picking up from Emilio, had my blood pumping way too fast for such an early morning. "Well, prepare to learn about a lot more," he said. The anticipation built as we slowly rose 5 floors to the top of the building, and I couldn't wait to find out what I would see on the other side of the doors. Finally, they opened, and I stepped out into a dull hallway lit by old fluorescent light fixtures hanging from a dingy drop ceiling. I was less than impressed. I followed Emilio down the hall to a nondescript metal door with the same set of numbers on the wall beside it. "What is that for?" I asked. "What is what for? The keypad?" Emilio pointed at the numbers. "It's a security measure." He looked at me like he was speaking to a child. He wasn't kidding when he said I'd have a lot to learn. "The project suite is locked to anyone who doesn't have special access. You'll be assigned your own code after you meet with HR." I nodded. This was already more technology than I was accustomed to. Our country had gone back to the very basics after the Great War. The people had access to too much technology before, too much information, too much power. And power seemed to bring out the worst in people. That's how the war was started. Once the dust settled after the war, the new American government outlawed technology for most of the population. We had televisions where we could watch our city programming, and the medical centers had some advanced equipment for the healers to use. But that was all we really needed. The leadership provided anything else we could possibly require. The keypad gave a whiz and a click, and the door opened into a bright white lobby. Clear plastic chairs lined 2 walls on either side of us, and a shiny white desk with some sort of illuminated screen built into the top sat at the back of the room. Attached to the wall above the desk were large, shiny navy blue letters spelling out Triple T. 2 doors made of etched glass stood on the far wall as well, one on each side of the desk. My jaw dropped. "Emilio, this is just the lobby," he said with another high-pitched giggle. Then he cleared his throat and pushed his dark tousled hair back from his forehead with one hand. His nerves weren't helping me to feel any less anxious about what was ahead. "So, first things first," he continued. "I need to give you a basic rundown of the functionality of Triple T. It stands for Thought Transference Technology, and the leadership, primarily Emmeline, wants to use it to track the outsiders. I'll show you more inside, but basically, we will be listening in on the outside settlements in order to prevent future attacks on our people." He spoke quickly and ended abruptly, his mouth resting in a straight line. "So, she wants to spy on them?" I asked. Yeah, pretty much," he said with a shrug. "Follow me, and I'll show you how it works." Using his ID badge again, he unlocked the door on the right, and I followed him into another hall lined with doors. "This is where our researchers' offices are, and over here is where we keep our original prototype," he said, unlocking another door on his left. Inside was a table and 2 chairs. 2 gray winter hats sat on the table. "Have a seat." Emilio gestured to a chair and sat down opposite me. "So, these hats are some of the earliest devices we were able to use to communicate wordlessly. Through a complicated process involving magnetic imaging and stimulation, we're able to transmit thoughts from one brain to another without speaking or writing a single word." My belly did a flip as I examined the hat in front of me a little more closely. Who would want people to have access to all of their internal thoughts? This was nuts. Emilio must have noticed my hesitation. Don't worry, these early prototypes only go one way, and you will only be able to hear what I want to convey to you. Ready? He pulled a hat over his head. I picked mine up to examine it more closely. From a distance, it looked like a wool knit hat, but it felt like a synthetic material in my hands. It wasn't as heavy as I expected it to be. Then again, I half expected it to be lined with magnets. It was flexible, but I could definitely feel some wiring inside. Emilio nodded at me from the other side of the table. Go ahead, you can trust me. His eyes were sincere, so despite my reservations, I slowly pulled the cap down over my hair. Nothing happened at first, but before long I could hear some faint clicking and whirring. Then it hit me. Can you hear me? I did hear him. It was plain as the nose on his face, but I didn't hear him with my ears. It was in my head, and it wasn't in his voice. It was just the words. I nodded emphatically, and Emilio smiled across from me. Good, because I need you to know something, and I can't speak it aloud. This technology will destroy the Ember Society. It will be used for far worse things than just protecting Claren City. This is an offensive move. They're not playing defense. Emmeline wants to kill them all. I yanked the cap from my head and slammed it down on the table. Emilio's eyes grew wide with panic, and he gave a slight shake of his head. He pulled off his own hat and swiped a hand through his hair, letting out another nervous giggle as he regained his own composure. Cool, huh? I couldn't respond. My words had escaped. What were we doing here in the center when they knew the embers were going to be wiped out? We had to get out there and warn them. They had to get away. My knees were still shaking as I stood to follow Emilio back into the hallway. So we've taken that same basic concept, and we've been working together using it in a broader sense. Emilio continued, as though he hadn't just dropped a bomb into my brain. He opened another door to a room full of workstations, each with their own screen. I recognized them as computers, though I didn't know computers were still in use in our society. One wall was built out into shelves, with a locked glass case in the center. Emilio unlocked the case and pulled out a small rectangular black box with a thick loop coming off of one end. This is an amplification device. We've discovered that through constructive superposition, we can amplify the magnetic fields put out by the brain even at a distance, making them strong enough to reach some pre-existing cellular towers outside. Those towers then transmit the signals to our little headquarters here, where we are able to interpret the thoughts and monitor the actions of the outsiders from a safe distance. Wow. I didn't understand a word of what he said, other than they would basically be listening in on the outsiders at all times. But you said the only thoughts I could hear from you were those you intended for me to hear. Does it work the same way with this technology? No. Emilio frowned. Everything is a little bit blurrier with this. For example, the thoughts transmitted are a jumbled mess from all of the people within the amplified boundaries, and they don't come through quite as clearly as they did with the caps. It gets much more complicated on a scale this large. 3 knocks on the door drew our attention away just before a middle-aged man with a brown beard entered. Emilio, good. I thought I heard your voice. Brenda was asking if you might be free to help her figure out an issue in the lab real quick. He nodded in my direction, adding, hello, as an afterthought. Sure, I'll be there in just a minute. After the man left again, Emilio handed me the device in his hand. So, in a nutshell, we need you to get these amplifiers outside into the most concentrated populations. It's the only way we can stop them from attacking our people here in Claren City. His expression was blank, and I knew we must have been monitored by someone, somewhere. These were very different words than what he spoke directly into my mind just minutes earlier. I wouldn't blow our cover. Okay, whatever it takes to keep our people safe, I'm honored to help. Emilio flashed a sad smile. Great. I'll go into more details with you in a few minutes. I just need to pop into the lab for a minute. Are you okay waiting here until I get back? Absolutely, I returned his smile. I could put on a good show, but inside I was screaming. I paced the room a few times after Emilio left, wondering how I was going to get out of this. If I put these amplifiers into the Ember settlements, they would be killed. Emilio was very clear about that, and I knew I could trust Emilio because Felix told me to stick close to him. But then again, was I ready to trust Felix? I didn't have any alternatives, because if I didn't put the amplifiers outside, the leaders would know I was working against them, and I knew what they did to traitors. I'd be better off exiling myself to the outside. No matter how I spun it in my mind, there was only one answer. I had to get out, now. If I could get outside to Frank and Rafe, I could let them know what was going to happen, and we could all get far away from Claren City before anyone was able to get the technology out there. It was the only way. I peeked out into the hallway and breathed a sigh of relief to find it empty. The entrance was just a few yards away. I dashed as quickly and quietly as I could out of the glass door into the main lobby for Triple T. I was just a few steps away from freedom. Maybe James would help me hide once I got outside. He seemed like a good guy. Feeling more confident in my decision with every step, I excitedly swung open the door leading to the elevators in the main hall, and once again found myself standing face to face with Felix. "You're always in such a hurry," he said with a crooked grin. Chapter 5. Felix had an uncanny knack for ruining my plans. "I thought you were in meetings all morning," I said, looking over my shoulder to see if anyone else was coming. "We wrapped up early, so I thought I'd pop by and see how everything was going here. Where is everyone?" The glass door behind me swung open to reveal a panting Emilio. "Oh, hey, Felix. I didn't know you were here. I thought Claren was, trying to escape." Felix looked amused. My face felt hot, but I knew any attempt to bypass Felix wouldn't end in my favor. I slumped into one of the plastic chairs, resting my forehead in the palms of my hands. Felix slid into the chair beside me and wrapped his arm loosely across my shoulders. He leaned over and whispered, "Please, don't go. We need you." I looked up to see Emilio's sad eyes looking down as Felix rubbed a small circle on my back, and I knew these guys really were on my side. This was hard, but maybe we could still find a way to stop Triple T if we worked together. We sat together for just a moment longer while it all sunk in. "So, what do you think about the project so far?" It was like a switch flipped. Friendly Felix was gone, and the senator-in-training business Felix was back as he stood and crossed his arms. Emilio stood a little taller as well. I looked cautiously around the room, trying to locate whatever it was that prompted them to switch gears, but I found nothing out of the ordinary. "Honestly, it's a lot to take in." "It is, but you don't have to do it alone. In fact, the rest of your team is scheduled to meet here shortly to introduce themselves." Felix and Emilio began moving back toward the hall with all the offices. I stood to follow them. "So, when you say team, you mean the guys who will be going outside to place the amplifiers?" I asked. Felix and Emilio exchanged a glance. "Well, they will be assisting you, yes. But you are going to be responsible for physically placing them outside." "Me? You think they're going to just let me waltz in with the team from the center after what I—" Felix reached up and gave my elbow a firm squeeze as we walked down the hall and around the corner toward a conference room. Thankfully, I shut my mouth just in time to see Dimitri and Justice Hines waiting at a table with 2 other men. "Oh, good. It looks like almost everyone is here." Felix said loudly, with a plastic smile displaying his perfectly straight white teeth. "We're only missing one. I'll go downstairs to escort him up. He should be here any minute." Felix gave my arm another quick squeeze before turning and leaving me there with two of the most intimidating leaders in Claren City. I wanted to grab Emilio and run after him, but one failed escape attempt was probably enough for the day. "Hello, again," I said to the room full of blank stares. Dimitri grinned. "Hello, Claren. Glad to see you. I'm looking forward to finally getting down to business." Justice Hines rolled her eyes. The normally composed peacemaker sure seemed to be losing her cool a lot lately. I wished she would reveal a little more of her raw emotions, but she knew better than to show any weakness, which made me wonder if the outward displays of disrespect for Dimitri and the others regarding Triple T were actually a power play of some sort. There wasn't time to dwell on that now, though. Dimitri opened a folder lying on the table in front of him, clearly ready to get started. "Should we wait on Felix and the other member?" I asked. "No," Justice Hines replied flatly. "Some of us have more important things to get back to." "Very well, then. Emilio has given me a basic rundown of Triple T. I understand the technology, which is remarkable, really, and I'm certainly on board with putting a stop to anyone who poses any danger to our people." I sat tall in my chair. My friend Margot from the Peacemaker training program had dreamed of designing sets and costumes for our local performers. She loved the art of storytelling. I tried my best to channel my own inner storyteller and put on the performance of a lifetime. Because truly, my life and the lives of everyone outside may depend on it. If I was going to lead this project, I had to play the part. And with Justice Hines being one of the best skilled empaths in Claren City, I had little room for error. So I put up the walls to block my fear. I plastered on a smile as fake as Felix's, and I played the part of a leader with an aggressive agenda and false pretenses of keeping our citizens safe. I think even Margot would have been proud of my performance. "We can't have any more disappearances," I continued. "But I need more details on how to execute the plan. The outsiders won't take too kindly to me walking into their camps with technology from the city, especially after I tried to take down their leader a few weeks ago." I looked pointedly at Justice Hines. "I'm hoping you all have prepared a few different scenarios and action plans. I trust that you both have experience in situations like this." I turned toward Dimitri with a sweet smile, and my brows slightly elevated, signaling that it was his turn to speak. I don't think he was expecting me to launch right into the thick of the matter. That, or maybe he wasn't used to playing second fiddle. But this was my task, my team, and my project. I needed to make sure they knew I wasn't going to roll over and follow their lead. I was in charge. He looked back at the folder before him and scratched the side of his eyebrow with one finger. "I think Miss Greenwood may be a better fit than we gave her credit for," he said to Justice Hines. But she didn't return his sentiments. She kept her stare focused on me, eyes narrowed, her emotions still fully blocked. I tried to stuff my own anxiety down deep, filling my mind instead with the lust for justice I had against her. Helping the Embers to grow stronger, to resist pressure from the new American government, and pull more of our citizens to the outside would be a bigger slap in the face than I could ever deal to her physically. Hopefully, she'd pick up on my determination and desire for revenge and assume it was against the outsiders. I needed her to believe I stood beside her, not against her. "While I appreciate your enthusiasm," Dimitri continued, placing the tips of his fingers together in front of him, "perhaps we should start with some introductions." I looked at the other two men in the room as Dimitri gestured toward them. The first was a younger man with broad shoulders and medium brown hair pulled into a bun near the top of his head. He wore a long-sleeved black t-shirt that barely contained his biceps, and he grinned arrogantly as he saw me notice them. I tried hard not to groan. This is Aiden Karp. He was selected as a protector 8 years ago, but he quickly rose to the top of his training class. He moved into the center 4 years ago, and he has consistently proven himself to be the best of the best when it comes to physical altercations. His strength is unmatched, he is loyal to a fault, and I want him to act as your personal bodyguard for this project. Sorry, boss, that job's taken. Dax strode into the conference room with Felix, and I swear everyone in the room felt more annoyed. Felix may have made a mistake in placing Dax on my team. Not only did I not want him there, but it looked like no one else in the leadership wanted him to be a part of the project either. He sat in the chair directly opposite Aiden, and Aiden's shirt sleeves grew even tighter. This guy was a joke if he felt the need to flex in order to put himself ahead of Dax O'Neill. Dax was just an 18-year-old screw-off with a horrible attitude. Felix was unfazed by the tension in the room. I was almost envious of his ignorance. Sometimes I thought it would be nice if I could stop feeling too, at least to stop feeling everyone else's emotions. Felix naturally commanded the attention of the room just with his presence. His voice was clear and deep, comforting more than booming. It was hard not to sit back and listen when he spoke. Now, Dax, I've appointed you to the team, but ultimately the decision is up to Claren. I'm sure Aiden would make a wonderful bodyguard, but Claren needs to trust the head of her security with her life. Dax was also the top of his class this year, and with the history he and Claren have back in Morton Borough, I think she would be happy to have a familiar face on her team. With all due respect, sir, I'm not sure Miss Greenwood has the experience necessary to make that decision on her own. Aiden is clearly the better choice. I've agreed to allow him. Dimitri lifted his chin and looked down his nose in Dax's direction. To be a part of the team, but I refuse to send this technology out into the wild without the support of those who have proven their skills and trustworthiness. Aiden will go on this mission, or there will be no mission, sir. I expected Felix to snap back with something clever or witty. I wanted him to put Dimitri in his place, but he didn't. He nodded, thoughtfully instead. You've got a point there. This project is of the utmost importance. We've got people's lives on the line. Felix turned toward me, businesslike as ever. As Dimitri is the expert on security and defense, I think we should definitely weigh his opinion heavily. But I also need the VIP of this mission to feel comfortable enough to do her job well. So, Dax and Aiden can share the role of the head of security, co-heads, if that's all right with you, Claren. I didn't know what to say. Things had started off so well. I had control of the room, and may have even earned some respect from Dimitri himself. But as soon as Felix showed up, everything was out of my hands again. Suddenly, the decisions were being made for me, as though I wasn't even there. He could ask if it was all right with me, but I knew I didn't really have a choice in the matter. Feeding off of Felix's confidence and determination, I mustered enough strength to play a convincing part. Of course, I would love to have Dax by my side, but I can't possibly turn down a guard as well suited for the mission as Aiden. I would be honored to have them co-head my security team. Dimitri looked pleased. He turned next toward a taller, leaner man sitting beside Aiden. The final member of your guard is Ryder Chelton. Ryder grew up in the center, and his father was the personal head of security for Senator Walsh for many years. Ryder is the sharpest shooter I've ever seen, even more skilled than his father, if I'm being honest. Felix, I think you can agree that Ryder would make an excellent addition to round off the team for Triple T. Felix nodded, but something was off. Neither he nor Ryder made eye contact with each other or with me. Ryder had been sitting quietly throughout the meeting, almost blending into his surroundings. But now, with all eyes on him, he appeared agitated, and Felix was clearly uncomfortable about something. Justice Hines must have sensed it as well. The corner of her mouth twitched upward a fraction of an inch, and she leaned back in her seat, crossing her arms in front of her. I made a mental note to ask Felix what in the world was going on with this Ryder guy later when we got home. But just as quickly as it came on, Felix brushed any negative feelings off as he continued with the meeting. Perfect. So we have Dax and Aiden protecting our most valuable assets, Claren and the amplifiers. Ryder will go out with them as a backup in case more force is needed against our enemies. Emilio will go as our tech expert in case anything should happen to the devices themselves. And Dimitri and Justice Hines can coordinate with Emmeline back here at the project headquarters to ensure everything is running according to plan. The thought of Ryder bringing his force against our enemies sent a shiver down my spine. I highly doubted that force was with stun guns. These people intended to kill any outsiders that got in our way. I'm glad we're all on the same page, Dimitri grinned again. But as fine a shot as Ryder may be, I'd love for you all to brush up on your defense skills before going out. I need to know that the entire team is comfortable with wielding firearms. Emilio let out an audible gulp beside me. Felix clapped his hands together. Yes, absolutely. It's imperative that we do as much as possible to ensure this mission's success. My chest felt hot. I knew Felix was playing his part, but he was playing it a little too well. I didn't like seeing him so agreeable with Dimitri. Why wasn't he flexing his power here? He was practically begging us all to shoot the outsiders, to take the lives of real people, good people. It was disgusting. I think we should be able to get everyone proficient with the weapons in about a week's time, Dimitri said, shuffling through the papers in front of him. We'll need to make sure Claren has plenty of time to learn the technology as well, Felix said. There's a lot to it, and I think she'll be able to find more effective placements of the amplifiers if she understands how exactly everything works together. No. Justice Hines spoke for the first time since we'd entered the room. Where Felix's voice had naturally soothing qualities, Justice Hines's voice was like sandpaper on my skin. We're not putting this off any longer. You can take the rest of the week to train her in whichever areas you see fit, but beginning Monday morning, I want her out in the burrows. She didn't look at me as she spoke, but at Felix. Of course, Justice Hines wouldn't give me the courtesy or respect anyone else in my position would have received. I'd have to try harder to make her believe we were actually working together. I've arranged meetings with the head peacemakers in each borough. She should be able to speak with them all on Monday and Tuesday. They will give her as many details regarding the disappearances of their people as they can, and I want her outside placing the devices within a week from today. 7 days. That's all the time I had to find a way out of this. Chapter 6. Dax was sitting at the breakfast table when I came downstairs the next morning. He and Felix were side by side, talking with low voices. I thought about turning around and heading straight back to my room, but Felix looked up before I could get away. "Good morning, beautiful." His entire face was lit up by his smile. I should have felt all fluttery and excited at the sight of this ridiculously attractive, powerful man calling me beautiful and lighting up at my presence. But I wasn't. I was just annoyed at the sight of Dax ruining my breakfast. I was also still a little perturbed by Felix's ability to switch on and off so quickly in front of the other leaders. As a politician, it was his job to appease everyone and lead them to believe he was on their side. But his acting was too good at times. It left me unsure of how well I could really trust him. Was he acting for me, too? I certainly wasn't going to buy into his compliments. He probably just wanted something. Dax scoffed and took a swig of his coffee. "Morning," I said. "Strange to see you here so early, Dax." "Get used to it." Dax was unhappy to be there as I was to see him. "What's going on?" I asked. Felix set down his fork. "Well, After your orientation yesterday, several members of the team got together and decided it was in everyone's best interest to increase your security right away. Dmitri fought hard to send Aiden over last night, but I was able to convince them that one live-in security guard would be enough. I shuddered. Dax was unwelcome, but the thought of that meathead Aiden sleeping over and watching me all day really gave me the creeps. He may have had a big mouth, but at least I wouldn't have to worry about Dax strutting around flaunting his muscles. I appreciate that, and since it's just you, Dax, I hope you won't mind me saying that I'm perfectly fine on my own. Dax looked to Felix with an expression that said, "See?" Felix shook his head. "No, I'm sorry, but I have to agree with them on this one. I do think it's good to have Dax here." "I'm not going to try to run again if that's what you're worried about." Felix held one finger in the air, his expression serious. "I prefer not to discuss business over meals. Let's talk more in the study after we eat." His eyes shot over to the other side of the room, where an attendant was entering with my breakfast, and it dawned on me. Felix didn't even trust his own people. He was more alone here than I thought. Nothing more was said about it until we were tucked safe and alone behind the closed doors of Felix's study. A fire was already burning, and the same tea cart from earlier in the week sat waiting for us. "Really," I said, "I don't need a babysitter. There are gobs of attendants throughout this house, and security everywhere at the municipal building. I can't even open a door by myself anymore. I couldn't get away if I wanted to." "And do you want to?" Felix's blue eyes glistened with the reflection of the flames burning in the fireplace. His golden hair glowed, a perfect swoop to the side framing his handsome face. "Do you still want to run away?" I paused, trying to determine the answer for myself. I did want to get out and warn the Embers of what was coming, but I knew I could make a bigger difference from the inside. Frank had been alluding to this all along. The question was, how could I do both? How could I keep the trust of the leaders without harming the people I cared about outside? There was a rap on the door before I could answer. "Come in." Felix sat straight, turning to greet the attendant in the doorway. "Mr. Walsh, your father is on the phone." Felix closed his eyes, breathing deeply. "I'll be right there," he called out. Then turning back toward me, he whispered, "We'll finish this in a minute." The tension in the room rose with every step Felix took toward the exit, and Dax didn't wait for a second after the door clicked shut behind him to lay into me. "There's no point in you running. They don't have a place for you out there anyway." "Maybe not yet, but I've got to let them know what's going to happen." "They know what's coming. They've known for longer than you have. They don't need you." Dax's words stung, but he was wrong. They might have known what was coming, but I was in a unique position to stop it. I just hadn't quite figured out how. I needed to talk to them outside. I was sure we could find a way to prevent Triple T from harming them. "That's not true," I said with a glare. "Frank told me himself that they could use my help from the inside." Dax's scowl grew even deeper, and he practically spat his next words. "That was before you turned him over to Justice Hines and got your brother killed. They needed Cato, not a traitor." Tears instantly sprang to my eyes at the mention of my brother. It was still too fresh and raw. "I'm not a traitor," I whispered, turning toward the fire. But saying the words aloud didn't make me believe them. Dax was right. They probably wouldn't want to see me at all. That didn't mean I was going to give up on them, though. I would help them however I could for the rest of my life, even if it cost me my life. It was the least I could do. I watched the flames dance in and out of the forefront, taking turns in swirls of orange and yellow, and I remembered the soft glow of the embers in my fireplace back home the morning before I came here. Cato's last words written to me were still folded and tucked into the pocket of my backpack upstairs. "You've done everything right. Keep trusting your instincts. Even if I didn't believe in myself, Cato believed in me. He didn't think I was a traitor. And then there was the last thing he wrote. Trust no one. No one. I shook my head, wishing I knew what he meant. Who was the kink in the system? Who had betrayed my brother? Could it have been Dax? I looked up at the pale face still scowling across from me. No, Dax was a jerk, but I could feel his sincerity. He really believed I wasn't wanted outside. He might have hated me, but he also hated that my brother was gone. So maybe I wasn't welcome outside. But what if I didn't have to go? Maybe I didn't need to be the messenger. I knew someone else who was connected to both worlds. My pulse quickened as his face appeared in my mind. Have you seen Rafe lately? I hated how my voice still quivered as I asked the question. I didn't want Dax to know he'd hurt me with his last comments. But he didn't attack me again. His eyes softened, and he looked away as he responded. I saw him about a week ago. So he made it out. It was a statement more than a question, but I was overcome with relief. How selfish was I, that I'd only thought of my own loss, only dealt with my own grief after the incident at the courthouse when Cato was shot. I knew the outsiders were resilient, and I knew they probably had really solid plans in place before they escaped with Frank at the trial. But I'd never even stopped to consider verifying their safety with Dax when I first saw him. Rafe was safe. He would know what to do, and if nothing else, he could help me find my strength to keep going through this. That's what he did, who he was. Strength and love personified. Love? No. Well, maybe. But in the love your neighbor sense of the word. Either way, I had to see him. Dax? He didn't turn toward me, but grunted a, When we go to the Burrows next week, do you think it will be possible for me to talk to him? I don't know if I'll be able to get you away from the others long enough to make that happen. But even if I can... His left eye twitched slightly, and he inhaled, processing his next words. Whatever he was going to say, I knew I wasn't getting the whole truth. Even if I can, it might be best to stay away from him. Why? Did something happen to him? My heart was pounding in my chest. Rafe was one of the few people left who I felt like I could really trust. I couldn't lose him, too. Nothing happened to him. Dax looked pained, like he wanted to say more. He's fine, and he's still involved with the Embers. I shouldn't have said anything at all. It's just that I was hired to protect you, and it may not be in your best interest to see him right now. We need you thinking clearly. But as your boss, I could technically order you to make it happen, right? Dax rolled his eyes. Don't fool yourself. Felix is my boss, but my orders don't really even come from him. Look, it's not that big of a deal. If you want to see Rafe, I'll take you to see him. But you might wish you hadn't. He laughed quietly through his nose. Felix opened the door, preventing me from asking any more questions. Sorry that took me a bit. We'll have to talk more later. It's time to get up to the project headquarters. Claren's got a lot to learn. Chapter 7. James's smile as he opened the car door for me was contagious. It was nice to have a bright spot in this dreary world full of dark news. But after a brief exchange of greetings, it was time to face the demons inside. I'd be spending the rest of the week splitting my mornings with defense training and my afternoons with Emilio teaching me more about the technology. But this defense training was nothing like I'd received in the Peacemaker training program. The stun guns were gone. My education had been placed in the hands of trained assassins. That's what Aiden would have had me believe anyway. He strutted into the shooting range where we would be training like he was the most dangerous man in all the earth. Chest puffed out, eyes cold and serious, he took my shoulder into his hand and leaned in closer than necessary. Don't be afraid, Claren. You're being trained by the very best. Our time is short, but I'm confident we can teach you everything you need to know to stay safe from those lunatics outside." I pulled away, and he continued, gesturing around the room with broad, sweeping hand motions. "You may be asking yourself, how did I luck out with such skilled trainers in such an impressive facility?" He looked back over his shoulder at me and gave a little wink. "Well, as you may know, this used to be a holding facility for criminals before the Great War. They would wait here behind bars before facing the judge for their imminent doom. But as the head of my protection unit, it was my duty to eradicate such criminals. And as you can see, I took my job very seriously. Without the need for numerous cells, we transformed this building into a training center and shooting range for leaders here in the center. Though with me on your side, I don't expect you'll ever need to actually use this training." He lifted his brows at me, and I stifled a groan. Dax and Ryder, the only other people in the room with us, were nonplussed. So it was just me with a hostile Dax, an arrogant Aiden, and the ever-quiet and mysterious Ryder. Surely nothing could go wrong. Despite an awkward start, the training went relatively smoothly, better than I expected. We began with some stretching and physically warming up our bodies with short exercises. Then Aiden taught me some self-defense basics. Thankfully, he took his job as a teacher too seriously to physically interact with me. Instead, he stood back watching and critiquing my form as Dax and Ryder acted out different threats that I could potentially have to defend myself from. Both young men were much stronger than me, but Ryder was especially impressive. His tall, agile frame reminded me of Rafe, and it motivated me that much more to excel in my training. If playing the role of a leader is what it took to save Rafe and the Embers, then I was going to be the best leader I could possibly be. We skipped strength training because Aiden felt we didn't have enough time for me to develop the necessary skills before we left for the burrows. So my time with him was almost entirely dedicated to blocking attacks and finding ways to release myself from an attacker. I didn't even have to touch a firearm until the next day. Ryder took charge of the training on day 2. He spoke quietly but with confidence, and while Dax and Aiden were easy books to read, I had a much harder time getting a feel for Ryder. It was as though this mysterious cloud that hung about him originated from his very core, naturally blocking his affect and preventing me from understanding how he felt. Or maybe he just didn't feel much of anything at all. But part of me also wondered if it was all orchestrated. I knew he was raised a leader and trained in protection at the highest levels, but could it be possible that he was also an empath? Maybe he was blocking his affect intentionally. I shouldn't have cared as much as I did. My curiosity surrounding him definitely interfered with my training. I found myself hovering close to try and get a better feel from him. When he showed me how to hold a handgun, I played dumb, forcing him to come and adjust my arms so I could get some skin-to-skin contact. But nothing worked. Instead, I just made him frustrated that I wasn't picking things up as quickly as he wanted me to. But I couldn't let it go. Something was up with this guy. It was clear by Felix's reaction at our first meeting. I needed to know what kind of person I was working with here. Late in the morning on the second day, I found myself trying for the umpteenth time to hit a target at the opposite end of the range. I knew I could do it. I'd done just fine with the stun guns a few weeks earlier, but I was entirely too distracted to make my hands cooperate that morning. With a sigh, Ryder came up from behind me and guided my arms to the proper position. Even with his body practically surrounding me, I didn't feel anything coming from him but extreme focus on the task at hand, and I knew I wasn't going to be able to do anything properly until I had a better understanding of him. Without giving a single thought to the consequences, I whipped my body around to face him, placing my hands on either side of his neck. It was foolish, yes. I had definitely allowed my obsession with finding out what was going on in Ryder's head to take over any semblance of rational thinking. But it was done. With my palms flush against his skin, I targeted strong feelings of trust and relaxation toward him, hoping my projections would break down any walls he had and allow me to see inside his mind, even just for a moment. His eyes widened, but he didn't pull back. He dropped his arms and cut his gaze over to the door behind me, and whatever I hoped I might have learned from this crazy idea of mine was nothing like what I actually felt. Ryder wasn't putting off vibes of malice or kindness. There was no love or lust or anger or fear. There wasn't much at all. The only emotion I perceived from Ryder was guilt. "You call this training?" Felix's voice boomed from behind me. I'd never heard him sound so angry. He must have come in right as I spun around. Thinking fast, I said, "Thank you, Ryder. I think I've got it now." Then I patted his cheek and turned back toward the targets. "Hey, Felix, you came just in time. Ryder finally helped me figure out what I was doing wrong. Watch this." Determined to move past the awkward scene I'd just created, I raised my gun and fired a near-perfect shot. I lowered the gun and turned back to Felix, but he wasn't watching me. He was glaring at Ryder. Dax and Aiden sat open-mouthed along the wall, neither saying much, but both clearly interested in whatever was about to go down. And Ryder was back to his emotionless self behind me. He gave a simple, "Well done," and walked back over to the other guys, which left me alone in the center of the room, buried under the weight of my absurd actions. What was I thinking? Why did I feel the need to touch him? And why, oh why, did Felix have to choose that very moment to make his entrance? I obviously wasn't helping with the tension between the two of them. "I'm glad you got it figured out," Felix said. His tone was softer toward me, but there was still a rawness in his voice. While Ryder was blank, Felix was a swirl of emotion, anger and distrust and jealousy. "That's probably good for today," he added. "The other heads would like to meet briefly over lunch before you join up with Emilio this afternoon." I nodded and pulled off my safety goggles and hearing protection. "Thanks again," I said, as I handed the equipment over to Ryder. Then I silently mouthed, "Sorry," before joining Felix. Felix put his arm possessively around me as we exited the room. Dax followed, but he kept his distance, presumably so Felix and I could talk. But Felix remained silent. He was still seething, and I thought it would be best to give him a minute. I didn't know if he was upset with me or Ryder, or both of us. I felt like a kid who got caught sneaking fruit from the kitchen while her mom's back was turned. Unfortunately, I didn't even get any good fruit. I just got caught. I still had so many questions. Who was Ryder, and why was he such a tough nut to crack? Based on Felix's reaction, I would like to assume he's not really on our side. But I couldn't shake the feeling that Ryder was good. Mysterious, yes, but not nefarious. And that guilt was so authentic. Why did seeing Felix make Ryder feel so remorseful? I didn't have much time to ponder it all before we reached the meeting room back in the main municipal building. All of Felix's inner circle members were sitting around the table, eating boxed lunches consisting of sandwiches, chips, fruit, and a chocolate chip cookie. I couldn't remember the last time I'd had a chocolate chip cookie. Emmeline was the first to greet us. "Hello, Claren. Training going well?" Felix snorted beside me. "It is, thank you," I said, with what I hoped was a convincing smile. "Excellent. I'm told we have very short time to get you ready." Emmeline was all business, but Justice Hines smirked across the table from her. "We wanted to talk to you briefly today to discuss the plan before you head out to the boroughs next week." I took a seat and opened the lunch sitting before me. Felix did the same after closing the door behind him. Dax waited out in the hall, and I wondered if someone brought lunch for him as well. I may not have liked the guy, but I didn't want him going hungry out there. "More citizens are going missing every day. I want you to gather as much information as possible from the head peacemakers in each borough. Do whatever is necessary to get a full understanding." Emmeline gave me a pointed look, and I knew she meant I was encouraged to use my projections to get them to trust me. Emilio updated us on your training from yesterday, so I know you've discussed how and where to place the amplifiers for the best results. Today, we've got some new additions on the project team upstairs learning the technology. You'll meet with them after lunch to see what happens back here at the headquarters as we interpret the information received through the amplifiers. I'm looking forward to it. The rest of the meeting was spent discussing various scenarios with Dimitri and the effects of the missing citizens on Claren City's economy with Tyrell, the director of economics. Cormac, the director of health and wellness, stopped me on my way out the door after the meeting. We've already been getting positive reports from the people of Claren City regarding your new position. They believe in you. They trust you. Obviously, we can't let them know what's happening with the outsiders taking our people. That would cause hysteria. But if we don't put a stop to this soon, they're going to figure it out on their own. Don't let your people down, Claren. I won't, I said solemnly, and I meant it. I only wanted the best for our people, but I wanted the best for all of our people, including the Ember Society. Emilio joined Dax and I after lunch, and Felix stayed behind to have another meeting with some of the heads. We took the elevator back up to the Triple T headquarters and passed through the lobby back to the now familiar hallway full of rooms I'd spent so many hours in over the last week. But this time, it felt different. Something flipped within me as we entered the hall. I wasn't fearful or apprehensive or bored like I had been the previous days. No, today I was angry. I didn't know why. Maybe it was a realization that my training was almost over, and I still hadn't found a way to put a stop to this plan. Maybe it was over the incident with Felix and Ryder earlier. I wasn't sure, but I tried hard to stuff it back down so I could focus. So, as we discussed earlier this week, Emilio began, the information we will gather from this project will be fairly difficult to read in the traditional sense. But what we've learned is that there is a certain subset of our population who can interpret the data much more easily than the rest of us. He turned a corner at the end of the hallway, taking us farther back than I'd been yet. Pausing outside of a metal door, he turned to me, a serious expression wrinkling his face. I'm talking about empaths. Empaths? I asked. You mean like the head peacemakers from the boroughs? That makes sense, because they probably have some kind of an emotional connection to their own people. I suppose they may be able to read the data more easily with that connection. Emilio pointed a finger at me, brows slightly elevated. You're surprisingly close, but no, they won't be privy to this information. They don't even know that the outsiders are responsible for the missing people, though they probably suspect it. Actually, what we found is that empaths have a different frequency of brain waves, if you will. They have a part of their brains that functions differently from us normal folk, and when trained on the equipment, they can use that part of their brains to process data that most people can't understand. I cocked my head to the side. Emilio swiped a hand through his hair and gestured toward his head. So there's a part of the cerebral cortex called the supramarginal gyrus. Save it, Emilio. We don't need a full science lesson. Just tell her how it applies to Triple T. Dax propped himself up against the wall, kicking one ankle over the other. Right, Emilio nodded. Okay, so we learned that over several generations of matching peacemakers, your generation has some of the highest empathic abilities ever recorded. It's remarkable how well you can perceive emotions, and sometimes even the thoughts of those around you. That's why you were able to understand what I was thinking without any prior training with our prototypes the other day. We've identified a handful of other gifted empaths based on Emmeline's involvement with the Peacemaker training program, and we have a team of 6 gathered from the last couple of training classes who have been assigned to read the data from Triple T. They're here in the reading room, practicing with our test simulation as we speak. I didn't know there was a test simulation, I said. Emilio's lips pursed into a frown. It's not something I was really thrilled to show you, but yes, We've placed one amplifier already, and they're in there learning to read the data from that device right now." "What? Where? What kind of data are they reading?" My throat constricted with panic, but Dax put an arm on my shoulder, urging me to relax. "We weren't prepared to take anything outside yet, so we put a device in a plumber's office in Petersboro." "So they're in there reading the actual private thoughts of some unknowing plumber? One of our own citizens?" Dax and Emilio both nodded, and I thought I was going to be sick. "How can they in good conscience intrude on the privacy of our own people? This is absurd." "Calm down, Claren," Dax smirked. "Technically, your name is at the top of Triple T. This is your project. Congratulations on a successful test run." I wanted to smack him, but he was right. I was only playing a part. This wasn't really my doing, and it was only a means to an end. I took a deep breath and turned to Emilio. "All right, well, let's see it." Emilio bowed his head and unlocked the door. As soon as it opened, the anger I'd buried deep in my belly bubbled over into a full rage. I was livid, bloodthirsty, and I had no control over what I was feeling. This must have been one angry plumber. I stepped into the room and looked around. That's when it hit me. I wasn't angry, neither was the plumber. All the rage in the room was emanating from a single point in a rolling chair at a desk across the room. In that chair, Georgia Hines sat red-faced, her eyes burning a hole right through me. George's hatred toward me put Dax's disdain to shame. She had every right to be angry. I'd shot her with the stun gun. I'd beat her in the training program. I was placed above her in the leadership, and now she was assigned to work under me on the Triple T project. A chuckle escaped my lips. "What's so funny?" Dax asked. "It's just ironic to see some familiar faces here." I scanned the other chairs in the room, breathing to block out George's rage and replacing it with my own curiosity. Most of the seats were filled with other young adults I didn't recognize, but my face split into a full smile when I spotted Edgar sitting on the far side of the room. "Edgar!" I trotted over and gave my old friend a hug. He was the only other student from Morton Borough who was selected to join the Peacemaker training program. I squeezed him tight and leaned back to find him red-faced and sheepishly grinning. "I'm honored to be working for you, Miss Greenwood." "I'm honored to have you here." The permanent scowl on her face told me Georgia didn't concur. Emmeline strolled into the room behind us. "Sorry I'm just now arriving. We had some business to wrap up downstairs. I see that you've already met up with your old peers," she said with her plastic smile. I looked at Edgar again and gave him a reassuring smile. Edgar always was a smart guy. He just needed a little encouragement from time to time. I hoped Georgia wouldn't use that against him here. Emmeline introduced the other empaths in the reading room. A curvy girl named Kima with deep brown eyes and a dark bun on the top of her head took the lead. "So far, we've learned that the plumber is having a slow week," she said. "He's out of ham, so he's disappointed to be eating bread and butter instead of a sandwich for lunch. He also thinks Mrs. Mitterstein on 132nd Street may have been flirting with him, and he, is okay with that." I inhaled sharply. These weren't just general feelings. These were extremely specific thoughts they were interpreting. It was astonishing, remarkable, and terrifying, all wrapped up in one. "Wonderful!" Emmeline flashed her pearly white teeth again. "Well, minus the part about Mrs. Mitterstein. Let's hope nothing comes of that." She chuckled. "Very well done, everyone. Let's hope that the devices are equally effective outside, with multiple subjects in the amplification area. I know that it will be more of a challenge, but I'm confident this group will be able to handle it beautifully." Then she turned back to face me, a smile still wide on her perfect petite face. "The only thing left is for you to do your part, Miss Greenwood. I am so looking forward to discovering what kind of information you can turn up for us. Chapter 8. The rest of the training was a blur, mainly just reinforcing what I'd already learned in the first 2 days. I spent the rest of the weekend mostly just pacing back and forth in my room to avoid Dax. He was instructed to stay by my side at all times, but thankfully he gave me privacy while I was in my own room. My mind was spinning. I only had 2 days in the burrows before it was go time. If I ran off, the leadership would criticize Felix for selecting me to lead this operation. Their trust in him would be broken, severing one of the Ember Society's deepest connections to the center. I would hurt them more than help them if I ran. And even if I did jump ship, they would quickly replace me and carry out the plan anyway. Dax said the Embers knew Triple T was coming, but I couldn't see any way to prevent the damage that would be done because of it. With the amplifiers in place, none other than Georgia Hines would be listening in on their every conversation, their every thought. She wouldn't hesitate to report everything back to her mother, and Justice Hines had already expressed her desire to kill them all. It was a lose-lose situation. The only hope I had was in Rafe. I had to talk to him in Morton before we took the devices outside. He would know what to do. He always did. Sunday evening, after a quick and quiet supper in the dining room downstairs, Felix knocked on my bedroom door. "Hey, do you have a minute to chat?" "Sure, come on in." He entered quietly and sat on the edge of my bed, absent-mindedly smoothing the duvet cover between us. The skin on the back of his hand still looked sun-kissed, a beautiful golden brown even in the dead of winter. It was warm and inviting against the cream-colored bedding. We sat together in silence for a few minutes, watching the fabric wrinkle and smooth again and again before he spoke. "Sorry if I've been a little cold this weekend. I know we won't be seeing as much of each other beginning tomorrow, and I don't want you to go without apologizing to you first. I didn't mean to be so harsh last week." "What do you mean? You weren't harsh at all." He had been a little more quiet and off to himself than usual, but I never thought Felix was being unfriendly or cold. In fact, he didn't even seem upset after the initial incident with Ryder had passed. Even now he didn't seem angry, but there was definitely something going on in his mind. Felix was uneasy. His gaze was fixed on the bedding between us, so I placed my hand on his, bringing his eyes up to mine. They sparkled in the low lamplight of my room. "Is everything okay?" I asked. "It's as okay as it can be, I guess." Felix shrugged. I knew what he meant. This whole situation was awful. Like me, he must have been feeling the anticipation and dread over the upcoming week. We hadn't really discussed any of it over the weekend because Felix didn't like to talk in front of his staff, but it was nice to know I wasn't alone. Felix was just as worried about the outsiders as I was. Dax probably was too. I nodded along in solidarity, but it didn't seem to help. I hated to see him so distraught. "I really do think it will be all right." Maybe, if I was strong for Felix, I could convince myself that it would all work out, too. "I have a friend back in Morton who I plan on meeting up with before we go outside this week. He's got some pretty strong connections with the Embers, so I'm hoping he'll be able to offer some guidance." Felix dropped his eyes again, nodding slightly as he swallowed a lump in his throat. I watched his Adam's apple bob behind freshly shaven skin, and I had the oddest desire to reach out and touch it. I just wanted to feel the smoothness of his skin for myself. What was wrong with me? When did I become some weirdo who randomly touched guys' necks? I shook it off and rubbed my thumb gently on the back of his hand instead. "Really, I know it'll be all right. We'll find a way to save them." "The outsiders aren't the ones I'm worried about." Felix looked up again, locking eyes with me. "I'm more concerned about you. I care about you, Claren." My heart pounded in my chest as Felix's emotions grabbed a hold of me. I knew what he wanted, but I couldn't look away. The rush of his pulse and the warmth of his skin were pulling me in, his desire washing over me to the point where I almost believed it was mine. I found myself leaning in, shifting my gaze down to his full lips. He continued to close the gap between us, and I abruptly stood, brushing my shirt straight. "Well, I guess I better get ready for bed. We've got a full schedule tomorrow." Felix chuckled quietly, dropping his chin with a small shake of his head. "That you do." My breathing was heavy, and I had never been happier that Felix wasn't an empath. He looked good sitting on the edge of my bed, too good, with the top button of his work shirt undone after a long day and his hair ever so slightly disheveled. "Will I see you down at breakfast tomorrow?" Ever the gentleman, Felix stood as well. "I wouldn't miss it." I watched his eyes take me in for another beat before he finally made his way to the door. He turned the knob halfway before looking back over his shoulder once more. "Good night, Claren Greenwood," he said with a smile. "Good night, Felix Walsh." I feared breakfast would be uncomfortable the next morning after our close encounter, but Felix was all business. He and Dax were busy firming up plans for our trip, and it was time to go before I'd even finished my oatmeal. Felix took my hand as we were preparing to step into the van, parked out front, and wished me luck. "Emmeline says you're the best, and based on what I've seen, I don't doubt it a bit. Do whatever you need to do to learn all the details surrounding these missing people." Then he leaned in close, his warm breath tickling my ear as he whispered, "Remember, not everyone has been accounted for out there. Let's find our people." He shook Dax's hand next and waved a goodbye as the shiny black door to our vehicle slid open before us. Inside the van sat the rest of my team, or at least the rest who would be leaving the center with us. Aiden drove, which was unsurprising given his need to control every situation. Emilio sat beside him in the front seat. Ryder was in a captain's chair in the middle row, and the bench seat in the back was mostly full of boxes and equipment. "Well, I guess I'll slide into the back," Dax said, squeezing between the supplies and propping one long leg up on a box on the floorboard, which meant I was left sitting beside Ryder. He nodded a greeting and turned to gaze out the window, not speaking a word to me as we pulled away from Felix's house. And naturally, I had no idea what he was feeling, but I wasn't foolish enough to test those waters again. I watched Felix's house grow smaller as we pulled away, and Aiden immediately launched into our itinerary for the day. "Today, we'll try to visit all the northern boroughs, starting near the center and working our way outward. It's imperative that we finish as early as possible, though. The sun sets around 6 o'clock, and Emmeline insists that we get out of the outer boroughs before sundown." Part of me was excited to see the northern boroughs. Until a few weeks ago, I'd never left the southern part of Classen City. I'd never needed to. But the peacemaker training brought me to Nobleborough near the center, and now I was right in the middle of everything. Cato would have loved to hear about these adventures. My heart still stung at the thought of my brother. He was the reason I was so dedicated to this cause. The Ember Society was almost a part of him now. I never would have known life outside of the city existed, and I certainly wouldn't have realized the freedom that life offered if I wouldn't have followed Cato that fateful night after my aptitude test. I had to keep going, for him. Unfortunately, the northern boroughs didn't look much different from where I grew up. There were business districts, areas of offices and retail, and then there were the more run-down boroughs further away from the center. The head peacemakers for each borough were nice enough, but they really didn't offer anything insightful about the missing people. I projected trust into them whenever I could, but I either didn't have the same magic truth serum effect as Emmeline, or the peacemakers really didn't know what was happening to our people. The next day, the southern boroughs offered more of the same. Finally, late in the afternoon, as the entire team was growing weary, we entered Morton Borough. Being the closest to the edge, it was our last stop. It was also the stop I was looking most forward to. It was where I'd get to see Rafe. The timing couldn't have been better, really. I planned to speak with the head peacemaker for our borough, a man I'd met many times before during my brother's run-ins with the law, and then I'd sneak off to the sanitation headquarters to speak with Rafe as he was getting off of work for the day. Dax was ready to help me when the time came for me to make my move away from the others. Our van pulled to a stop in front of the head peacemaker's office in the business district near the inner edge of Morton Borough. Justice Hosh had been in the position throughout my entire life. He was getting older, but his mind was sharp. He was a bit kinder and more down-to-earth than peacemakers from the inner boroughs, and he even raised his family in Morton rather than close to the center in Noble Borough. This earned him extra respect from the local people. "Hello, Justice Hosh." "Miss Greenwood, it's so lovely to see you again. I hope they're treating you well in the center." He lifted his brows and glanced at Aidan, who felt he needed to remain by my side at all times. "They definitely are, sir," I smiled and shook the man's hand. He looked behind me, and his smile grew even wider. "And Dax O'Neill, too. I'm so proud to have such fine citizens from Morton representing our city. And at such a young age, too. Please, come in. Chief Justice Hines suggested we have some serious matters to discuss." We followed him into a small office with just 3 chairs surrounding a worn wooden desk. He took a seat behind it, while Dax and I sat opposite him. Aidan and Ryder stood against the side walls where they could keep an eye on both the window and the door, and Emilio timidly stood behind Dax. "I'm glad they've sent you to investigate," Justice Hosh began. "The truth is, these disappearances are getting out of hand. The other head peacemakers and I have exchanged notes, and the boroughs with the greatest losses are definitely those nearest the edge. Morton may be at the top of the list. We've lost 33 people over the last 2 weeks. 33 people. It seemed like an impossible number. My mind instantly started scanning through all the faces I'd known growing up, wondering if any of my friends were on that list. I was almost looking forward to getting outside and discovering who else had joined the Embers. Maybe it would be like a reunion. "Have you noticed any patterns to the missing people? Are they all from one area, for example, or in certain professions?" I ran through the same questions I'd asked all the others, jotting notes in a small pad of paper as we went along. "Surprisingly, yes." My head jerked up. No one else had noticed any patterns at all. Justice Hosh grew serious, weaving his fingers together as he leaned forward onto his desk. "The vast majority of our missing people have been between the ages of 20 and 50. The outsiders really seem to be targeting our younger crowd, and frankly, I'm concerned they're trying to weaken us before moving into larger-scale attacks on our city. They're leaving just the older adults and children untouched." "Very interesting," I said quietly, my pen scribbling rapidly as I got it all down. "And it's not just the missing people. The ones we've found have been in the same age range." "Found? As in returned from the outside?" I had to get more information about this. Hopefully they weren't reporting any of the activity they saw. Who would possibly want to come back to Claren City after experiencing the freedom I'd heard about with the Embers? "I see. Tell me more about the ones you've found." I was trying my best to keep my pulse steady, my panic to a minimum. Dax was doing a poorer job, though. This must have been new information to him, and to say he was worried was putting it mildly. Justice Hosh paused, looking over at him in the seat next to me. He was obviously feeling Dax's nerves as well. I had to act fast. "I can't bear the thought of anything happening to some of the people I know here in Morton. So many of these people are like family to me. They're really the only family I have left." I looked at Dax and placed my hand on his shoulder. I'm sure you must be thinking the same thing, Dax. But don't worry. We're here to save our people and put a stop to these outsiders." He looked at me apologetically from the corner of his eye. My outward display of empathy seemed to have appeased Justice Hosh. Dax was in clear, for now. I'd have to remind him to keep his emotions in check around the peacemakers moving forward. He almost got us into trouble. "Well, as we discussed," Justice Hosh continued, "we've had many people go missing, but separate from that, we've also found 8 dead bodies in the same time period." "What? No one has said anything about dead bodies." I dropped the pen in my lap. Justice Hosh nodded sadly. "I don't believe the other boroughs have experienced the same, but Morton is being targeted very aggressively for some reason, and we've got to put a stop to it. I just found another one this morning, half frozen in a pond at the edge of the borough." "The pond over near the sanitation headquarters?" "That was my pond, my peaceful escape when I still lived here. It's where I would wait for Cato to get off work. It's where I sat with Rafe when everything got crazy after I left. It's where I cleared my head." "That's the one. A young man. Very sad." Now it was my turn to be betrayed by a pounding heartbeat. I couldn't control it. I had to know. "Who was it? Were you able to ID him?" There was no hiding the panic in my voice. "Not yet. I'm afraid he took quite a beating before they disposed of his body." Justice Hosh shuddered. He was visibly upset by all of this, too. At least Dax and I didn't look quite as out of place anymore. "Thank you, sir. Your comments have helped more than you know." I gave the old man a hard, sincere look, holding his eye contact and meaning every word of what I said next. "I will not give up until we get to the bottom of this." I held my breath until we got back into the overcast light of the sun in front of the building. Then the dam broke down. Tears streamed down my cheeks, and I didn't even hear what Dax was saying to the others, but it must have been convincing. We climbed into the van, and Aiden sped over to the sanitation headquarters in record time. It was 5 minutes after 5 o'clock, and Rafe's co-worker, Lena, was exiting right as the van pulled up in front of the office. "Lena!" I jumped out of the van before it had fully stopped and ran to greet her. Hopefully Rafe hadn't already left. "Claren, right?" She gave me a tired smile. "That's right. How've you been?" I tried to act nonchalant, ignoring the sound of the van door closing behind me, but Lena didn't seem too concerned about the black vehicle, despite how out of place it was here. She was lost in a cloud of thought, sad and distracted. My pulse quickened again. Had she been affected by one of these attacks? "Things have been better." She glanced over at the vehicle and Dax walking up behind me. Thankfully, the others stayed inside. I wondered what Dax had to say to convince Aiden to mind his own business. Lena's brows furrowed as she realized something was up. "What can I help you with?" "I was actually just popping by to talk to Rafe real quick. Is he still here?" Lena's eyes glazed over, and I felt like I'd been slammed in the gut. I was unable to breathe and barely able to hear what she said next. Her grief seized me and only amplified the feelings growing inside me. "No, honey, I haven't seen Rafe since last Thursday. No one has." Tears filled her bottom lids. I just stood there, unable to speak or move or think clearly at all, shaking as I held in my agony. Neither of us moved for what seemed like several minutes. Finally, I urged the words out of my mouth. A raspy voice escaped my lips, asking the question I didn't want the answer to. "Was it him in the pond this morning?" A single tear rolled down Lena's cheek. "I don't know." She shook her head softly. "I don't know." That was all I needed to hear. I was going outside the next day no matter what, and every day after if that's what it took. I had to find out if Rafe was alive, and I would be first in line to destroy the outsiders if he wasn't. Chapter 9. Felix was on a call with his father when we returned to his house that night, a call that lasted hours. He didn't join us for supper, and there was no catching up in the study after we ate. It was fine with me, though. My mind was focused on only one thing. The outsiders adored Rafe. They would never harm him. So the body found in the pond couldn't possibly be his, right? He must have left town to go join the Embers. Then again, Dax saw Rafe just over a week ago in Morton. He didn't seem to think Rafe had any intentions of going outside just yet. He was tasked with recruiting in Claren City. He couldn't help them if he went missing. So, worst-case scenario, if it was Rafe in the pond, who would have done it? Justice Hines? Maybe she saw him when he pulled down his mask to talk to me in the courtroom the day Cato was shot. I knew she didn't think the outsiders were worthy of life, and she was just ruthless enough to do it. But Justice Hines wouldn't be caught dead in the outer boroughs. Would she have hired the job out to someone else? Or maybe there were more like her, determined to eliminate anyone associated with the outsiders. There were so many ifs, but there was only one way to find out. Dax knew where Frank was settled outside, and I was going to go straight to the source the next day. A knock on the door at 9:30 rattled me from my thoughts. Felix's voice called out softly. "Claren, are you still up?" "Yeah, come on in." I'd already changed into the pajamas Tamara had laid out for me. The pants were a satiny black, and the matching shirt was loose-fitting, but revealing in the way it hung on my body. I crossed my arms over my chest as Felix entered and joined me on the edge of my bed. "I just spoke with Dax, and I'm sorry to hear about your friend." "We don't know anything yet," I said defensively. "He's probably fine. We just need to find him." Felix didn't argue, but the way his mouth was set into a firm line told me he believed otherwise. "I hope you do. I wish I could go out and help you, but it turns out I'll be even further away than I thought. My father has requested that I join him for the district council meeting tomorrow." "Tomorrow? There's no way you can get to Lewisburg in time for a meeting tomorrow." Felix sighed and slumped his shoulders. "It would take about 6 hours by car." "Exactly, so you won't make it in time, unless you're actually leaving tonight." He studied me, frowning. "I forget, there's still so much you haven't learned yet." "What's that supposed to mean?" I asked. The way Felix's cheeks flushed told me I probably wouldn't like what he had to say next. "Well, you know all the major airports were destroyed in the war." I nodded. They were never rebuilt because society was restructured by the new American government to be self-contained. Where there were once 50 states full of thousands of municipalities, there were now just 68 metropolitan cities governed within 10 districts across the country. The only way to earn your standard wage and receive food, electricity, and other necessities for life was to reside in one of these cities. The government took care of all of our logistics, so there was no need to travel anymore. "What you don't know," Felix continued, "is that there are still private airfields for the leadership outside of each city's limits." I closed my eyes to let that sink in. Of course there were still airplanes. Why hadn't I considered it before? The leadership was truly skilled in deception. It was just one more reason I needed to help the Ember Society reveal the truth. "So you'll be flying to Lewisburg, I take it?" Felix nodded solemnly. "And how many times have you flown before? Is this something you leaders do often? Take joyrides in planes across the country? Do you travel to other countries, too?" "No, of course not. I have flown in the past, but not many times. I haven't needed to leave Claren City much before, but now that my father is involved with district operations, I have a feeling I'll be traveling a bit more." I couldn't help but roll my eyes. "This is why I can't trust you, Felix. Your whole life is a lie." "That's not true. I can't help where I was born. I didn't ask for this. I don't want it." I turned away. Felix could leave if he wanted to. He was never going to be a part of my mission anyway. This conversation was over. "Claren, come on. What do you want me to do? Say no? Sorry, Dad, I'm working against you?" I rubbed my eyes with the palms of my hands. I don't know. I just feel like the life I knew a few months ago was a total lie. I need a whole course on how things are really run behind the scenes. The outsiders were excited to find empty wine bottles. If they knew you were flying on planes and developing mind-reading technology, they would probably start another war. "Please, keep your voice down," Felix whispered. "And, hey." He cupped the side of my face with his hand and gently turned me back toward him. "I understand why you're upset, but please let that fuel your fire against the other leaders. Not me. I'm on your side." He meant it, I knew he did, but it was still difficult for me to swallow. "I'm sorry, I'll try. It's just a lot." "I know," he said, dropping his hand. "Anyway, I'll still have to leave before dawn, so I won't see you at breakfast, and I didn't want you to wonder. Plus," he hesitated, "I wanted to say goodbye." Felix leaned forward and gave me a soft, warm kiss on the cheek. It was tender and thoughtful, given with no expectations, and I felt his concern for me and my safety. "Be careful out there," he said, standing. "I'll be back Friday evening, and I want to hear all about it." "You be careful, too. I'll see you Friday." I went to bed thinking about action plans and Rafe, but I dreamt of Felix's lips on my cheek. The next morning came too quickly. Dax and I ate breakfast without any fanfare and found ourselves in the van with the rest of the team a few minutes before 8. The air was tight with nerves and excitement. Aiden was more alive than I'd ever seen him. Even Ryder had a touch of life to his otherwise stone-cold persona. It was going to be a big day. The plan was to stay within 1 hour of the Claren city limits. It wasn't difficult to convince the team to start on the south side, given Morton Borough's statistics compared to the other boroughs. The leadership had a rough idea of where the camps may be located, based on intel gathered from farm workers who tended to the government crops, and the few protectors who ventured outside to exile criminals. Occasionally, they would spot smoke from a campfire and other clues to life in the woods. My heart pounded in my ears as we crossed over the boundary between Claren City and a world I'd never seen. I don't know what I expected. Maybe something magical or dark, caves or wild animals, dirt roads and offbeat trails full of adventure. But to my dismay, the outside looked a lot like the city, just with fewer buildings. The roads were maintained just enough for the farm workers to bring in crops, but buildings remaining from before the war were left to deteriorate. Windows were broken, and tall weeds grew through parking lots and driveways. Several roofs were caved in, but the further we drove, the fewer buildings we saw, until there was nothing but overgrown fields and scraggly forests. The van was quiet as we flew down the roads. Each of us had our eyes glued to the windows, watching with wonder as we took in the sights of a world that had always been off limits, a world that I was raised to believe was dangerous. After half an hour or more, Dax leaned forward from the back seat, calling out to Aiden up front. "I think we're getting close. You might want to slow down." I turned to Dax, waiting to see what his plan was for shaking off the rest of the team. I hated the idea of dragging Aiden and Ryder into the camps. Those two were definitely loose cannons. The van slowed as abandoned houses began to grow closer together, and I realized we were entering an old town. We drove forward still to what used to be the main street in the small community, and I wondered what it must have been like to live there 100 years earlier, before the war. I pictured children walking with their parents, excited about window displays full of sweet treats. I pictured lights and music and laughter. Maybe it was a touch idealistic, but it made me crave a life like that again. A life where information was free and available. A life where we could decide our own paths and make our own ways. "You look excited," Aiden said with a grin. He'd just parked the van along the side of the main road, and the others were already shuffling through our supplies. My smile quickly faded as I remembered the task currently at hand. I don't know if excited is the right word, but I'm definitely ready to get started. I know we ran through several different scenarios. What plan did we officially land on? I looked at Dax again, eager to hear what he'd come up with. And once again, I should have known better than to leave things in his hands. Well, as we discussed, force is not our best option. We don't know how many outsiders are in each camp or what kind of weapons they may have. Besides, we're not all trained in combat here. He looked pointedly at Emilio and me. But luckily, Claren has some connections out here. My eyes nearly bugged out of my head. What was he doing? I shot him a look that should have been pretty clear. Shut your mouth, Dax. But he just kept right on. Aiden, suddenly straight-faced, had his eyes locked skeptically on me, and even Ryder was suddenly more interested in looking my way. If Dax was trying to get me killed, I wished he would have done it back home, instead of driving me all the way out here in the middle of nowhere. You know, Claren's brother was involved with the rebels, and he lost his life for it. But before he was killed, Claren was able to infiltrate a few meetings. That's how she was able to help Emmeline capture their leader in the first place. Aiden nodded, understanding what Dax was getting at. I was relieved to have his scrutinizing gaze off of me, but still uneasy about what Dax was going to suggest. Ryder still looked uncertain as well. Maybe she could do it again. How many amplifiers do we have, Emilio? We've got 4 with us. They're working on more, but they take some time to make. Dax bobbed his head, mulling something over. Okay, so we know there are more than 4 camps out here, which means we have to be careful about the placement of the amplifiers. We don't care about their daily operations so much as their big picture plans, which means we need to find their leadership. He turned back to me. Claren, do you think you might be able to find the leaders again? I think... Wait. All eyes turned to Ryder as he interrupted me. He rarely piped up in these meetings, so we were all very interested in whatever he might have to say. If Claren got their leader arrested, there's no way they're going to allow her to enter the camps again. They'll kill her instantly. They don't normally resort to violence if they don't have to, I said. Ha! Tell that to the guy Justice Hosh found beat to a pulp in that pond, Aiden hollered from the front seat. My stomach twisted into a knot, but I couldn't dwell on that now. I don't always agree with Aiden, but I do think we need to be a little more aggressive here, Ryder said to Dax. Well, I wasn't suggesting we send her in alone. I would go with her to make sure she's safe. No offense, man, but there's no way I'm letting her go into those camps with you alone, Aiden said. We'll take Emilio with us, too, Dax suggested. Emilio grinned in the front seat, and I almost snorted. This argument was going nowhere. Emilio was the last person in this vehicle capable of adding protection. We'll all go, Ryder said definitively. I'll keep my distance and watch through a scope. I agree that if they see a big crowd of us walking in, they'll become defensive. But she can't go alone. I don't trust them. You can stay back with Ryder, Aiden added. And Emilio, you can wait in the van if you want. I'll go with Claren. No, I said. I need Emilio there in case I have issues with the tech, and I'd really like to have Dax with me. Besides, look at him. The outsiders would never be intimidated by this gangly guy. You, on the other hand, with those broad shoulders? I raised my eyebrows, and Aiden puffed out his chest with an arrogant smirk. You're right, he said. You don't want to intimidate them. Dax rolled his eyes, and I smiled at my small victory. Playing to Aiden's ego was too easy. I've got a box of walkies here. Emilio lifted a box of black electronic devices. Noting my confusion, he handed me one. You push this button on the side to talk, and we'll all be able to hear you. It's a way for us to communicate with each other outside of shouting distance. We don't want to be shouting out here anyway, Aiden said. Right, so everyone take one of these. He passed them around for us. So, do you know where the first camp is? I asked Dax. Not exactly, but I know we'll be better off on foot than if they see us all roll up in a government vehicle. True, Aiden said. So we better get moving. Chapter 10. We walked together down the broken concrete remains of an old sidewalk, stepping around tall weeds and discussing different scenarios that may take place. I only kept one amplifier in my own backpack. We left 2 in the van, and Emilio kept the 4th in his bag, just in case mine failed for some reason. I was only going to place it if I was certain there would be high-level discussions taking place among the rebel leadership at the camp. The town was small, with most of the old businesses situated together on 2 city blocks. The windows were broken from the decrepit old buildings, and I was certain any supplies inside had been raided long ago. A couple of small neighborhoods sat beyond the businesses, but within 15 minutes we found ourselves completely outside of the old city and back into thick brush as we entered an overgrown forest. Aiden led the way through town, but now Dak stepped forward, examining the tree line ahead. "Let's move a little further south. I think it'll be pretty obvious when we find the way to their camp. This is all too overgrown to travel through. They probably have a well-worn path ahead." I pulled my jacket tighter and readjusted my backpack as we continued forward. And Dax was right. But it wasn't a worn path we found. There was an actual road winding back through the forest. Dax stopped, turning to face the rest of our group. "This is where I think you ought to hang back." Aiden nodded. "We'll try to stay behind the trees, just in case your arrival isn't a welcome one. We've got your back." Dax, Emilio, and I moved forward, and my heart rate picked up with every step. I wasn't getting tired from our hike, but the anticipation of what we might find ahead was killing me. I looked to Dax, and his silent nod confirmed that we were on the right track. Would Rafe be waiting to greet us at the camp? If not, would the other Embers be willing to speak to me? I couldn't even be certain they knew we were coming. Dax had been spending his time in the center with me, and I didn't know who else would be relaying messages back and forth. After another 20 minutes, I found myself getting winded. The tip of my nose was growing numb from the cold, and my anxiety was starting to get the best of me. I'd gone from imagining a welcome party at the camp to picturing an ambush as we stepped into a clearing, with angry outsiders attacking us the way that young man in the pond in Morton was attacked. I didn't know what to expect anymore. And I wasn't the only one growing impatient. A crackle on the walkie attached to my backpack stopped me in my tracks. Aiden's voice came through, his irritation evident. "You sure this is the right way, Dax?" Dax stopped briefly to grab his own device from the bag on his shoulders. "I'm positive, and no more talking. We're almost there." I bit my lip, nervous that Dax revealed too much. He sounded a little too confident, but he was unfazed, marching forward. Emilio shrugged, and together we followed behind him. Not 5 minutes later, I saw a clearing in the trees up ahead. He was right, and thankfully there was no ambush waiting for us on the other side. A dirty wooden sign at the edge of the road read, "Dripping Springs," and underneath were small square pictures of a fish, a fire, a restroom symbol, and a tent. We were entering an old campground from before the war. Of course, this was a perfect spot to set up camp. Old houses were too obvious, but a campground on the lake still had everything they could need: fresh water, fish to eat, and good cover from the trees. "Here goes nothing," I said. Dax and Emilio gave me nervous smiles, and together we walked forward. My eyes moved back and forth over the scene before me, expecting, I don't know, some obvious idea of what to do next. But I was clueless. Rafe didn't come running out, unfortunately. No one did. The settlement was almost completely void of people. There were a couple of worn cabins to the left, structures that probably existed before the war. They weren't pretty, but they were definitely functional. Smoke rose from chimneys on their little rooftops. To the right were newer, more rustic-looking cabins. They were a far cry from the modern new construction in our city's center, but they were calming in a sense. It was evident that they took lots of time and skilled craftsmanship. I was impressed by the outsiders' ingenuity already. A man walking alongside the cabins on the left carried an armful of firewood. He didn't stop or speak when he saw us. He simply locked his sights on us, looking neither frightened nor excited. But I could feel his apprehension. I was so transfixed by the man that I didn't see the woman on my right until after she'd raised her gun. Dax spotted her first, and it was him raising his arms in surrender that caught my attention. I wondered what Ryder and Aiden were thinking as they watched from the woods, if they were still watching. For all I knew, they'd already been taken by some of these people. "Why is she here?" the woman asked Dax. "We're here to talk to Frank," Dax replied. He wasn't afraid. He spoke with a steady tone, straight to the point. Beside him, I thought Emilio might be about to wet his pants, though. The woman looked at me, gun still raised, sizing me up. Maybe the outsiders weren't as innocent as I thought. Could it be that they really did harm Rafe? Maybe he said or did something they didn't like. Maybe he defended me. I clearly wasn't on their good list. "Frank's not here," she said, keeping her eyes fixed on me. "What about Tim?" Dax asked. "Is he around?" The first man with the firewood came jogging toward us then, arms empty after dropping the wood near the doorstep. "Everything all right, Shelley?" "They want to talk to Tim," she called out. The man nodded and jogged off to a different cabin on our right. Shelley kept her gun pointed at me, but Dax relaxed, dropping his arms to his side. "Where have you been?" she asked him. "I've been in the center," he said, "gathering information for Frank and keeping an eye on her." He gestured toward me. His tone wasn't menacing, more annoyed than anything else. "And?" she asked bitterly. "And you can drop the gun," Dax said. "Frank knows what he's talking about." Shelley looked skeptical, but finally dropped her arms. I inhaled deeply, suddenly aware of all the tension I'd been holding. Thank goodness Ryder didn't shoot from wherever he was hiding. It looked like I'd be safe, for now, anyway. Firewood Guy re-emerged from one of the rustic cabins, followed by a shorter, stocky man with a slight limp. The corner of my mouth twitched up. I was hoping he was the Tim who Dax was referring to. I first met Tim the night I followed Cato to a meeting with the other outsiders. I thought he was going to kill Cato until I realized they were a friendly group. And by friendly, I mean not deadly. Tim was actually kind of a hothead, but he was a familiar hothead, at least. Dax stepped forward and met Tim halfway. They shook hands, and Dax leaned in to whisper something I couldn't hear. Tim looked up at me, and they continued over to where I stood with Shelley and Emilio. I didn't dare move with the hostile Shelley still burning beside me. "I wondered when we'd see you again," Tim said with a straight face. "Here I am," I said with my arms out to the sides of my body. "And for what it's worth, I'm glad to see you." I gestured around the clearing. "This place is amazing." Tim nodded. "It works for us. Come inside. It's freezing out here." He glared at Emilio before turning back toward the cabin. Emilio was playing on the right team, but he obviously wasn't familiar with his teammates. He was practically trembling as we followed Tim back to the cabin. Like me, this was Emilio's first time out of the city. "Claren!" A young woman with fiery red hair ran and pulled me into her arms as we entered the cabin. "I'm so glad you're okay, and I'm so sorry about Cato." She squeezed me tighter at the mention of my brother, and I felt tears begin to sting at the back of my eyes. I swallowed hard and tried to focus on the present, leaving my grief in the past. "Thank you," I said. She pulled away, practically glowing with love. "Sarah, right?" She laughed and nodded. "That's right. I feel like I know you so well through Cato and our updates from the center. I forgot that we've only actually met once." I smiled as well. "That's okay. It's nice to see a friendly face." She walked over to Tim and took his hand. "Well, we're glad to have you here. We've known you'd be coming for some time now, but we weren't expecting you today. Frank isn't even here today." Our group moved into a small living area. There wasn't much in the way of furniture, but what they had was clean and tidy. I sat with Dax on a small wooden bench covered in throw pillows, and Emilio stood beside us. "Has he gone back into the city?" "No," Tim said. "It's too dangerous for him there now. Frank hasn't gone back since we left the courthouse." "Where is he then?" Tim and Sarah looked at each other as if asking for permission to say more. Dax sighed and said, "It's okay, she's on our side, for real this time." "And this guy?" Tim said, nodding toward Emilio. "He's good too. Can't say the same about the numbskulls waiting out in the woods, though." "Don't worry about them. Dave and his guys set up to watch over them the second we knew you'd parked in town." Dax nodded. "I figured as much." Sarah folded her hands in her lap. "This is where we live and work, but Frank is more of a nomad." "I'm sure he's not a nomad," Tim interrupted. "He's just discreet. He'd tell us where to find him if we needed to know." Sarah shrugged with a crooked grin. "Maybe, but he travels quite a bit either way. There are several different settlements around the lake. We're cautious not to allow any one area to grow too large. Obviously, the government could find us if they really wanted to, but we're not going to make it easy for them." Tim nodded in agreement. Then he turned back to me, brows furrowed in the middle. "What are you planning to do when you find him?" "Tim, I told you," Dax started, but Tim raised a hand to quiet him down. "I know what you've been saying, but I want to hear it from her." I set my hand on Dax's knee. "It's okay, I've got this. They already know what's going on, right?" Dax nodded, staring at the floor. "The leadership is concerned about missing citizens. I understand you've been recruiting a fair number of people from class and city recently." Sarah grinned, but Tim looked less than thrilled to be discussing this with me. "So they've sent us out to gather information about your plans, and I need to find out what Frank wants me to tell them. I have this technology they want me to set up in your camps. If I don't come back with some kind of information, they'll just send someone else out. They believe you're going to attack." Tim snorted and rolled his eyes. "And actually," I hesitated, "I'm definitely not accusing you of anything, but there have been some attacks. Do you know anything about those?" Tim leaned forward in his seat. "It's probably your own leadership trying to scare the people into submission." Emilio spoke up then. "I don't think it is. The patterns from these deaths are unlike anything I've ever seen discussed inside the leadership. If they were going to take matters into their own hands like that, they would do it with a lot more flair, make a big production out of it, to not leave any doubt in the minds of our citizens." He ran a hand through his hair twice and swallowed. "Who are you to come in here and accuse us?" Tim stood angrily, but Dax stepped in front of Emilio with his hands blocking Tim from moving any closer. "He wasn't accusing you of anything," I said. "None of us are. I just wondered if you knew anything about it. Actually, I was hoping to talk to Rafe. He might have more insight since he spends so much time in the city. Is he around?" Sarah shook her head. "No, Rafe is still in Morton as far as I know. He keeps sending more and more people our way." My heart sank, and I felt the blood drain from my face. "What's wrong?" Sarah asked. "Rafe's not in Morton. No one knows where he is. But there was a body found near his work." My voice shook too much to finish my thought. "Oh, sweetheart." She came over and knelt beside me, taking my hand into hers. "I'm sure he's fine. I'll ask around for you, okay? We'll find him." "Unless the exiled got him," Tim said matter-of-factly. "The exiled?" Sarah pursed her lips. "Not everyone outside of the cities is good, but don't you worry about that right now. Come on." She pulled me into a standing position. "I've got something to show you." She shrugged on an oversized puffy coat hanging near the door and gestured for me to go first. Leaving the boys behind, we walked a few yards to the cabin next door, and Sarah knocked on the door. "Liz, we have a visitor." Another young woman opened the door. I recognized Elizabeth from the meeting with Cato as well, but I didn't recall her abdomen looking quite so swollen. She grinned widely, resting one hand on her belly and swiping a strand of blue streaked hair out of her face. "Claren, hi! Do you remember me?" I smiled and reached to shake her hand. "Of course I do. It's good to see you." She followed my gaze down to her rounded stomach and chuckled. "Well, there's definitely a lot more of me to see now that Dave and I are expecting." She ushered us inside. "We can't stay long because Claren's got to speak with Frank," Sarah said. "But I was hoping you might show her what you've been working on." Sarah clapped her hands together excitedly. "Absolutely. Follow me." Elizabeth led us down a short hallway into a bedroom flooded with natural light from windows lining 3 walls. The room was full of tables and a couple of easels, each set up with canvases and cardboard. The floor was covered in a thick white cloth, covered in paint splatters, and the blue streak in Elizabeth's hair suddenly made a lot more sense. "Wow." Elizabeth giggled. "Dave is way too protective over me and our little peanut, so he refuses to let me do any manual labor lately, so I've had lots of time on my hands to paint." My jaw dropped as I took in the familiarity around me. Each canvas was painted in vivid splashes of blue and orange, with tiny threads of red and yellow, and broad lines of deep purples and navy blue. The room was full of variations of the same picture over and over. It was the same picture that hung on my bedroom wall at Felix's house. "It's beautiful," I said. "I've seen this before, in the center." Elizabeth nodded. "I've sent several boxes into the city. It's my hope that they'll serve as a beacon of hope for those who are working so hard for our cause in the city. Freedom is near." "Tell her what it is." Sarah was giddy, practically jumping up and down beside us. "Oh, right, of course." Elizabeth laughed and pointed to her forehead. "Pregnancy brain, forgive me." Then her face grew serious. "These are embers, glowing hot coals growing stronger and stronger, lighting up the darkness. This is our movement, and a nod to the contributions your brother made to our cause. Cato was such a good man." Elizabeth choked on a sob, moving her hand under her nose to stop it from running. "I'm sorry," she said, fanning her eyes. "These emotions are really getting the best of me." But she didn't have any reason to apologize. I cried right along with her as I pulled her into a hug. Sarah joined as well, wrapping her arms around the both of us. "Thank you," I whispered. Claren City was no longer my home. These were my people now. Chapter 11. "Ryder, Aiden, you there?" Dax put a hand up to keep us quiet as we re-entered Sarah and Tim's cabin. "Dax, thank goodness. We just saw Claren outside with a woman. Are you guys safe? We were just about to come in to check things out." Aiden's voice crackled through the walkie in Dax's hand. "We're safe, all clear here. But there's no one here worth keeping surveillance on. We're told there's another camp across the lake. We're going there now." "All right, hang tight and we'll be right there." "Wait," Dax said firmly. "I don't think they'll like it if they know we had more men watching from the woods." Tim rolled his eyes, and Sarah bit her lip to keep from laughing out loud. "And there's no room for you in the boat. Stay where you are, and I'll reach out again once we get to the other side." "Maybe you should come back, and we'll drive over there together." "No time. We won't be able to find it without help anyway. I'll let you know when we get there." After a long pause, it was Ryder's voice we heard instead of Aiden's. "Copy that. We'll move closer to the shore. Let us know if you need backup." Dax grinned. "Will do," he said before turning the device off with a click. Then he looked up at me. "Let's go see Frank." Sarah gave me another hug goodbye before Tim led us down a short trail behind the cabin. An old motorboat was tied down to a sturdy wooden dock in the water. I paused before stepping on with the guys. "Are you sure this thing can hold all of us?" "Positive," Tim said as he unwrapped a rope from a post on the deck. "And it's safe?" I'd never been on a boat, and the water was frigid. We wouldn't make it back to the shore without freezing to death if that thing flipped. Dax groaned. He said it's fine. Now let's go before your bodyguards try to stop us. I glanced over to see what Emilio thought. He shrugged and gestured for me to go first. I reluctantly climbed on, and just a few moments later the motor rumbled loudly to life, and we glided across the lake toward the opposite shore. Strands of hair whipped my face, and icy water stung as it sprayed up around me, but zipping over the waves and the vastness outside of the city made me feel wild and free. After a short, bumpy ride over the water, Tim slowed the boat and expertly cruised into a hidden cove where another wooden dock sat waiting for us. He killed the engine and looked over his shoulder at us. "Did you like the ride?" Emilio's teeth were chattering too much for him to speak clearly, so he quickly muttered something about it being fine and jumped out of the boat as soon as it was safe. Dax followed behind him without much interest either way, but I hung back to talk to Tim. "I kind of loved it," I admitted. "It looks fun to drive, too." "Oh, it definitely is," Tim grinned. "It's even better in the summertime." "I hope I can discover that for myself soon. I can't believe you even have boats like this. Where did you get the fuel?" Tim's smile quickly vanished. "It doesn't matter. We have our ways." And with that, he hopped off of the boat behind Dax, leaving me to bring up the rear. The bank on this side of the lake was steep, and my numb toes from the cold ride over weren't helping me keep up with the others very well. I slowly climbed the hill behind them, taking time to appreciate my views on the way. There weren't many leaves on the trees at this time of year, but evergreen foliage dotted the forest between large branches of tall oaks. I imagined it would be beautiful in the spring. The others continued to climb forward, not noticing or not caring that I was lagging behind. So when I first heard some scratching off to my right, there wasn't anyone else around to investigate it with me. I scanned the forest floor, looking for the cause of the noise, and gasped when I saw a small group of chickens huddled together in some overgrown brush. "Dax, come look! I found some chickens!" Dax paused long enough to motion for me to keep moving. "There are probably more at the camp if we ever get there. Keep up." What a grouch. Maybe I was still riding on the high of seeing Sarah and Elizabeth, but I thought it was important to pause and appreciate the little things. Boats and chickens and freedom to create art like Elizabeth was doing, these were bright spots in difficult times. I plodded along after him until we finally reached the top of the hill and stepped into another clearing. This camp was different from Tim and Sarah's. It was bustling with life. 2 young boys kicked a ball back and forth on an open grassy area near some men burning a large fire. A little sister toddled behind them, while 2 women sat talking on a fallen log as they watched the children play. Across the way stood an old 2-story building with a faded sign that read Riverside Lodge, and 3 strange-looking vehicles without doors or roofs sat on packed dirt near the building. Based on the size of the lodge and the well-worn paths that surrounded it, I guess this camp was home to many more people than Tim and Sarah's. I was still taking it all in when a ball bounced off my ankle. I turned in time to see the 2 boys staring from about 10 feet away. Their large, round eyes were more curious than fearful, but they knew better than to get too close to strangers. The little girl, however, didn't think twice about toddling right over to me with squeals of glee and 2 chubby outstretched arms. I squatted down to hand her the ball, but she toppled over on her backside before she made it to me. Her bottom lip quivered as she looked at me with glistening eyes, so I quickly met her on the grass and helped her back to her feet. "Are you okay, sweetheart?" She remained still, looking like her tiny lips would release a howl at any moment, so I quickly rolled the ball right in front of her little feet and pointed from it to the boys. "Do you want to kick the ball back to the boys?" She gave a nod, and her pout pulled up into a smile again. "Okay, here we go in 1, 2, And she kicked the ball before I ever got to 3, immediately chasing after it again. Yay! I clapped for her as she toddled away with the speed of a tortoise. You're quite the coach. I jumped to my feet and spun around to find the source of the deep voice I'd heard so many times in my dreams. It couldn't be, but if it was... Rafe! He laughed as I basically assaulted him, throwing my arms around his neck in a tight embrace. He caught me in his strong arms and spun me around once, the warmth of his body seeping into mine. I'm so glad it's you, I said, pulling myself back to take in his chiseled jaw and scruffy chin. I was so worried when I couldn't find you back home. I'm sorry. If there was a way for me to let you know, I would have. It all happened so fast. I wasn't planning on leaving the city so soon. Well, you're here now, and so am I said, pulling him close for one more hug. I wouldn't have it any other way. He rested his chin on the top of my head, and we stayed that way for just a short amount of time. I wouldn't have pulled away at all if it hadn't have been for Dax's stupid voice ruining everything again. Knock it off, you two. We need to find Frank. He looked at Rafe. Is he inside? Probably. He was in there about an hour ago. Dax nodded and turned back to Tim and Emilio. We're going up to the lodge. Rafe laced our fingers together, and we slowly followed along behind the others. A cold breeze ruffled the barren branches surrounding the clearing, but I couldn't be cold this close to him. Rafe was the man who helped me discover my strength. He taught me how to survive, and he taught me how to love. He showed me how to trust in myself and put it all together when I felt broken. I looked up at his dark eyes, his profile blurring from the tears revealing my concern from the last 24 hours. He gave my hand a squeeze. What's wrong, Claire? I shook my head and looked up to the sky, willing the cold air to dry my tears. I thought I lost you. I swallowed, twice, choking down the lump in my throat. There was a body in the pond, a tall young man. They couldn't ID him, and Lena said you were missing. I thought... Rafe stopped and pulled me back into his chest, my tears finally setting themselves free to soak the canvas of his jacket as he ran a hand through my hair. It's okay, he said. I hate that you were afraid. I'm so sorry. Why didn't you tell anyone you were leaving? It was last minute. I didn't leave for me. I had to get someone else out of the city. There wasn't time to notify anyone, but I knew I'd see you again soon, and I won't leave you like that again, I promise. I nodded against his chest, breathing in his cool scent. Finally, I lifted my cheek so we could continue up the trail to the lodge. He kissed my forehead and gently took my hand again as we walked. I've thought about you every day since I last saw you, he said. My shoulders tensed at the memory of that day. I almost lost everything in the courthouse after Justice Hines shot Cato. It was Rafe who kept me grounded. He gave me the calmness and clear thinking I needed to keep going. None of this would have been possible without him. Me too, I said. You were so brave that day. You made such an impact on the people watching. I don't think you even understand what a difference it made. I furrowed my brows in confusion. When I congratulated Justice Hines on murdering my brother, surely that's not what you're referring to. That's not how we saw it, he said firmly. The Embers know what kind of sacrifice it took for you to say that. They know it was the hardest thing you've ever done, and they know you did it for them, for us, so that we might have a chance at freedom. We need you working in the center, Claren, more than you know, and you did exactly what had to be done to keep the ruse going. Maybe, but at what cost? Cato was killed that day. He gave his life so that others could be free. We miss him terribly every day. But please do not blame yourself for his death. Everything happened the way it needed to. I stopped dead in my tracks again. Cato was supposed to die? Rafe tensed as well, mirroring my own emotions. No, Claren, of course not. But given the circumstances, you did everything right. I just don't want you to carry the weight of that guilt forever. I know you, and I know you need to set yourself free. If Cato could have chosen a way to die, I guarantee it would have been for the cause. I hesitated, studying his face. He was telling the truth, but it was a hard truth to accept. You're right, I said finally. I just wish it didn't have to be this way. Rafe gave a sad smile and pulled my hand forward toward the entrance of the lodge. Inside, an open lobby was warmed by a large stone fireplace. An open dining area sat beyond the entrance, clean but currently vacant. A hallway stretched out on either side of us, lined with doors that probably led to individual rooms. "Where can we find him?" Dax asked Rafe. "Follow me." Rafe stepped into the lead and took us around the fireplace down a short hall beyond the dining area. The halls were illuminated by dated light fixtures. "How are you getting electricity out here?" Suddenly, I was aware of how many impossibilities I'd witnessed in the last hour. There were boats and other vehicles, cabins with sinks and plumbing, electricity, and entire camps that were somehow going undetected by our leadership. "You ask too many questions," Tim said, shooting me a look of irritation from the sides of his eyes. Rafe gave me a half grin. "We'd better let Frank handle the questions." We reached a door with a plaque outside that read, "Conference Room 1." Inside was a table covered in papers, and behind it sat a handsome but rugged man with salt and pepper hair and creases framing the eyes that studied those papers with intensity. "Frank." My voice quivered, but to my relief he looked up with a smile. "Claren, my dear, I wondered when we could expect you." He stood and greeted me with a hug. It was then that I realized how right Rafe was. I had been carrying a ton of grief and guilt wrapped around a boulder on my shoulders ever since I left the courthouse a few weeks ago. Frank's acceptance of me, his willingness to welcome me into his camp after I'd almost gotten him killed, was the permission I needed to finally set the rock down and free myself from its weight. "I need your help," I told him. "And I need yours. Sit down. Let's talk." Chapter 12. We pulled chairs up around the table as Frank tidied up the papers he had been studying. I didn't want to say too much with everyone around, but it didn't look like I was going to get any time alone with him. So discreetly as I could, I pulled Frank off to the side before we all sat down. "Before we get started, I have to tell you how sorry I am." My heart ached at the memory of my betrayal. Dragging Emmeline out to capture Frank was one of the worst things I'd ever done. I'd been blinded by a false need to save my brother, and it wound up getting him killed. Thank goodness it didn't get Frank killed as well. He placed a strong hand on my shoulder. There was no grudge, no bitterness. In fact, the overwhelming forgiveness that radiated from him was almost crippling. I didn't deserve it. I looked away, unworthy of the man's grace. "Claren, we suspected a night like that was going to happen. In a way, we needed it to happen. The government will twist the news to fit their narrative every day, but the people are finally starting to wake up to the truth. Seeing us on television and watching that woman take a man's life has brought many people outside to join us since then." We walked back to the table as Frank continued. "And I have to commend you on playing your part so well. Leaders on the inside believe in your allegiance to the state. Publicly denouncing Cato's actions is as strong a statement as you could have ever made. But those of us who know your true allegiance, we are even more impressed. It's going to take a lot of strength to change things from the inside, and you, my girl, have more strength than most men twice your age." Dax scoffed, drawing Frank's attention to him. "Do you disagree?" He gestured to Rafe. "I have no doubt that Claren is on our side." Rafe nodded and turned back to Dax. But you've been with her for the last week. Have you seen anything that should lead me to believe otherwise?" The mood of the room suddenly shifted, and we all waited uncomfortably for Dax's response. Dax looked annoyed, unintimidated by Frank. "I'm sure she wants to be on our side, but that's what we all thought before she had you arrested, too." He looked bitterly in my direction. "I just think you're giving her a little too much credit, that's all. And while we're on the topic, I think you might be giving Felix a little too much control as well. He seems awfully content bossing me around while still holding secret phone calls with his daddy." Rafe's jaw tightened, and Emilio looked as though he wanted to melt into his chair. But Frank remained emotionless. "Thank you for your feedback, Dax. Felix is not your concern, nor mine for that matter. And as for Claren..." He finally sat down with us at the table. "I can't give her enough credit for what she's had to bear. There's more to the story than you know, Dax, and I suspect the facts will continue to reveal themselves in due time. Now, let's talk about the next steps. I understand you're supposed to be tracking us?" "That's right," I nodded grimly. I wasn't quite ready to move on yet. I wanted to find out more about what he meant by a bigger story revealing itself. It felt cryptic, like I was barely scraping the surface when it came to my knowledge of the outside, and I supposed that was true. Frank was as genuine a person as I'd ever encountered. You could feel it. Even those who were not empaths trusted him wholeheartedly, and yet Cato's words in his letter kept ringing in my ear. Trust no one. Did that mean Frank? He obviously wasn't telling me everything. Regardless, Frank was all I had. He was my best hope at getting this mess figured out. "I have these devices that I'm supposed to place in your camps to allow the leadership to listen in, but it's not just words they can hear. It sounds crazy, but they'll be able to hear what you're thinking. No code words or silent plans will get past them, and I don't know what to do. If I don't place them somewhere, they'll lose their trust in me and send someone else out to do the job. I'm not sure how we can get around it." Frank nodded. "I may have an idea, but I need to talk to Dave. Do you need to place them today, or do you think you can get an extra day or two for us to figure this out?" I looked at Dax and Emilio. Dax avoided eye contact, but Emilio bit his lip, thinking the situation through. "I think we can get another day," Emilio said. "But there's another problem. The amplifiers were built with tracking devices in place. Even when they're not turned on, they're trackable via GPS, which means the interpreters back at the headquarters are able to see where we are with the devices, even right now." I cringed at the thought of Georgia Hines watching my every move on some screen in the center. He swiped a hand through his hair. "So we don't have to place them today, but it will look awfully suspicious if we return to the same location tomorrow." "And the rest of your team?" Frank leaned forward on his forearms. "Are they trustworthy? We could send some guys out to intercept you on the main road and bring you to a different camp tomorrow." "No," Dax said. "Absolutely not. I hate that they saw the first camp across the lake at all." "I have an idea," I said, unzipping my backpack. Emilio's eyes widened as I pulled out my stun gun. "I can leave this behind." "Why would you do that?" Dax asked. "I can say I had it ready because I felt threatened, but I hid it when I realized they weren't going to hurt me. Then I just forgot to retrieve it after we scoped out the camp." I looked at Dax. "That sounds plausible for a dumb girl like me, doesn't it, Dax? Forgetting my gun? Anyway, I'll need to come back and get it tomorrow." Dax rolled his eyes and Rafe suppressed a grin. "They'll never let you come back for it," Emilio said. "They'll just give you a new one. There's probably another one in the van even." "But if the outsiders were to find a stun gun I left, they might feel threatened and question my motives. That would prevent me from being able to locate the rebel leaders at the other camps. I'll tell Aiden I have to come back and get it before the outsiders find it, or else we won't be able to peacefully continue the mission." Frank nodded. "It might work. I just wish you had a more trustworthy team to begin with." I looked pointedly at Dax. "I do too." My brain was flooded with questions as we made our way back to the first camp across the lake. I wish we'd had more time. There was so much I wanted to ask Frank about. I wanted the rest of the story now, not in due time. But we had to get going if we were going to convince the others that these camps weren't worth the equipment. I waved goodbye to Tim and stepped back into the brush with Dax and Emilio. It didn't take 3 minutes for Aiden to jump out of a tree on the path before us. Ryder somehow appeared silently behind him. "It's about time," Aiden said angrily. "You were supposed to radio us when you got there." "Sorry, man, I totally forgot. We got busy trying to check the place out." Dax plowed ahead back to the van. "Well, did you find anything?" Aiden asked. "No," I said. "It was a little creepy at first. There were some men with a big bonfire." "Yeah, we saw the smoke all the way from over here." "But they're basically just a bunch of workers. No leaders yet." I shrugged. "So you didn't leave an amplifier?" "No, not here. But I think we're close. They kept talking about Frank, the same guy I helped Emmeline locate before. I'm sure he's camped out somewhere near here." Ryder studied me as I spoke, and again, I had no idea what was going through his mind. His stare made me uneasy. "Well, let's grab some lunch at the van and keep looking," Aiden said. "I'm starving." We didn't locate any other camps that afternoon, but the van pulled in front of Felix's house the next morning, prepared for another day of searching. "I thought we could head out east today," Aiden said as we pulled away from the curb. "There's an old highway that goes east from the pond where the body was found in Morton. Maybe it will lead us to the aggressive group. We know they're not all going to be as welcoming as the people you came across yesterday, Claren." "Right. About those aggressive groups." I glanced at Dax for some encouragement, but he was turned toward the opposite window. Jerk. "I've actually got some bad news. When we got back to the house last night, I realized I left my stun gun at the last camp yesterday." "That's all right," Aiden called out over his shoulder. "We've got a couple more in the back. Hey, Dax, grab Claren another gun from that box under your feet, will ya?" "I don't think it's a good idea to leave my other one at the camp." Ryder fixed his eyes on me, making me feel very self-conscious as I spoke. He was analyzing every word I said. I had to make this believable. "I got in yesterday on my brother's name. They really think I'm on their side. If they find that gun, I'll shatter any trust they might have in me." Ryder's eyes narrowed, but he didn't speak. "I need to sneak back in and get it," I said too quietly. Why couldn't I be a little more confident? I should have been focusing on Aiden, channeling his arrogance. Instead, I foolishly let Ryder's judgment get to me. To my relief, it was convincing enough for Aiden anyway. "Good thinking. I kind of want to see that other camp anyway. We'll head south first, then move east." Aiden and Emilio made small talk up front, while the back of the van remained awkwardly quiet. Dax kept his eyes on the window, and I didn't dare look over at Ryder. His silence was infuriating. I'd never known anyone who could make me feel so unsure of myself without ever saying a single word. "There's a back road up here that leads around to the other side of the lake," Dax finally spoke, shouting from the back up to Aiden in the driver's seat. "Turn up there past the gate." Dax began collecting his things as we moved over the bumpy back road. "I'll hop out with Claren just to keep her safe if anything happens. You should keep moving, though, in case they've got some men watching the roads. We don't want them to think we've got guys waiting to attack. We'll call you on the walkie when we get back up to the road, and you can swing by to pick us up." Aiden groaned. "Ugh, you're probably right, but I'm going to the next camp." "You want me to come again, too?" Emilio asked. "No, we'll be quick," I said, "and we won't be using any tech. You can stay here. We'll be back soon." Near a side road on the right, a dirty sign read, "Riverside Lodge, half mile." "You can let us out here," Dak said. "Keep your radios on. I'll let you know when we're finished." We hopped out of the van, and as soon as we were out of view behind the trees, I took off into a jog. "Why are you running?" Dax asked. "Because I've got to see what Frank figured out, and I've got to do it quickly so Aiden doesn't come chasing after us. We need to keep this believable." Dax picked up the pace behind me, and we reached the camp in short time. Rafe met us halfway down the sidewalk leading up to the lodge. "You made it." He scanned the forest line before leading us inside. "Are you alone?" "Yep, it's just us. But we don't have much time, and they know how to get here, so we've got to be quick, or we'll have visitors soon." Rafe nodded and quickened his steps. "Frank's already in the conference room, waiting for you." Chapter 13. Frank stood to greet us as we joined him at the table inside. "Your plan worked. Congrats." He flashed me a smile. "It did, but we don't have much time. Were you able to talk to Dave? Did you guys come up with a plan for the amplifiers?"
"Almost."
Frank sighed as he took his seat. "There have been reports from some of the other camps about attacks from people outside who aren't interested in creating a new civil society. They like their freedom, all right, but they don't want to play by any rules." "The exiled," I said, remembering what Sarah had mentioned the day before.
"That's right. Some of the criminals exiled from the cities really are bad people, kicked out of society for a reason. But the leadership was wrong when they thought it would be a death sentence. The strongest of the exiled have found a way to survive, and many of them have ganged up together, roving over the land and looting our camps. We haven't seen them for years, but based on word received from other camps, they're back."
I remembered the missing people who were unaccounted for in Morton and other boroughs, and gasped. "They steal, but are they violent too? Do they hurt people?"
"They're more interested in what we can provide for them, but I'm certain they wouldn't hesitate to hurt anyone who got in their way."
We sat quietly for a moment, allowing the gravity of that to set in. I knew we were all thinking the same thing. These people were dangerous. "So how does that help our situation? If anything, it sounds like they will only make this more difficult than we anticipated."
"They could," Frank said, furrowing his brows. "But if we can locate them, we might be able to solve 3 problems at once."
I leaned forward in my seat. "Go on."
"Well, the exiled make life difficult for us, and if they're harming people within the cities now, too, it sounds like we might have a common goal with the leadership there. We need to get rid of these criminals. If you can find a way to place the amplifiers within their camps, we get the exiled off our backs, you get to prove your value to the leadership, and the leadership will get the satisfaction of fighting back against the people who are really doing the damage. And as an added bonus, we may be able to go a little longer without confrontation on our end. We really don't want to fight the leadership. We'd much rather them see the truth peacefully."
"It sounds great in theory, but how am I supposed to get these amplifiers into the exiled camps if they don't really even have camps? They're always moving, right?"
"Right, which complicates things. But I don't think it's impossible."
Dax nodded.
"It just means you have to get close enough to place the devices in their equipment, maybe on a weapon or with their leader's tent. It will have to be with the things they use at every camp, things they take with them, but still hidden enough that they won't find it."
I closed my eyes. This wasn't going to be easy at all.
Rafe put his hand on mine. "I can help. Just let me know what to do." "I'm not sure that you can," Frank said. "We need you here, and Claren's guards won't be thrilled to have you tagging along with them anyway. And with the trackers they've got on the devices, it wouldn't be wise to leave one here with you."
Rafe looked defeated.
"Well, when we find the exiled, when we locate their camps, you come find me. I'm not letting you go in there alone."
His deep brown eyes glistened with concern. "I will." My voice was almost a whisper. But I swallowed my fear and turned back to Frank, resolved to make this work. "So, how do we find them?" "You don't. They find you." Dax and I walked back outside with a little less energy than we'd entered with. Would we be able to locate the exiled before Aiden and the leadership back home grew suspicious? It wasn't likely, but we had to try. Frank gave us a hand-drawn map with directions to the other local Ember camps. We had to keep up the ruse that we were looking for the rebel leader, and it was true, even if it wasn't the leader Emmeline suspected. We would tell our leadership the truth, that the rebels roamed the outside, their leader never staying at one camp for too long, and we'd have to keep looking until we found him. Frank included some abandoned campsites on the map as well. We could explore them with Aiden and Ryder to buy us more time with the leadership, but I knew the exiled wouldn't be hanging around the empty sites. We wouldn't find them unless we were visiting the most populated, productive camps of the Embers. Those are the camps they would attack. They had the most to offer, and those were the camps I was least excited about leading Aiden and Ryder into. The less information about the Embers they could bring back to the leadership, the better. Dax clicked on his walkie and let Aiden know we were heading back to the road. They were about 15 minutes away, so we weren't in too big of a rush to get up there. I considered going back in to hang out with Ray for a few more minutes, but he and Frank were already getting to work on something else when Dax and I left. In the grass just off of what remained of the sidewalk, one of the boys from the day before was crying to his mother. I slowed just enough to see if he was hurt, but there wasn't anything physically wrong. His mother was upset as well, but she tried to keep a brave face for her son. "What if the exiled got them, Mama? What if we never see them again?" The boy's face was red, his nose blotchy, and his breath visible in the cold air with every sob. I stopped on the sidewalk, ignoring Dax's tug on my jacket. "Come on," he whispered. "Wait." I had to hear more about the exiled, even if it was just through the eyes of a child. The boy's mother squatted down low and wiped a tear from his cheek. "The exiled haven't been around here in ages. The chickens are fine, I'm sure of it. We'll find them." "But Christian said he heard his dad talking about them. They're back, and I bet they took our chickens." She pulled her son into a warm embrace, the way only a mother could. A sharp pain shot through me as I watched the scene unfold. I shouldn't have been jealous of this small boy, but even at 18 years old, I missed my own mom. I could especially use a hug from her now. She wasn't around to console me anymore. She couldn't help me with my problems, but maybe I could help this boy and his mom with theirs. "Hi," I said, walking over to them. Dax groaned impatiently behind me, but he could wait. "Did you say you lost some chickens?" The boy nodded, and his mother stood, moving him instinctively behind her as I approached. "Are they brown and white? About 4 or 5 of them?" The mother eyed me suspiciously. "Have you seen them?" she asked. "I think so." I turned wide-eyed back to Dax. "Remember the chickens from yesterday? I think they belong to these people. They're lost. Will you help me find the trail we took up from the lake yesterday?" "We don't have time, Claren. We've got to get back to the van." "We'll be quick, I promise." Dax sighed and began walking back toward the lake. The boy's eyes were round with hope as he and his mother stepped in line behind us. "It's gotta be them! I'm sure of it!" the boy said. He was practically skipping with excitement. His mother didn't look as thrilled to be in our company, but she would need us to help her carry the chickens back. I just hoped we would still be able to find them. The ground began to slope down as we got closer to the water. "You can wait here if you want," Dax said to the woman. "We'll go see if they're still there. No need for us all to hike up and down the hill." She nodded. "We'll walk along the trees up here to see if we can find them up this way." "Good idea. We'll be right back." Dax and I began our descent down the same steep path we'd taken the day before. I remembered seeing the chickens on our way into the camp, but I was too distracted to look for them again as we were leaving. And now the landscape was running together too much for me to be certain of where exactly they huddled. It all looked the same.
"I don't see them," Dax said with a shrug. "We tried, but now we've got to get back."
"Hang on, they can't be too far." I took a step off the path near the area where I thought I saw them before.
"We really don't have time for this."
"I just need another minute," I insisted. I moved deeper into the trees, but Dax didn't follow. I was on my own. I took a few steps, then listened. Silence. So I took a few more. They couldn't be too much further. It was foolish for me to be so focused on these chickens, but I think I needed to prove to myself that I was capable of doing something good, anything good, because honestly, the other task that laid ahead of me seemed impossible. The sunlight was more filtered as the canopy overhead grew denser. How the trees were able to grow so strong on this rocky cliff was beyond me. But if they could stand here, so could I. I ignored my boots, slipping, and grabbed a nearby branch to steady myself. I would go just a little farther before I gave up. Just as I was about to call it good, I heard some movement up ahead, but as quickly as I heard it, it was gone. A large boulder was blocking my path to the sound, so I grabbed a low-hanging branch and pulled myself up and over the rock. It was sturdy, covered in moss from years of sitting in the same spot. But its smooth surface didn't provide much of a foothold for me, and I found myself slipping again, only this time there weren't any convenient branches to grab. I squatted low and grabbed a hold of any crevice my fingers could weasel their way into, but it was no good. I was lying belly down on the rock now, hugging it with my whole body, and still slipping down, 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 until I dropped the final 3 feet or so over the edge and landed with a hard thunk on the forest floor below. I might have rolled all the way down the steep hill if it weren't for the trees blocking my way. I rolled over to pull myself up by the tree I'd bumped up against, and realized with horror that it wasn't a trunk I'd hit, but a strong pair of legs.
"Graceful,"
Ryder said with a smirk. I quickly stood and brushed the dirt off my pants, frantically searching for Aiden and Emilio, but it was just Ryder hiding in the woods. How did he get down here so quickly?
"Did you find your gun?"
"I did, yeah. I guess we can head back now." My voice was shaky as I tried to find a clear path up the bank that wouldn't take us directly through the camp.
"This is a strange place to hide it," he said with a knowing look.
I turned to find him standing motionless, with his arms crossed in front of his chest. He didn't have to say more. I knew we weren't going anywhere until I explained what I was doing. "I actually found it up at the camp." My cheeks flushed. He was too observant, and I was too poor of a liar to make anything up on the spot. How was I going to work my way out of this?
"So why are you down here then? And why did you leave Dax? Trying to bail on us?"
Scratch, scratch. Shh. I put my finger up to my lips, and Ryder cocked his head to the side.
"What are you doing?"
he asked, as I squatted low and peeked around the edge of the boulder. "Chickens!" Ryder followed me around to the other side of the rock.
"Chickens?"
The birds were huddled together under an evergreen a few yards beyond the boulder. They must have gathered under the branches to keep warm. "Yeah, can you help me get them up the hill?" His face wrinkled in confusion.
"What is going on here?"
I stood to face him. I didn't know how this was all going to end, but I was in too deep to go back now. "There's a little boy up there who lost his chickens. He thought some really bad guys came in and took them, but they didn't. The chickens are alive and well. So will you please help me get them back up there so we can make that little boy's day?" Ryder looked uncertain, but who could say no to a little kid?
"How are you going to get them up there?"
I looked back at the birds. "I don't know. There are only 4 of them. Maybe we can both carry one under each arm." Ryder frowned, but shockingly, he nodded and stepped toward the tree. The only problem was the chickens didn't want to be carried. They didn't want us to touch them at all. As soon as we got close, there was a flutter of activity with fluffy little feathers flying everywhere. "You go left," he said,
and I'll go around the right side of the tree. We'll trap them in the back." We quickly learned you can't trap a chicken. We must have looked like fools chasing after the squawking creatures. They were much faster than they looked, and they were way better at scaling the hill than Ryder and I were. I stopped after a few minutes, panting several yards further up the hill from where we started, and I heard him chuckle behind me. Ryder looked like a completely different person when he smiled. He was actually quite striking when he showed a little personality. "What's so funny?" He raised his arms to the side, shaking his head. "All of this. What are we doing out here?" "We're trying to get the chickens home." "No, I mean this game we're playing where you pretend you're working for Emmeline, where I pretend I'm protecting you from a group of people who clearly feel like you're a part of them. What is really going on, Claren?" Whoops. I'm not sure how to respond to that. Was this another trap? Was Ryder trying to pull a confession out of me so he could turn me over to Justice Hines? Or was he actually curious? Could it be possible that he might not be so bad? "You could try the truth." We froze there in a stare-down. Where was Dax when I needed him? "I'll tell the truth if you do," I said finally. I knew I was pushing the boundaries, but I also knew Ryder wasn't hostile. He was curious, sure, but he wasn't angry. I didn't feel any reason to fear for my life, not unless he reported me back to the leadership anyway. "Unlike you, I have nothing to hide," he said. "Okay." I was going straight for the jugular then. "What's the deal between you and Felix?" He tried to look apathetic, but I felt it. There was a definite shift in his mood. "There's no deal between us." "Uh-huh. Well, I'll answer just as honestly. There's no deal between me and the outsiders either." Ryder rolled his eyes. "I don't need this. I knew something was going on. You don't have to lay it all out for me here and now, but I'll find out. I always do." He huffed up ahead of me, chasing the chickens all the way to a very excited boy at the top of the hill. His mother looked equal parts terrified and ferocious, ready to attack him if he dared harm her son. Dax finally emerged from the other side of the trail and stepped in before Mama Bear could do any harm. "Ryder, hey!" he said with a nervous chuckle. He looked in my direction, his eyes screaming with panic. I gave a shrug and kept right on walking. Dax wasn't developing a very good track record for being there when I needed him. "Thank you for bringing my chickens back!" the little boy hollered at my back as I walked away. I turned to say, "You're welcome," and scurried off after Ryder. Dax ran up to join us as well, and together we sped ahead to the road. "Where did you come from?" Dax asked. He was still clearly terrified of what Ryder may or may not have discovered. "I've been here the entire time," he said, keeping his eyes fixed on the path ahead. Someone has to actually keep an eye on Claren. Chapter 14. I don't think I breathed properly for the rest of the day. Aiden and Amelia were waiting for us by the road when we emerged from the trees, and I expected Ryder to blast my involvement with the outsiders as soon as the door slid open, but he didn't. Dax showed them the map Frank gave us, giving me big kudos for convincing him to hand us such a thing, and I just knew Ryder was going to expose me. But again, he didn't. I waited all afternoon, watching him and tensing any time he had an opening, but he never came out with the truth about me. Ryder stayed quiet. He was as cool and collected as he'd ever been. I, on the other hand, was a wreck. Of course, I couldn't get a read on how he was feeling after our interaction, and it drove me nuts. Who was this guy? And if he knew the situation wasn't as it appeared, why was he here? What did he stand to gain? Dax was no help either. He was just as on edge as I was. Luckily for us, Aiden was too lacking in social intelligence to pick up on any of it. He was being driven by his excitement over exploring an outside camp. We decided to lead them to one of the sites we knew was abandoned that afternoon. Aiden had been so gung-ho about getting to go with me that Dax and I thought a detour for that afternoon would be best.
We let him escort me in, get some adventure out of his system, and put him back in the driver's seat before we went to any other real camps the next day. There was nothing to find, but Aidan was developing plenty of theories about the roving rebel leader that got more ludicrous as the day went on. Spending the afternoon at an empty camp also gave us some time to think about starting our real search for the exiled Friday morning. We knew the criminals were likely to attack the biggest Ember camps first, because they had the most supplies for the exiled to gain. And Aidan was right about one thing. Most of the bigger camps were a little further to the east of Claren City, but I hated the thought of exposing them to Aidan, and especially Ryder. Unfortunately, there wasn't any other choice. Dax pulled out the map Friday morning and directed Aidan to a point in the rolling hills east of Claren City. It was an old summer camp that sat beside the same river that flowed into the lake south of the city where Frank and Rafe were staying. The terrain on this side of the city was beautiful, and I was entranced watching it pass me by through the windows as we drove. But over every hill I found myself waiting for the other shoe to drop. Would we find a group of exiled, waiting to ambush our van? Would this be the end of our road?
"All right, guys, it's showtime."
Aidan rubbed his hands together with a giant grin as he pulled to a stop at the end of a dirt road that led into the camp.
"Dax and Ryder can take the lead with Claren, and me and Emilio will bring up the rear."
"Who's going to stay with the van?" I should have guessed that giving Aidan a taste of exploring the camps the day before would only make it harder to keep him out of the way.
"Why would we need someone to stay here?"
Aidan looked at me like I was as dense as a brick. "In case we need a quick getaway. This looks like it will be a big site. If we get outnumbered or if they're not as welcoming to me as the others, we'll need you ready to sweep in and speed us out of here. I've never met any of these people. They didn't know my brother, so I don't know what to expect." He considered that for a moment.
"Well, maybe Emilio can stay. You know how to work equipment, right? You could drive us out."
Emilio shook his head.
"Understanding mechanics and having the experience necessary to drive are two very different things. They never taught me to drive. I never needed to know how." "You gotta be kidding. Do any of you know how to drive?"
Aidan looked desperately at Dax and Ryder, who both shook their heads. I had to suppress a smirk. Even Aidan, Dimitri's golden boy, was getting frustrated by some of the new American laws.
"Fine," he grumbled. "But Ryder's going with you guys, and Emilio can stay here with me." "That's fine," Emilio said. "I brought a little project with me today that I need to work on anyway."
He gestured to a box in the back seat next to Dax.
"I guess it's just the three of us then."
Ryder flashed a snarky smile at Dax and me, and I wanted to bury my face. What had I gotten us into? We hopped out of the van and began walking down the packed dirt road, avoiding potholes as we went. The sky was overcast, and a thin mist hung in the sky, matching my mood perfectly. Dax kept glancing anxiously in my direction, but I wouldn't engage with his nerves right now. I had to focus on staying calm for myself.
Ryder finally spoke as we neared the camp. "Do you want me to hang back and watch from the perimeter again, or are we ready to acknowledge that you're friendly with these people, so I can come in and help?"
Dax gaped at him, unable to believe what he'd just heard. "Come in, I guess, but you definitely need to hide that gun better. I wasn't lying when I said I don't know these people. We don't want them to think we're coming to attack." Ryder shifted a pistol from his hip to his back, tucking it under his shirt.
"You may not know them, but they definitely know you."
I looked up to find a middle-aged woman a few yards ahead, pointing in my direction as she called over to a man over her shoulder. "She's here!" The man jogged forward and met us at the camp entrance. Unlike the others, set in the woods, this camp had an actual fence surrounding it, complete with a rusted gate marking the entrance.
"Claren, hi, I'm Mitchell, and this is my wife, Kathy. Frank told us you'd probably be coming by this week."
The man extended an arm to shake my hand. "You know Frank?" I asked. Of course he knew Frank. Everyone knew Frank.
"We do."
Mitchell looked warily at Ryder.
"And we know about your mission, too. Word travels fast out here. Come on in, but excuse the mess. We're dealing with a bit of a crisis right now." His frown deepened. "The exiled hit us last night." "Is anyone hurt?" My heart pounded against my chest. I knew we'd hear more about them, but I wasn't expecting to come across the exiled so soon. "None of our people were hurt, but our animals are a different story." "Tell me everything you know." We followed Mitchell and Kathy inside, and this camp definitely had a different feel to it than the others. People were everywhere, carrying tools and supplies, cleaning up the mess left behind. I had no idea there were settlements this large in the outside. Seeing so many people living and working together brought a tiny thrill of hope inside me. "They came in through the south side of our property sometime in the night. We've got over 100 acres out here that we farm and raise livestock on, so it's impossible to keep an eye on everything at once. A couple heads of cattle are missing, but what's worse is how many they left dead in the field. I can turn a blind eye to a man who needs to steal to feed his family, but I can't forgive the kind of evil that kills innocent creatures for fun, leaving them to rot, and destroying the food that I need to feed my family." A deep shade of red was creeping its way up Mitchell's neck as he spoke, and Kathy came to rest a hand on his chest to calm him down. This man was livid, and he had every right to be. "They also looted our supplies," Kathy added. "We have a large mess hall where we can all gather for meals together. There's an old commercial kitchen, and we store canned goods and grains in there. They took or destroyed about half of it." A tear rolled down her cheek. "And it's not just our camp that's affected by this. We supply food for many of the other local camps as well. This is a major attack that we will all feel the effects of for some time." "I'm so sorry. How can we help?" "Just get them. Stop them before they can do this to anyone else." I nodded. "Of course. Do you have any idea where they went or where they're camping right now?" Mitchell shook his head. "No, we haven't gotten that far yet. We had to get to work saving what we could from the damage." I glanced back at Dax and Ryder, who shared the same grim expression. "Well, we've got 6 extra hands here to help. Let's get this mess cleaned up and then we can work out a plan." "You really don't have to do that," Kathy said. "We want to." Ryder startled me, but there was no doubting his sincerity. Even Mitchell nodded. "Thank you. We don't have to get it all now, but if we can at least get the big stuff out of the way, I'll feel better. Seeing the place in shambles like this has everyone's spirits down." So we set off to work, sweeping up broken glass jars and spilled flour on the ground. Dax and Ryder accompanied Mitchell and some of the other men out into the fields to take care of dead or injured animals. All the people joined together as a team, working together for the real greater good of everyone, no one looking for a paycheck or a promotion. I'd never seen so much unity, and the hope inside me grew again. This was what life could be like if we only got out of our own way. Of course, freedom didn't come without its own struggles, but this was something worth fighting for. Dax radioed in to Aiden every hour so to let him know we were still looking for the leader. We couldn't tell him about the exiled or the damage, but he understood this was a large camp with many people, and thankfully he didn't push back too much when Dax explained we had more work to do before we left. Finally, after a few hours of work, we all met back up in the mess hall with Kathy and Mitchell for a quick bite to eat. Kathy served us a big pot of chicken noodle soup with freshly baked bread. It was simple, but it was delicious. "I'm just amazed at everything you've been able to do here." I took a bite of my soup and motioned toward the facilities around us. "I mean, this is like a small town of your own. How did you build it up like this?" "Honestly, I don't even know where it all comes from myself. It's only gotten really big like this in the last couple of years. We got electricity and gasoline, which has really allowed us to expand things more rapidly." Mitchell took a bite of his bread, and Kathy picked up where he left off. "We are truly blessed.
Frank has recruited some great people from the city to join us, and one of them had some connections inside. It's all very hush-hush, though. No one really knows where it comes from but Frank. We can speculate for sure, but it's probably better not to know about some things." I pondered that for a moment. I'm not sure I agree. The more I learn, the more I want to learn. The person with the most knowledge seems to have the most power, and I don't think we deserve to be overpowered by anyone. We should all work together as equals, like you do here."
"Ah, but knowledge isn't everything," Mitchell said. "Have you ever heard the phrase, 'ignorance is bliss'? The truth can be very painful, and often the one with the most power, as you put it, also carries the greatest burden. We would never suggest lying to the people, but some things are best kept on a need-to-know basis, for everyone's safety."
"What about the exiled? Is information about them only available to those who need to know?"
Mitchell frowned. "If it is, then I am certainly not privy to it. I've told you everything I know, and I will continue to share anything I find out about. I want nothing more than to put a stop to those thieves and murderers."
Dax, Ryder, and I returned to the van later with full bellies and tired muscles. An unspoken bond had been created between the three of us, even with Ryder. You can't see people working so hard and dealing with such loss and still accuse them of doing the very crimes they were victims of. Ryder had unwittingly become a conspirator against the new American government, and I had to say I liked him better for it. Aiden peppered us with questions on the way back home. Dax did most of the talking, but Ryder's silence was no longer a source of anxiety for me. It was a relief.
"I told you," Dax said, his voice dripping with irritation. "We're getting close. The leader was just here last night. We spoke to as many people about him as we could, but he's gone off again. He can't be far. We'll bring all the information back to the leadership Monday morning and see how they want us to proceed." "Monday is too late," Aiden replied. "He might be long gone by then. I'll call Dimitri tonight and set up an emergency meeting for tomorrow morning. We've got to find this guy so we can destroy the outsiders before they get any more of our people."
I actually agreed with Aiden for once. Only my people were the outsiders. Chapter 15. We were all exhausted when we rolled back into Claren City that night. Well, all of us but Aiden. There was so much information for me to process. I would have loved the chance to sit and discuss everything with Dax and Ryder, to learn what they discovered during the day's events. Maybe if we pieced together everything we'd heard, we could come up with a really solid plan for locating the exiled. But, of course, we would never attempt that in front of Aiden. He dropped us off in the center with a serious expression.
"I'll see you all in the morning."
"See you then." And hopefully we could all get our story straight before meeting with the leadership. An attendant was already at the door when we stepped out of the van, opening it wide so Dax and I could come inside. Only it wasn't an attendant. It was Felix. With all the chaos of the week, I'd forgotten that he was returning today.
"Hey, beautiful."
He greeted me with a warm smile, but his eyes were tired. It left me wondering about his trip and looking forward to exchanging stories from the few days we were apart. He looked like he'd been through almost as much as we had, minus the dead animals, hopefully. "Hey!" I fought the urge to greet him with a hug. It seemed natural, like what old friends would do. But we weren't old friends. He was technically my boss. So I overcorrected and reached out to shake his hand instead. He obliged with an amused snicker. I was getting really good at making things awkward with him lately. Jean had a fabulous meal prepared for us, but I was far too distracted to enjoy it. I knew we couldn't speak freely in the dining room, so I picked through my plate quickly, eager to get into the study where we could talk. Finally, we settled into our usual armchairs by the fire.
"All right,"
Felix said, leaning forward with his forearms on his knees.
"I'm dying to know how your week went. Tell me everything."
Dax yawned through a nod and rubbed his face before getting right to the point.
"We haven't placed any amplifiers yet. We rolled through a few camps, but told the guys we needed to save the tech for where the leader was. The camp we visited today just got attacked by the exiled, so we think we might be close. We'll have to defend our choices in an emergency meeting tomorrow morning, though. Felix lifted his brows. It's a lot, Dax said, before yawning again. Claren, you can fill him in on the details. I've got to hit the shower and get to bed. He stood and stretched his long arms toward the ceiling. Get some rest, Dax. I'll see you in the morning. Poor guy had gotten less sleep than I had, which was saying something, since my mind had been racing too much to nod off hardly at all this week. Felix chuckled and turned to face me as the door clicked shut behind Dax on his way out. Okay, so what in the world is he talking about? His eyes sparkled with curiosity, but again I couldn't help but notice the exhaustion behind them. Well, we only have 4 amplifiers right now, so we decided as a team before we visited a single camp that we would save them for when we found one of the leaders outside. And of course we found one at the second camp. Frank was there, but there was no way I was going to let them listen in on him. I got excited as I recounted the events, speaking quickly as I continued. So I asked Frank what he thought we should do. I know we need the leadership to believe that we're locating the outsiders, so we're going to have to place the amplifiers eventually. And that's when I learned that there are 2 groups outside, the Embers and the Exiled. Felix nodded. He didn't seem surprised by anything I said, but he was clearly interested in hearing more. Oh, and I'm pretty sure it's the Exiled who have been hurting people in the city. Obviously the Embers would never do that, and Rafe, my friend from Morton, is okay. We saw him at the second camp. I couldn't help but smile when I spoke of Rafe, but Felix didn't return this one. He sat back in his seat, crossing his arms over his chest. Rafe is the guy you wanted to talk to before ever going out there, right? Right. He's helped me before, so I thought he might have some ideas on what to do now, too. My face felt hot all of a sudden. I didn't know if I was embarrassed by my relationship with Rafe, if you could call one kiss a relationship, that is, or if I was more embarrassed by Felix's reaction to his name. There was definitely some unchecked jealousy behind his cool facade, but it faded quickly, replaced by a forced smile. I'm glad your friend is okay. You look like you might have been really happy to see him. His cheek twitched slightly. I was. Well, if you're happy, I'm happy, he said. I wasn't so sure I believed him, but there was a lot more we had to talk about before the meeting with the leadership, so I plowed ahead, ignoring any lingering weirdness. Thanks. So, the Exiled is basically a gang of criminals that were, well, exiled from Claren City, and maybe other cities too. I'm not completely sure. But they're bad. They steal and kill and have no regard for anyone but themselves. I think they're behind the attacks here in Claren City, and they're also behind some attacks at Ember camps. Sounds like these are the kind of guys who deserve to be handled by Dimitri's defense team. Oh, they definitely are. Which is good news and bad news. How is that bad? Well, they don't stick to one campsite for any length of time, which means we may have a difficult time placing the amplifiers. Felix winced. Justice Hines and the others won't be very happy without some real progress with those amplifiers. I know, I sighed. So that's where we're stuck for now. The Exiled attacked a camp east of town last night, so we suspect they're probably in that area still. We just don't know exactly where to find them. So what are you going to tell the leadership? I'll tell them the truth. Their rebel leader is on the run, and I'm doing everything I can to find him. Felix nodded. Honesty is always the best policy. He looked like he wanted to say more, but he clenched his jaw together to keep quiet. It reminded me of something, though. Oh, and Felix, there's one more thing. What is it? Ryder knows the truth. Felix cursed under his breath. Is that a bad thing? I guess we'll find out. We were all a little more tense the next morning on our way to the meeting.
Felix didn't seem to have much confidence in Ryder, which was disappointing, since I didn't get the impression that he would turn against us any time soon. He definitely knew enough to get me into a lot of trouble and to wipe out several of the Ember camps. I hoped Felix was wrong. Ryder seemed genuinely concerned for the people we helped the day before. I squeezed into the back seat between Dax and Felix on the ride over to the municipal building. Dax's lanky limbs filled the seat like spaghetti, so I found myself leaning closer to Felix. He sat sturdy and strong, his broad shoulders supporting me easily. Felix's presence was a warm comfort on a chilly morning, a balm for my nerves. But Felix was on edge as well. I leaned my head, resting my temple on his shoulder, and projecting a sense of calm through him. It wasn't as strong through his suit jacket, but I hoped it would be enough. Skin to skin was always better, and the thought of resting against his bare shoulder sent a strange sensation through me that I didn't want. Felix had some misguided feelings for me, maybe, but I couldn't allow myself to get caught up in his emotions. My feelings were different. But it still felt nice to rest with him for a moment, too brief a moment, as we pulled up to the municipal building just minutes later. "Good morning, Mr. Walsh." A friendly, familiar smile greeted us as we exited the vehicle. "James," I said, "it's so good to see you again this morning." His eyes twinkled. "The pleasure's all mine." My smile faded as we approached the double doors. Felix led the way up the elevator, down the hall, and through the doors to the Triple T headquarters. Dimitri, Justice Hines, Aiden, Ryder, and Emilio were already waiting inside when we arrived. "Is this everyone?" Aiden asked. "We are just missing Emmeline," Dimitri said with a grim expression. She fluttered in a few moments later, all smiles, in a ruffled pink blouse and navy skirt, carrying a hot beverage. "Sorry to keep you waiting. I had to find some cream for my coffee." She grinned at Justice Hines, as though the cream was some sort of inside joke. But if it was, Justice Hines obviously didn't get it. She looked like she could use some coffee as well. "Great." Aiden clasped his hands together in front of him. "Thank you for attending this emergency meeting on such short notice. I wouldn't have asked you all here if it wasn't such a time-sensitive matter. But I'm afraid time is of the essence, especially with such an important issue as that with which we are currently facing." Justice Hines looked like she wanted to yell at Aiden to shut up and sit down, but luckily for him, Emmeline spoke first. "Thank you for the kind welcome, Aiden. Claren, please feel free to take over from here." Aiden looked hurt. I almost felt bad taking the lead from him. He so desperately craved the attention, and I was happy to let him have it. But they were right. We'd be here all day if I let Aiden talk. "Right. So you may have noticed that we haven't placed any amplifiers yet." "We have noticed, yes," Dimitri said. Justice Hines scowled. "Well, the problem is that the rebel leaders are hard to pin down. They're always on the move." "Do you mean to say you haven't actually found any outsiders yet?" Justice Hines's eyes gleamed like a cat watching a mouse. She was trying to catch me in a lie. Emilio told us about the GPS trackers, so I knew she knew we'd been to a few camps already. "No, that's not what I'm saying. We've found a few settlements of outsiders, but they don't know anything about any attacks or plans to attack the city. I can confirm that they were telling the truth. There were a number of women and children there, too. These aren't the people we need to be watching." I glanced nervously at Ryder, waiting to see if he planned to add any details about my real involvement with the Embers, but so far he remained quiet. Good. The leaders are who we want, and no one knows where the leaders are until they make surprise visits to the camps. I was actually referring to the exiled, of course, but I hoped it was close enough to the truth for Emmeline and Justice Hines to feel my sincerity. They'd have no problem catching me in a lie with as high as my nerves were. I never was any good at lying. But yesterday we visited a camp that had just seen the head of the rebel movement. He was there the night before, but gone before we arrived. It's a settlement an hour or so east of town, and we suspect he may still be in the area." Dimitri's pulse quickened. Of course he would be excited at the prospect of a fight soon. Aidan looked almost as excited beside him. "But we'll need to go out again right away," he added. "They could be long gone if we wait until Monday." Emmeline nodded. "That is certainly all right with me, but how do you plan to place the devices with a group that is always on the move?" "Very carefully?" This was the part I was still really unsure about. I looked to Dax and Ryder, hoping they might bail me out of this, but both remained silent. Great. "We're just going to have to barge right in, guns blazing," Aidan said with a crooked grin. "Not exactly," I added. "Obviously, if we make an aggressive entrance, we'll not only endanger ourselves, but we'll also compromise the mission. We need to be stealthy and place the devices without them knowing. I'm afraid if we kill this leader, there will be others who will pick up where he left off, and we're no better off without knowing their plans. We have to keep him alive for now, until we know what they intend to do. Then you can blaze your guns all you want, Aidan." "I agree," Emmeline said. "You'll need to remain unseen if possible, and I wish we had more time to develop a plan, but I'm afraid they'll move on if we put this off any longer. Are you all ready to go now?" Heads bobbed up and down around the table. "Great. You can all wait downstairs while Aidan pulls the van around. I'll send an attendant down with some sack lunches for you. And Emilio, please stay behind with us for a moment while the others are getting everything ready." "Yes, ma'am," he replied with a shaky voice. Aidan practically jumped out of his seat to go prepare the vehicle for us. Dax and Ryder exited first, with Felix and I slowly bringing up the rear. Felix's breathing was heavy, and I so badly wanted to reach out and ask him what was on his mind. He was struggling with something, but he wasn't quite ready to tell me about it yet. "We'll be okay," I said, trying to reassure him. "I know that you will. They all know the consequences if they let anything happen to you." His jaw clenched. "But we need this to go as smoothly as possible. You've got to successfully locate the rebel leader." His eyes had an intensity that left me no room to argue. "And ideally, you've got to do it before the end of the month." "Why before the end of the month?" I asked. "Because that's when my father is officially moving to the district. At the end of the month, I'll be the new Senator Walsh. If you don't succeed, they won't allow you to stay on my team. And Claren, I need you." Chapter 16. Aidan wasted no time preparing the van for us. It waited by the curb when we got downstairs. The doors were all open, and Dax and Ryder were with him, filling boxes with supplies and adding additional weapons. They really weren't messing around with this trip. Felix's words sat heavy in my mind. I was kicking myself for not asking him for details about his trip earlier. I'd forgotten to with everything that took place outside. Felix was feeling the pressure of taking his dad's role. It was understandable, considering how little training and mentorship he'd had for the position. He'd be the youngest senator Classen City had ever appointed. But there was more to it than that. Felix walked around as though a dark gray cloud hung over his head, and no number of storm warnings could protect him from what was coming. What else had his father said during that meeting? I wanted to comfort him somehow, but there wasn't much I could do. We stood facing each other, a river of unspoken words flowing between us, until Ryder approached. He never made eye contact with Felix. He looked only at me as he spoke. "Everything's ready to go. Where's Emilio?" "I'm not sure." I turned to see if Felix had any insight on what Emmeline wanted with him after the meeting, but Felix wasn't thinking about Emilio. He was too busy slicing Ryder to pieces with the intensity of his glare. "Down, boy." Ryder stood unflinching, as though Felix didn't even exist, which only seemed to make matters worse. "You better take care of her out there," Felix seethed. "I'll do the job I was hired for." Ryder's eyes were still fixed on me, making me feel like an uncomfortable pawn in whatever game they were playing. Felix was red-hot, angry and protective, while Ryder was cold, uncaring. He wore a cool mask of apathy, but underneath I knew he was hiding something, too. I just couldn't be sure what it was. The double doors to the building swung open behind us, and a jittery Emilio came jogging out. "Sorry to keep you waiting," he panted. "Emmeline was giving me these." He lifted a cardboard box full of rubbery black watches, only they weren't watches. They were bands, with faceless black rectangular boxes where the clock should have been. "They're tracking devices." Emilio frowned. "She's concerned about our safety out there, so she wants to know where each of us is at all times." We walked together toward the van, while Emilio matched up ID numbers on the wristbands with our names typed on a card in the box. "Dax, this one's yours." He extended his arm, waiting for Dax to meet us, and lowered his voice to where Aiden couldn't hear him. "Wear it like a watch. I checked them out on the way down the elevator, and I don't think she'll be able to hear or see anything through them. They really are just little tracking devices to keep tabs on your whereabouts. But don't take them off, or she'll definitely know something is up." The guys kept moving, climbing into the van and leaving Felix and me alone to say goodbye. "Please, be careful out there." His rider rage nearly melted away as he took my hand. He rubbed a thumb gently across my knuckles, making my skin come alive, and I quickly pulled it away. "Of course." I gave him a reassuring smile, resisting the urge again to pull him in for a hug. "We'll be back before you know it." Felix nodded, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "I'll see you soon." I climbed into my seat and Felix slid the door closed behind me, watching through the window until our van pulled out of sight. This mission had just gotten even more important. Not only did I have to find the exiled to protect the Embers, but now I was doing it for Felix, too. There was no room for failure. I rested my head against the cool glass of my window, tuning out the boys as they discussed potential plans of action on the way back to the camp. My right hand mindlessly fiddled with the rubber band adorning my left wrist. This was all nuts. How was I supposed to locate a group of crazed criminals, infiltrate their camp without being seen, and place technology that I didn't really even know how to use, and do it all without dying? "I think we ought to swing by the camp one more time to see if they've had any other developments," Dax said as we neared Mitchell and Kathy's settlement. "I doubt he made another visit since yesterday," Aiden said. "They said the leader took off to the south, right? Let's just drive those back roads and look for smokestacks or fresh trails through the woods." "Actually," Emilio interrupted, "it will be good to pull over somewhere. I've got an idea for locating them, but we'll need to stop the van to make it work." Aiden glanced over at him skeptically. "What's the idea?" "Remember that project I was working on in the back of the van while they were at the camp yesterday? Well, I finished it up at home last night. We have a working drone." Aiden's eye widened with a grin. "No kidding!" He drummed his fingers on the steering wheel, laughing to himself. "Well, let's go post up by the camp then." I looked back to Dax, who responded with a shrug. I didn't know what a drone was, but they seemed pleased, and if it got me back into the Ember camp, I was happy. More and more those camps were beginning to feel like home to me. Finally, Aiden came to a stop in the same place he'd parked the day before. "All right, obviously I need to stay here with Emilio to do some recon. Ryder, you can stay with us in case we need a little extra firepower. Dax, you go with Claren. It should be quick today, right? You're just checking to see if they've heard anything new since yesterday?" "Right," Dax nodded. "Good. Well, hurry back here. I've got a good feeling that it won't be long before my man Emilio finds this dope, and we can go take him down." He rubbed his hands together, his smile now bordering on maniacal. Aiden had definitely found his happy place. "You good with that, Ryder?" He looked at me with uncertainty. "Yeah, I'll be good with that. We'll probably have a lot more action here at the van than you will in there anyway." My forehead wrinkled. I guess I don't understand. What exactly are you guys doing? What's a drone? Now it was Emilio's turn to look giddy. He launched into an overly technical explanation of the device he was going to use. It was basically a flying camera that he could control to scope out the area and look for the exiled camp from the sky. I had to admit, it sounded pretty awesome, but it wasn't enough to keep me out of the camp. I just had to check one more time to be sure they were safe and confirm that nothing new had happened overnight. And thank goodness Dax and I went in, because to my surprise, Mitchell and Kathy weren't the only ones waiting for us. "Rafe!" I ran to greet the tall, handsome man who always put my heart at ease. He wrapped me in a warm hug, lifting my feet from the ground before setting me safely down again. "What are you doing here?" Word about the exiled made its way back to our camp last night. Frank wanted to come over first thing this morning, and I refused to leave him alone until he agreed to take me with him. Rafe grinned at Frank, who shook his head with a small smile. "He's very persistent when he wants to be." I laughed. He certainly was. "How are things looking here this morning? Any updates?" "We've got everything cleaned up and our losses totaled." Mitchell frowned. "It was a major hit, but they haven't been back." "We looked for any evidence of a camp on our way over," Frank said. "But we didn't see anything out of place. They've learned how to cover their tracks, that's for sure. I suspect we'll find them somewhere near the river. It's a source of both water and food, and it's an easy way to navigate away from the main roads." "But the river runs along the north side of camp. They came in from the south," Mitchell argued. "I'm sure that was intentional. They don't want to be found." "So how do you suggest we do this? How do you find someone who doesn't want to be found?" I asked. "Well, we know they won't be camped along any main roads, but there are lots of back roads and old trails through the forest near the river. I suggest we start there. We can use our vehicles." I thought back to the rugged, open vehicles I saw parked in front of the lodge at Frank's camp. "Are those things safe?" He laughed. "Of course they are, if you know how to use them." "Come on," Rafe said. "I'll show you how they work. You guys mind if we go check them out real quick? We'll meet you in the mess hall here in a few minutes." "Go on," Frank said with a sparkle in his eye. Rafe took my hand and led me over to where they were parked. "This vehicle on the left is the one Frank and I drove in this morning. This thing is a beast. It's built to handle any terrain, hobbled together by the strongest parts they've been able to scavenge over the years. They're all a little different, but this one is my favorite. I call her Mildred." "Mildred?" I laughed. Rafe shrugged with a crooked grin. "She's tough as nails and built to last. I don't know, it just seemed like a fitting name." I ran my hand over her dirty, ripped canvas seats. "Poor Mildred. You're not a very pretty thing, are you?" Rafe gave a hearty laugh, the sound of his voice warming me to my core. "Beauty is only skin deep. Wait until you see what she can do." He gestured to the driver's seat. "Climb in." "I can't drive." I shook my head. "Well, then it's time for you to learn." Mischief glinted in his eyes. "Climb in." I cocked my head to the side, waiting for him to tell me he was just kidding, but he didn't. And like Frank said, he could be very persistent. Of course, with those smoldering brown eyes, it was pretty easy for him to talk me into doing just about anything he wanted. So I climbed in. "Now what?" "Turn it on," he said, hopping into the seat beside me. He leaned in close to show me where the ignition was, and I couldn't help but smile as Mildred roared to life. He went on to show me a few of the controls, different knobs and levers and pedals, but I only halfway heard him. His scent was intoxicating, and I wondered how someone living in the woods could still smell so fresh and clean. It was hard to concentrate with him leaning in so close. His arm was perched on the back of my chair, and I turned to face him, our faces just inches away. "You're not really going to make me drive this thing, are you?" "I can't make you do anything,
but I promise you're gonna like it." He winked, and I wanted to laugh at his poor attempt to flirt with me. But who was I kidding? It totally worked, and he knew it. The bad thing about two empaths being attracted to one another was that we fed off of each other's emotions, each of us ramping the other up, unless one of us deliberately pushed on the brakes. But why would I want to do that when the pounding of my heart and the roar of the engine and the minty, woodsy scent of Rafe all felt so good? Rafe had more self-control. He pushed off of my seat and said, "All right, shift her into gear." I moved my feet on the pedals as he taught me, and before I knew it, we surged forward. The cold air was made colder as we flew across the hard earth, but the sting of the wind on my cheeks made me feel even more alive, just like the ride on Tim's boat had a few days earlier. Adrenaline pumped through my veins, and I could barely hear my laughter through the wind and the engine. We drove away from the buildings of the camp and out into the hilly pasture beyond the tree line. The trees made me nervous, but the pasture was wide open, calling me. I pushed harder on the gas, and we flew across the land, pulled by the sense of freedom in the wild. "Whoo-hoo, you're a natural!" Rafe threw his head back, laughing into the wind. I spotted a patch of trees near a pond and turned toward them, hoping to take shelter out of the wind for a few minutes, to warm up before we headed back to the camp. My foot hit the brakes a little too hard, and we jolted to a stop, sending me into a fit of giggles again. "Whoops! Easy there!" Rafe smiled as he leaned over and smoothed some very wind-blown hair out of my face and behind my ear. That was exhilarating! I couldn't wipe the smile from my face. "It's pretty fun, huh?" He was adorable with his dark hair pushed straight up from the wind. I ran my fingers through it to smooth it back down, and his smile slowly faded. The laughter in his eyes was replaced by something else, something more raw, and I felt it again. There was a magnetism between us that couldn't be denied. My fingers curled into his hair as he leaned in, our lips meeting softly. His kiss was warm and gentle, and he pulled away too soon, leaving me hungry for more. I bit my lower lip, still tingling from the touch of his mouth on mine, and his eyes intensified. I pulled him close again, meeting his intensity with my own. He slid one hand behind my neck, and our hearts were beating in sync with loud, hard thumps against our ribs that matched the movement of our lips. The cold and the wind, and even the cows in the distance, all faded into nothing as Rafe consumed me. But again, it was over too quickly, as the crackle of my walkie shook us both to our senses. "Claren! Dax! Get back here!" Aiden's voice buzzed loudly through the small speaker. "We found 'em!" Chapter 17. Rafe and I sped back to camp to find Dax and Frank in an animated flurry of discussion. "They're going to insist." Dax was motioning wildly with his hands. "These guys live for this stuff. There's no way they're gonna let us go in without them." "There's no way you will succeed if they do." Dax put his hands on his face and groaned. "What's the matter?" Rafe hopped out of the vehicle, and I followed him to where the others stood. "I was just telling Dax that we'll need as small an operation as possible to go into the exiled camp. Too many people will give us away for sure, and I don't want any more deaths on my hands." "Well, what if Dax and I go with her now? We don't have to meet up with the rest of Claren's team at all." Frank frowned at Rafe. "You won't be able to find the camp without them. They're the only ones who know where it is. And Rafe..." His shoulders tensed. "I think you need to sit this one out." "No. She's got a whole team of men trained to look after her. We don't need our men mixing with theirs. It will only complicate things. I'm not letting her out of my sight." "Hang on," I said. "Emilio found the camp with his drone, right? What if we let my team tag along, but keep them near the main road? They can watch over the mission with the drone and still be near enough to jump in if we need some extra firepower.
But I'm really, really hoping we won't need any firepower at all. Then Dax and I can head in alone."
"I'm coming too. It's not negotiable."
I met Rafe's eyes, dark and storming. Any passion we'd felt moments earlier had now evolved into an unstoppable force to be reckoned with. He was fiercely protective of me, and though I knew I could be strong on my own, he offered an additional sense of safety I couldn't argue against. Rafe was coming whether Frank liked it or not. "What if they recognize you?" My voice was quiet and full of concern. "They'll consider you a defector, an enemy of the state. Even if we make it through this mission unscathed, you'll have a target on your back. You can never go back to the city again." Rafe glanced at Frank, some unspoken understanding passing between them, and Dax scoffed.
"He can't go back anyway."
Dax threw his arms out to the sides as though this was obvious. He looked back and forth between Rafe and me.
"Wait. Enough, Dax."
Frank was firm, and we all quieted to hear what he had to say.
"Go back to the van and carry on the way your team has planned. Rafe will follow in one of our vehicles."
He turned to face Rafe.
"But you've got to keep out of sight." "Of course. I like the drone idea, but are you sure you can convince them to let you and Dax go in alone?"
Frank turned to me now. "I can try." Dax was shaking his head.
"I can't believe we got ourselves into this in the first place."
He scowled at Frank.
"Are you sure Claren is the one you want to send out there? We could just send her back with the team and go in on our own. Get rid of two problems at once."
My jaw dropped, and Frank raised a hand in Dax's face. This was the closest I'd ever seen Frank to losing his cool.
"I said, that's enough. Your job is to protect Claren and help her advance in the leadership. Are you capable of that?" "I am, but—" "No. No buts. If you weren't already in so deep with the rest of her team, I'd hold you back. But as it stands, we must move forward, and we need to do it now. We've already wasted too much time. You have a responsibility, Dax. Don't let us down."
I stomped quietly back to the van with Dax hot on my heels. Rafe was preparing supplies, but he would be right behind us with a vehicle by the time we reached the rest of my team.
"Claren, you should know—"
"I don't want to hear it, Dax. I get it. You don't like me. Maybe you don't trust me, but I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing it for Cato and for the Embers. I'm doing it for everyone who wants to choose how to live. You have a choice, too. Go on if you want. I don't need you."
"Whatever."
Dax waved me off as he stormed up ahead of me. But unfortunately, he walked straight to the van instead of leaving, like I'd hoped.
"What took you guys so long?"
Aiden was practically jumping up and down.
"We found them! Let's destroy this scumbag!"
He started the van and pulled away in a hurry, sending a cloud of dust up behind us.
"Let's get him," I agreed. "Where's the camp?" "It's about 4 miles north of here."
Emilio pointed to a map on a screen he held.
"There's a clearing up there near the river."
"Perfect. Looks like we'll need to go by foot, though. I don't see any roadways."
"There's an old farm road that winds about a half-mile away from the camp, but it looked pretty overgrown on the drone footage. I'm not sure how far we'll be able to get the van, but hopefully we can get close enough to keep the hike short."
"Is the whole area overgrown like that?"
"Yeah, it's pretty unruly until you get to the clearing."
I scrunched my brows, pretending to be deep in concentration. "Maybe we ought to keep a few people here at the van to monitor drone footage. We need someone to help us find our way in case we get lost in the brush."
"I'd be happy to volunteer," Emilio said with a hopeful grin. "That's fine," Aiden said with a serious expression. "Yeah, I think that's good. Watch over us, E. Call through the walkies if we take off in the wrong direction. You can even let us know if someone's coming."
"But what if they spot the van?" I frowned at Aiden. "Or if we get stuck? We'll need someone to bail us out."
Aiden shook his head. "No, no, no. We're not doing this again." "She's got a point," Dax chimed in. You're the only one who can drive." Aidan dropped his forehead to the steering wheel, blowing air through his mouth out of frustration. He quickly jerked his eyes back up to the road again when the van veered hard to the right. "I hate this," he grumbled. "You might want to hang back too, Ryder. Protect this precious cargo. These amplifiers are taking forever to build. I don't want the few we have to get destroyed in an attack." "Nope." His stare cut straight through me. He wasn't buying my charade, not for a second. "I do think we need to keep the operation small," Dax added. "Fewer people increases our chances of being unseen, and we'll be able to get in and out quicker with just the two of us. Being stealth is key here." "If stealth is your concern, then you're the one who needs to stay back. She'll be safer with me." Dax's jaw clenched. "Fine," he said through gritted teeth. "The three of us can go, while Aidan and Amelia watch and direct us from the air." My stomach sank. Dax was such a pushover when it came to Ryder. I watched him turn back to the front as Aidan plowed over tall weeds and fallen branches on the farm road he'd just turned onto. Hopefully, Felix was wrong about Ryder. His being sympathetic toward the Embers was my only hope. I couldn't let Rafe get turned in just because Dax was too weak to help me keep Ryder here at the van. Emilio pulled up the map again as Aidan brought the vehicle to a stop. "This is as far as the van can go." I glanced nervously out the windows to see if I could spot any sign of Rafe. He was either excellent at remaining perfectly out of sight, or we left before he could get to the van. If the latter was true, he would never find the exiled camp. I fought through disappointment. It was probably best if he wasn't there, but I didn't feel quite as confident without him. I climbed out of the vehicle, followed by Ryder and Dax. After tucking my stun gun into the waistband of my pants, I slung my bag over my shoulders, and we set off into enemy territory. I searched through the trees, back and forth with every step we took, but as far as I could tell, we were alone in the forest. None of us spoke as we weaved our way through the overgrown brush. I found myself tiptoeing and holding my breath, though it didn't make any difference as we crunched across the floor of dried leaves. Dax led the way, and after several minutes of tromping along, he held out his arm to stop us. I followed the line made by his finger pointing straight ahead and let out an audible gasp. Hanging from a tree about 20 yards ahead was a limp, oversized body with a bed of blood-soaked leaves beneath it. Ryder placed a hand on my shoulder, barely perceptible through my coat, and whispered, "It's okay. It's not human." I squinted to get a better look. It definitely didn't look like a person, but what was it? We continued forward until we got a clear view through the branches. "Cow," Dax whispered. "Looks like they're slaughtering it for its meat." He was right, and it must have been one of Mitchell and Kathy's. I turned away, both uninterested in seeing an animal in that state and furious at the men who stole it. That meat wasn't theirs. As I turned, I thought I saw a flash of darkness in the trees beside us. It was gone so quickly, my eyes must have been playing tricks on me. Surely it wasn't the exiled, watching quietly from afar. Based on what I'd heard about them, that wasn't really their style. Could it have been Rafe? I walked toward the brush, my heart pounding in my chest. I knew better than to call out, but if I got close enough... Yes, there it was. Fear and anger and affection, all tied up in one racing pulse. Rafe made it here, after all. I smiled briefly, then remembered the purpose of our trip and grew serious again. "Let's keep moving." Dax and Ryder began walking away from the animal, which was probably wise. We wouldn't want to come across any of the exiled, who might still be in the area. "Right behind you guys." I spotted a giant old oak several feet away and moved to take a closer look. If I was Rafe, and I was trying to keep out of sight, that seemed like a good place to be. I inched closer, trying to stay discreet in case Ryder turned around, and Rafe popped his head out around the side of the tree. His smile nearly melted me on the spot.
He put one finger up to his mouth, signaling me to stay quiet, then pointed in the direction opposite of where Dax and Ryder were walking. He was going to swing around the other side of the camp. I nodded with another quick smile and continued on with my team before they noticed I'd stopped. Knowing Rafe was behind me made me feel 2 feet taller. I was stronger with him here, and these exiled were going to have to pay. After just a few minutes more, the trees thinned, and we approached the clearing where their tents were set up. They were semi-permanent structures, much less refined than the Ember camps, built mostly from thick canvas and tarps slung over shabbily built wooden frames. We ducked down low, lined up side by side under the cover of a half-dead evergreen bush at the perimeter. "What now?" I whispered. "I don't see anyone there," Dax replied. "We've got good timing. I'd say just go in for it real quick before they get back." "Go for it how? I'm not sure where to go exactly." Ryder scanned the rugged campsite. "I'd guess the leader's tent is the one on the end. It's a little bigger than the others and looks to be of better quality." "What if he's inside?" Ryder pulled a long rifle from his back and peeked through the scope. "I can't see any movement at all, but that doesn't mean he's not there. He could be lying down or something, so we'll need to be as quiet as we can." I nodded. My skin was prickled all over, my stomach churning wildly. I looked around for Rafe, hoping to channel some of his confidence, but I couldn't see or feel him anywhere. I wasn't sure if I could do this alone. Swallowing my fear, I inched my way around Dax to get a better look at the camp from the edge of the bush. I pulled the amplifier from my bag. It wasn't a large device, but it very obviously didn't belong here. It was sleek and new, with sturdy Velcro straps in case I needed to wrap it around a branch or something high where it could go unnoticed. It definitely wasn't the sort of thing I could just leave in a tent. They'd spot it for sure. I turned it over in my fingers, scanning the camp for a good place to hide it, when I noticed movement on the far side. "Look!" The boys followed my gaze and instantly tensed beside me. This wasn't good. We heard the men before we saw them, grunting and arguing back and forth. They were struggling with something. Finally, they stepped around a tent and into view. 2 large men carrying a third limp man between them. The prisoner's head was dropped, but I'd recognize that tuft of dark hair anywhere. "They've got Rafe!" I grabbed Dax's arm, the desperation evident in my voice. "What do we do?" My legs felt broken, like they could no longer support my weight. I feared I might be stuck in this cold and dirty spot behind the bush forever, watching them do whatever it was they planned to do to the man I cared for most in the world. Why was he over there anyway? How did they find him? I peered over my shoulder, suddenly aware of how vulnerable we were from behind. How many more of their men might be hiding in these woods? And if they were able to sneak up on Rafe without him feeling their presence, could they do the same to me? I swallowed a hard lump in my throat. "Frank told him not to come." Dax frowned. I was fuming. Of course Dax wouldn't understand. He wouldn't recognize loyalty if it knocked him across the head. "You know him?" Ryder asked, raising his scope again. "Yes, and we've got to get him out of there." "I think he's alive," Ryder whispered. "But he's knocked out cold. They must have clocked him pretty good." The men dragged Rafe forward, dropping him on the ground near one of the tents. They stood talking, trying to figure out what to do with him, and it was clear that neither of these dopes were in charge. Watching them chat so casually around Rafe's body was infuriating, and I felt my panic from before give way to a deep desire for retribution. My stun gun pressed hard against my hip, digging into my skin as I squatted. My hand rested on the handle, but it wouldn't be enough. I had to kill them before they killed Rafe. "Pass me a pistol." Ryder seemed taken aback by my sudden shift in mood. "No, we're not shooting to kill. We have no idea how many of them are around here. They could easily overtake us." "Just give me a gun." Dax scowled. "Good grief, Claren, are you serious right now? Can you for once in your life think with your brain and not your emotions?" I glared at him, quickly losing my patience. Can you, for once in your life, think about someone other than yourself? They're gonna kill him! Quiet. You two are gonna get us caught. Dax ignored Ryder's plea. So what if they do? Rafe's as good at following instructions as you are. If you don't do what you're told, eventually you're gonna die. Maybe today is his day. I shoved him hard in the chest before I had a chance to think. He fell back into Ryder, knocking the both of them off balance and sending Ryder out of the protective veil of our bush. I grabbed Ryder's arm and tried to pull him back, but it was too late. "Who's over there?" a gruff voice shouted from beside Rafe. His buddy raised a gun and began walking in our direction. "Show yourself!" Well, I might have saved Rafe, but it looked like this was the end of the line for me. Chapter 18. I immediately looked to Ryder, panic constricting my throat. What do we do now? Ryder raised his gun with a steady hand, watching and waiting quietly. What was he waiting for? If we sat still too much longer, the men would be right on top of us, and there was no way we'd walk out here alive. A low buzz caught my attention from overhead. I ignored it at first, thinking it must be a bee or other insect, but it grew louder and louder until I had no choice but to investigate. A small flying machine swooped in from over the trees behind us. The drone. The man with the gun stopped a few yards from where we were hiding, watching the machine with wide eyes. I had a hard time believing what I saw, and I knew it existed. If I was this surprised by it, he must have been completely shocked. He quickly regained his composure and called out to the man still standing near Rafe. "We're gonna need some help here. Go get the others." Ryder took the man's brief lapse in defense as an opportunity to strike. He didn't shoot, but jumped out and brought the man to the ground with a well-calculated tackle, knocking the gun from the man's hand in the process. The other man near Rafe paused, unsure if he should attack or get help. He didn't have to make the decision, though, because another voice called out from the trees across the clearing. "Charlie, what's going on? We've got some intruders." Charlie, the man near Rafe, came running then to help his friend. I watched as he and Ryder rolled around on the leaves, trading kicks and punches. Dax jumped out to intercept the friend, who was unarmed, but I stayed behind the bush. Stun gun in hand, I watched with my aim trained on the exiled men in front of me. I just needed Dax and Ryder to get out of the way so I could make a clean shot. If I stunned one of them on accident, I was screwed. Meanwhile, the drone circled the air above them. I imagined Amelia was trying to keep an eye on what was happening, while Aiden attempted to navigate the van through the brush to get to the camp. Or maybe this was Amelia's way of fighting back. The drone swooped low, diving close to the exiled men, temporarily distracting them from the fights. If I hadn't been so terrified, I might have even chuckled a bit at them waving wildly at the machine every time it flew near. It was a comical sight, but the situation at hand was anything but. After lots of shuffling around, Ryder finally landed a hard punch square into the cheekbone of his aggressor, knocking him out right as his backup arrived. 4 other exiled men came running over, one of them kicking Rafe's limp body as he passed. Ryder stood, panting and ready to take on the other men. I knew he could easily take them all out with his gun. Why didn't he just shoot? Dax was still engaged in a hand-to-hand wrestling match when Charlie spun him around and locked a strong arm around his neck. The drone swooped low, but one of the new guys batted at it with a large branch, sending it flying across the clearing and hitting a tree with a loud thunk. The machine fell unmoving to the ground, the air finally clear of its incessant buzzing. Dax remained stuck in a chokehold, arms flailing, face red, struggling for air. Ryder was busy defending himself from another round of attacks, so if anyone was going to save Dax, it would have to be me. I stood, arms shaking, and pointed my stun gun at the men. Charlie sneered. "Ah, the golden child, here to save the day." I pulled the trigger and watched as time seemed to slow down. My shot was headed straight toward my target, but my target was too small. With the tiniest twist, Charlie was able to move Dax into the line of fire, using him as a human shield. Horrified, I watched Dax's body grow limp in his arms as the voltage from my gun made contact with his shoulder. I shot Dax. I was exposed, and now I was going to die.
"Claren, move!"
Ryder called out to me, too late. I should have known it was coming, but there was too much emotion in the air, too many details to process, sensory overload. I was still in so much shock over shooting Dax that I barely felt the exiled man make contact with my body. He was large and heavy, and the impact of his tackle took me straight to the ground. My head hit the earth hard. No, not just earth. A rock? A fallen log? It didn't matter. Intense pain seared through my temples, the scene before me going black around the edges. Ryder was by my side in an instant, squatting low and touching my cheek. There was blood on his hand when he pulled it away. Was that mine? I didn't have time to ask because my attacker was up and lunging for Ryder, taking him out just as quickly as he took me down. This was the end. Dax was right. Our time had come. The pain was so severe, I didn't know how much longer I could keep my eyes open. I didn't want to keep my eyes open. I was tired, and the blackness converging in toward the center of my vision was so much more peaceful than the chaos surrounding me. I allowed my eyes to close, but opened them when I heard a guttural war cry from the distance. I could barely make out the figure of someone new running into the clearing. Aiden? Emilio? No, there were several men. Maybe Aiden had called for backup. Could we get protectors out here this quickly? The new men ambushed the exiled, outnumbering them 2-1. Fists and blunt force weapons flew, and men scrambled across the ground all around me. The new men wore bandanas around their faces, obscuring all but their eyes. There was an intensity about them, a thirst for retribution. They ignored my team and concentrated on taking out the exiled. I supposed we weren't much of a threat there on the ground. My heavy lids kept sagging low, threatening to close over my blurry vision, but I fought hard to stay awake. If there was any chance at all of getting out of here, it would be with the help of these masked strangers, whoever they were. Hopefully they were friends, not foes. At least we had a common enemy. In no time at all, or maybe hours later, it was hard to say, one of the masked strangers knelt by my side. The exiled had been defeated, at least for now, and the strangers were patting their bodies, searching for weapons and supplies. I braced myself, preparing to be patted down just like the others. But the stranger grabbed my wrist, feeling for a pulse instead. He examined my face, lifting my lids.
"It's her, all right, and she's alive."
"Of course I am," I mumbled. His eyes crinkled in the corners, and he pulled his mask down to reveal a scruffy face covered in dirt. "Who are you?" I asked. "Can you help us?"
"Who's us?"
"There's a dark-haired guy near the tents. Rafe." I tried to push myself up to my elbow, pointing in his direction. I knew the ground wasn't really spinning around me, but I was so disoriented I thought I might be sick. "Dax is over there, the tall guy, and Ryder is here by me with all the guns." My body was shaking, and I dry-heaved before the stranger gently laid my head back down.
"You got hit pretty hard, huh?"
I tried to nod. The pounding in my head was unbearable. He called out to some of the other guys, pointing out the rest of my team. One man walked over to Ryder and nudged him with his boot, turning his body on its side.
"This one's loaded with government weapons," he said, pulling guns from under Ryder's shirt and loading them all into a backpack. "And he's got some kind of tech on his wrist."
My stranger frowned.
"You're wearing one, too. What are those things?"
"They're trackers. The leaders can see where we are at all times when we have these." He scoffed and reached into his pocket, pulling out a large knife and flipping open the blade. He moved toward me with a swiftness. Had I been any stronger, I would have rolled out of the way, avoiding his attack, but I was too weak. He was too fast. Thankfully, my flesh wasn't his target. He cut through the band of my tracking device and threw it toward Ryder.
"Cut off the bands. We've got to get out of here."
A few of the others did as he said, each of them tossing the devices on top of Ryder. They weren't exiled, and they seemed to recognize me. Were these embers? Maybe Frank had sent them. "What about him?" I gestured weakly toward Ryder. "You can't leave him here." "We're not bringing him with us," the man scowled. "His people will find him." He picked up my bag and ruffled through it, keeping some supplies for himself and throwing the now half-empty bag on top of Ryder as well. The amplifier was with it. "Please," I pleaded. "He's good. Ask Frank. He can vouch for him." The truth was, I didn't know what Frank would say about Ryder. I was just hoping he'd trust me enough to make a solid call. A throaty laugh escaped from the man's crooked grin. "We don't work for Frank." My head was spinning. Surely I'd misunderstood him. "What are you doing here, then?" "We're looking for you." Then everything went black. Chapter 19. I awoke in a cold sweat under a pile of scratchy wool blankets. The ceiling was foreign to me, blank wood slats overhead, so I sat up to look around and quickly regretted it. My head was throbbing. I reached up and felt bandages wrapped around my forehead before quickly laying back down to overcome my sudden urge to retch. A bucket next to my bed told me this wasn't the first time I'd gotten sick since I'd been here. But where was here? I rolled to my side to get a better view of the room. It was a small and simple bedroom, scarce of much furniture. Apart from my bed, bucket, and a small table beside it, the only other object in the room was a cot on the floor near the door. 2 sock-covered feet hung off the end of the cot, exposed from under a blanket that was too small to cover his lanky frame. "Dax!" He groaned and shifted under the blanket. "Dax, wake up!" He sat up, and I gasped, taking in his red, puffy eyes and the bruises on his neck. "Oh, my goodness! Are you okay?" "I've been better." He looked around, rubbing sleep from his eyes and wincing. "Where are we?" "I was hoping you knew." Neither of us attempted to get up right away. My muscles protested any moves I'd tried to make, and Dax probably felt worse than I did. He at least put up a good fight at the camp. All I did was shoot an ally and immediately get taken out. What a joke. Speaking of allies, where was Rafe and Ryder? The memories from our fight were slowly coming back to me, and I pushed through the pain to sit up on the edge of my bed. It was chilly outside of the blankets, and I was surprised to find myself bathed and wearing clean clothes. They didn't fit very well, but they covered me up and stayed in place. That's all I really needed. I stood and steadied myself with the bed frame. The room was spinning, and I closed my eyes, waiting for my head to adjust enough to make it to the door. Dax was sitting up then as well. "The strangers with the masks." "Who?" Dax squinted in confusion, or maybe not. His face was so swollen it was hard to tell. After you got knocked out, a group of strangers in masks came to fight the exiled. I thought they were Embers. They wore bandanas on their faces, like the group who rescued Frank from the trial. Only they said they didn't work for Frank. This must be where they live." I moved to the window, but the view was blocked by a thick forest. The little light that trickled down made me believe it was probably early morning, but the light was gray from an overcast sky and blocked by branches, so I couldn't be sure. If I was right, it meant we'd been here for a full night. "Have you seen Rafe? They rescued him as well, or at least I think they did." "I haven't seen anything since you stunned me." Oh, so he did remember. "I'm sorry about that. I was trying to save you from getting choked." "Next time, maybe try to aim for the choker, not the guy on the receiving end." He grimaced, rubbing his neck. It wasn't worth arguing over. Combat clearly wasn't my strong suit. Ignoring his remarks, I made my way over to the door instead. I turned the knob, trying to ease it open just enough to peek out, but the door wouldn't budge. "It's locked." "Of course it is," Dax snapped. "You think they'd let us walk out of here?" "I don't know. I don't even know who they are. Like I said, I thought they were part of us." "There is no us, Claren. You are not one of the Embers." "I am just as much as you are." "Ha! I would never try to have Frank killed." "I didn't want Frank to get hurt." I sat back down on the bed, pulling a blanket across me again. Dax was going to have to let the past go. I didn't know how many times I was going to have to endure him calling out my previous sins. Enough was enough. Didn't he see that I was trying to make things right again? I thought Frank was endangering Cato back then. I didn't know the full truth yet. "I was just trying to keep my brother alive." Dax shifted uncomfortably, his mood swinging quickly away from resentment and more toward guilt, but he didn't speak. "Dax, is there something you want to say?" He averted his eyes, staring at the floor. "None of us wanted Cato to die, you know." "I know." He paused. What was it he was holding back? If anyone was at fault for what happened that day, it was me. "I didn't know Cato would be there. I didn't know any of them would be there. I had a plan to get Frank released, but it didn't work," I admitted. "Plans don't always work the way they're supposed to." Dax sighed. "I was part of the plan that day, too." He looked up at me, his eyes misty. "What happened?" I whispered. "I was in the courtroom, spectating as a protector, but I told the outsiders I'd watch Justice Hines. It was my job to let them know whether it was safe to proceed or if they needed to retreat. I thought she had a stun gun. There was no way for me to know she'd use deadly force, especially with all the cameras that were there. I just didn't see it coming." He dropped his gaze, shaking his head in agony. I had no idea he'd been carrying around all this guilt. The weight must have been nearly unbearable. Was this what Cato was referring to in his note when he told me something had gone wrong? When he said, "Trust no one"? Was he talking about Dax? But it wasn't Dax's fault. He didn't know. None of it would have happened at all if I hadn't turned Frank into Emmeline in the first place. That guilt was mine to bear, not his. "It wasn't your fault, Dax. You've got to let that go." He shook his head. "I can't. I got Cato killed and wound up here with you. Now we're gonna die too." Dax was such a jerk. Even in his most tender and vulnerable moments, he couldn't resist taking a jab at me. But I couldn't let him get to me. We had to find a way out of here, and it would be a lot easier to do if we stayed on speaking terms. "We're not gonna die. I told you, Rafe is here somewhere. I'm sure he's working on a plan to bail us out any minute now." Dax laughed, but there was no humor behind it. "Yeah, speaking of letting things go, it's time for you to let Rafe go, don't you know? Rafe is not your knight in shining armor. He's got his priorities, and you are not at the top of that list." I pulled the blanket tighter around me, as if it would help shield me from his words. "It's fine if you don't think he's coming, but you don't have to be hateful about it. I didn't do anything to deserve this from you." "Sometimes the truth hurts, Claren, and since no one else seems too excited about telling you what's really going on, I have to do it. I'm not scared of being the bad guy." I tensed, unsure of what to expect next. Dax was speaking like a crazy person, first exposing his dark secret and guilt, then going into villain mode and attacking me for no reason. There was no telling what he'd say next. And honestly, I wasn't sure if he was in a good enough state for me to believe anything he said anyway. I certainly wasn't going to prod him to continue. But I didn't have to. His mouth was running just fine on its own, unfortunately. "Did he tell you the real reason he left Classen City in such a hurry?" He didn't give me time to answer before continuing. "He was rescuing his wife." No way. Dax was obviously lying. Rafe wasn't married. He got matched, but not to someone he loved. I didn't think he even knew her that well. If anything, he probably ran away to avoid getting married. And yet, Dax seemed completely sincere. My stomach churned, sweat breaking out across my nose. It couldn't be true. Dax laid down again, crossing his fingers into a pillow behind his head as he stared smugly at the ceiling. I wanted to call him on it, to catch him somehow in this lie, but a knock at the door stopped me in my tracks. The knob twisted, and the door swung open to reveal a petite woman with a warm complexion and soft eyes. "You're awake," she smiled. "That is wonderful news." She carried a tray with 2 steaming mugs and rolled wet towels. I considered making a run for it, but I was weak. She carried nourishment for us and looked like she didn't have a trace of cruelty in her entire tiny body, so maybe it wouldn't hurt to stay a little longer. Maybe I could even get some answers. But as soon as I had enough strength, I was going to go find Rafe. He couldn't be far. She set the tray on my bedside table and felt my forehead with the back of her hand. I pulled away, but her sad smile and gentle demeanor calmed me again. "You don't have to be afraid, Claren. I only want to help." "How do you know my name?" She smiled again. "You're famous around here, but that's all I can say for now. I brought you some warm broth. It will strengthen your body, and we've ground some painkillers into it to make you more comfortable as well." I accepted the mug from her, but I didn't drink from it. She moved over to Dax, checking his temperature like she did mine. Then she took the small towels and gently patted around his eyes. He inhaled sharply through his teeth, and she apologized. "I know they're cold, but they'll help bring the swelling down if you can stand it. You two took quite a beating. You're recovering well, though. You should be back to normal in no time." "Where are the others who were with us?" I asked. "They only brought one other back. He's recovering in a separate room, but I assure you he's doing fine. I expect you'll be ready to get around and see each other by tomorrow." Was he really, or was she trying to pacify me? And what about Ryder? That answer wasn't good enough. "We can't stay until tomorrow. We've got people waiting on us back in the city. We've got to go before they come looking for us." "They won't find you here. Don't worry about that." I didn't know if I should take comfort in her words or if they were a threat. But if they were a threat, it was the friendliest sounding threat I'd ever received. This was all so confusing. Dax, on the other hand, didn't seem threatened at all. He was already sipping contently from his mug. I guessed it was easy for him since he expected to die here anyway. I studied the woman again. "Why should I trust that this broth is safe to drink?" "Well, you should never trust anyone you don't know, and you should rarely trust those you do know. But in this case, if I wanted you dead, I wouldn't have gone through the trouble of cleaning you up and tending to your wounds. It would have been much easier to finish you off when they brought your unconscious body into my house yesterday." She tilted her head. "I don't want you dead, Claren. It's just the opposite. I will do everything in my power to keep you alive." I breathed in the aroma of the broth, warm and salty in my nose. It smelled wonderful. And maybe Dax had a point, too. If the world was as bad as he said, if we were going to die anyway, if Rafe was married and I wasn't accepted by the Embers and all of this was a lie, then at least I could enjoy one last mug of warm broth. I drank it quickly and rested my head back on the pillow. The woman pulled a blanket up over me and said something about resting well, but I couldn't hear her. Darkness was closing in around me again, and I welcomed it with open arms. Chapter 20. Time moved in strange ways in that tiny wooden room. We were deep enough in the forest that the light from the window was deceiving, and I was drowsy enough that my sleep patterns were erratic at best. Dax slept even more than I did, but we were well cared for. After just another day of rest, or maybe 2, the small woman who had been tending to us proved herself honest. Rafe's voice called out from the other side of our door along with 3 rapid knocks. "Claren, Dax, are you awake?" I sat upright, combing quickly through my tangled hair with my fingers. "Yes, come in!" Dax rolled over and groaned, but he sat up as well. I tried to stand as the knob turned, and Rafe's familiar face peeked around the corner before entering, but I moved too fast. "Whoa, sit down," Rafe chuckled. "We're not in any hurry here." He rushed to my side and lowered me down after greeting me with a warm hug. "I'm just so happy to see you. You look well. Have they been treating you all right?" I thought I saw something shift behind his eyes, but it must have been my imagination. Rafe grinned. "Absolutely. Carmen has been wonderful to me." Carmen. Against all rational thinking, I felt a shot of jealousy tunnel through me. Was Carmen the name of his wife? No, of course not. Carmen must be the woman who had been taking care of us. Rafe wasn't married, right? "She's been good to us too, but I'm ready to get back home. Do you have any idea when they'll let us go?" Rafe's eyes shifted again, and I wasn't imagining it this time. Something wasn't right, but he had no intention of telling me about it. Just as quickly as the first time, he blocked me out and put on a happy face. "I imagine it'll be soon. They just want to make sure we're strong enough to get there before letting us go." "Who are they, anyway?" I asked. "This is another Ember camp." He said it like it was obvious, but I definitely remembered the man who saved me saying he didn't work for Frank. I narrowed my eyes, suddenly finding it difficult to trust anything Rafe said at all. Stupid Dax. I shouldn't have believed a word he'd said. Now he'd messed with my mind and caused me to see everything through a skeptical lens. But I had to be sure. I reached out and pulled Rafe's hand into mine, intertwining our fingers and projecting as much love and comfort his way as I could. I wanted him to feel safe with me, safe with telling me the truth. "Well, I'm glad they came to our rescue." I returned his smile. "I assume you know them. Do they work for Frank as well?" Rafe's smile faltered, and he pulled his hand away to run it through his hair. He didn't reach out for me again when he finished. "I've met a few of them while we've been here." "Oh, so you didn't know them before?" I leaned closer to him, and Rafe stood, putting his hands in his pockets. "Not personally." He was staring intently in my direction. We were back to the same mental cat-and-mouse game we'd played when we first met. He was onto me, and he knew I was onto him. I pulled my eyes away, unable to hide my hurt. "Claren?" Rafe squatted down in front of the bed where I sat, but I still couldn't bring myself to make eye contact. I was still too weak to adequately block my emotions, and I didn't want him trying to console me. He had no right to hide things and try to make me feel better about it. I wanted to ask him outright, "What are you hiding? Oh, and are you married?" But it wasn't the time, not here, and not in front of Dax. I had too much pride to let Dax get in, "I told you so." Rafe put a hand on my knee, finally bringing my attention back to his face. There was a sadness behind his eyes that didn't match his words. "You're safe here. As I said, I haven't personally met this group until now, but I know without a shadow of a doubt that they will take care of you. Don't worry." That part I believed. "I'm not worried about them hurting me." Rafe's eye twitched, just barely, but it was enough to confirm my suspicions. He was hiding something, and I was done with this conversation. "But you're right," I continued. "We'll need to build some more strength before heading back home, and my head is kind of hurting again. I'd better get some more rest." Rafe stood again, never pulling his eyes away from me. Why wouldn't he just say whatever it was on his mind? "Okay, yeah, that'll be good." He said it as though he was convincing himself rather than agreeing with me. "I'll send Carmen in with some more soup. Try to get a nap, and I'll be back by later. There's someone else who is wanting to see you as well, if you're up to it." I blew air from my nose. "We'll see." Rafe turned and clapped Dax on the back. "Good to see you looking better, too." Dax nodded. "Yep, glad you stopped by." Rafe turned to look at me once more before leaving. I laid back on my pillow, leaving him no doubt that I was ready for him to go. I expected Dax to smart off the moment the door clicked shut behind Rafe, but he stayed silent. Maybe he hadn't picked up on the unspoken fight Rafe and I just had, or maybe he just finally learned to keep his mouth shut. I drifted off to sleep again after more soup and painkillers, and I had the most vivid dream. Cato and I were kids, swinging from a tree branch into Durkham Creek in the early summer sunshine while the water was at its highest. We weren't supposed to be there, but the call of the cool water was too tempting. We took turns, swinging down and releasing ourselves with a roar of laughter and a splash. It was my turn. I climbed up high on the bank and grabbed a hold of the long branch, but a loud crack echoed around us as I pushed off with my feet and the branch gave way. I heard Cato yell out as my body hit the ground, knocking the wind out of me and leaving me gasping for air. Then I heard Dad's voice. It was clear and strong, rich and deep, exactly as I remembered. He said my name, and I knew I was safe. Cato and I had messed up. We'd gotten ourselves into a bad situation. We were hurt. But Dad was there to save us. Dad always saved us. "Is she all right?" he asked. "I think so," Rafe said. "She just needs some rest." "Wait, Rafe?" I opened my eyes and looked around, but the small room was quiet and still. Dax snored softly from his cot, and no one else was there. My heart was pounding in my chest. It was so loud that I almost didn't hear the voice coming through my window a second time. "Well, I don't want to wake her," he said, "but I've got to see her." "Absolutely. She'd be upset if you didn't." Rafe's voice was unmistakable, but the other voice, it couldn't be real. He was just a memory, a phantom from a life I was no longer a part of. My mind wouldn't let me believe it, and yet I knew in my heart it was real. Dad. Chapter 21. I pounded on the window with the heel of my hand. My dad looked up with a start. He was absolutely beaming. He was a few pounds lighter, and his face much scruffier than he'd kept it growing up, but other than that, he looked remarkably the same. "What's going on?" Dax stirred behind me. "It's my dad! He's alive!" Dax stood to look out the window, and I scrambled past him to get to the door. It was still locked, but that didn't stop me from twisting the knob again and again, hoping that by some miracle it would open. "What do you mean he's alive? Did you see him?" "Yes, just now with Rafe. Are they gone?" I rushed back to the window to find the forest empty. "I swear—" A knock at the door interrupted me, and Carmen peeked through with a huge grin. "Are you feeling up to some company?" The door swung open wide, and Dad marched right in past her, meeting me in the center of the room and swinging me in a giant circle, nearly taking out Dax in the process. He always did give the best bear hugs. "Oh, sweetheart." "Careful, Glenn, she's still recovering," Carmen reprimanded him with a smile. "I'm fine," I said through happy tears. He set me down, but I didn't let go, afraid that if I released him, he might disappear, that this all might be my imagination on overdrive. "Is it really you, Dad?" "It's really me." He held me tight as tears rolled down my cheek onto his shirt, and we stayed there for several seconds longer. Finally, I pulled back to take it all in. Rafe stood quietly against the wall near the door. Dax and Carmen stood back as well, allowing Dad and I to reconnect. I can't believe you're here. I hoped you were well. I prayed that you'd found a good group outside with good people to take care of you, but I never thought I'd actually get to see you again.
Thank you, sweetheart. I've been here all along, alive and well, just waiting for this day. I only wish Cato could be here with us, too.
My heart sank. Dad, Cato...
Shh, I know. We don't have to talk about that now. He would want this to be a happy occasion.
I nodded and hugged him once more. Dad was right, but it wasn't fair that I was here and Cato wasn't. I hoped that wherever he was, if there was a heaven, that he was smiling down on this moment. It wouldn't have happened without him. Sorry to interrupt, Carmen said, but I've got a sourdough that's almost finished up in the kitchen. Let me get it from the oven, and maybe the two of you can sit at the table to talk. Then she winked at Dax. Don't worry, I'll bring you and Rafe a couple of slices as well.
Deal, Dad said. Thanks, hun.
Hun? He gestured for me to follow Carmen out of the room, and I moved forward, trying to ignore his little term of endearment. Whatever the relationship was between Dad and Carmen, it was a little too friendly for my liking. We walked through a short hall into a cozy living area. Everything was made of wood. The floors, walls, ceiling, furniture, everything except a wood-burning stove in the corner. It was metal. Carmen's kitchen was small and tidy, just off the living area. I smelled the bread cooking as soon as we left the room, and my mouth flooded. I hadn't realized how hungry I was. Carmen pulled a bowl of bread from the oven. I normally let it cool before cutting into it, but this is a special occasion. She smiled as she ran a serrated knife back and forth over the hard crust, and a cloud of steam burst forth from the softness inside.
It smells delicious, Dad said. Thank you.
His eyes were warm as he watched the small woman place the bread on the table between us, and my chest constricted. We didn't remarry in the center. Once a spouse passed, citizens of class and city were left to spend the remaining years alone. It never occurred to me that Dad might move on after Mom's death. And while I should have been glad to see him happy in love again, that wasn't the case. Carmen wasn't my mom, not that she was trying to be, but it all felt wrong. Thankfully, she left to take Dax and Rafe some bread, just as she'd promised, and Dad and I were left to talk alone. So, Carmen, I started with a raised brow.
She's pretty great, huh? Looks like she got you fixed up while I was gone.
Dad's smile was bright enough to illuminate the entire cabin, and nothing else needed to be said. That answered it. Eager to move on, I switched gears. There was so much I wanted to ask him. I wanted to know everything he'd been through since he was exiled, but I had more pertinent questions for him to answer first. How did your people know we needed help? And how did they know who I was? Are you a part of the Embers? Dad chuckled.
I love that you refer to us as the Embers.
He paused, choking down emotion. Cato would have loved to hear it too.
Yes, we are a part of the movement. In a way, I guess you could say I've been a part of it for years, even while I lived in the city.
Is that why you left? Did you choose to live on the outside after Mom's death? I couldn't pretend the thought didn't sting. I knew this work was important, but I was only 16 when Dad was exiled. He could have waited 2 more years until I left, at least.
No, sweetheart. I would never willingly choose to leave you two behind. I didn't intend to be exiled, but I made some rash decisions. I acted on a whim, and it got me in trouble.
Why did you do it then? Why did you try to climb the center walls? Dad paused, uncomfortable with my line of questioning.
I knew they were hiding something. I should have just left it alone, but I couldn't get past it. It was foolish.
I nodded. It's true. They are hiding lots of things in the center. Dad met my gaze with a depth I couldn't comprehend. There was so much going on in his mind. I wondered if I could ever learn even half of it. The memory seemed painful for him, though, so I needed to move on. So, you work for Frank? No. Frank and I are both a part of something much larger. We help coordinate the moving pieces, but we certainly don't lead the movement. Who does? Dad eyed me warily. No one knows. It doesn't matter, though. We're all working in it together. He shifted his gaze to the bread, my cue that it was time to change the subject. Sorry, I didn't mean to upset you. It's just that I never dreamed I'd find you again. I have so many questions. I know, and I'm sorry that you've had to survive the last few years on your own. But I am so proud of you and the decisions you've made. And now you're a leader. I didn't know if it was praise or criticism, but he was smiling. I am a leader now, technically, but you have to know where my allegiance lies. I am completely on your side. He took my hand. I know. You've always been able to identify the good. I had no doubt you'd find us sooner or later, and the role you play with us now is so important. I brag on you all the time. I know I already said it, but I really am so proud of the woman you have become. Maybe it was silly, but his words were powerful. It meant a lot to hear that my dad was proud, even when I felt like I'd done so many things wrong. Thanks, Dad. Maybe after this is all over, I can come and live with you here. I'd much rather be outside now that I've had a taste of it. His forehead creased. I would love to have you here with me, but I don't think we'll be able to make that happen for a long, long time. I don't think we're that far off, I said. I'm sure you are aware of the mission I'm on to place the amplifiers outside. Now that we've located the exiled camp, I just need to find a way to get the devices in there. Then the government will wipe them out and you guys can continue to live under the radar. I should be able to join you by the summer. I wish it was that simple, but this is just the beginning, and we need you working for us inside, Claren. You've situated yourself in the perfect way to help us make real progress, and I'm not around here as much as I would want to be anyway. I still wouldn't get to see you much, even if you did live here. What do you mean? Where do you go? Dad sighed. It's complicated. Working with the mysterious unknown Ember leadership? I frowned. I didn't want to be frustrated, but none of this was going as I'd hoped. We all have our roles, Claren. We may not know how they are all connected or how exactly we fit into the greater plan, but you have to trust the process. You are exactly where you need to be right now, and so am I. So that's all you're going to tell me? It's been almost 3 years since I've seen you, and I don't get to know anything about who you are or what you're working on now? Now it was my dad's turn to get frustrated. He was still my father, after all, and I might have been a grown adult, but I still wasn't going to get away with mouthing off to him. We're working on the same side, and this is all you need to know. Even Carmen doesn't know the details. It's not important for you to understand. Even Carmen doesn't know? He said it as though this strange woman would be trusted with his classified details far before I would. How could he trust her more than me? I don't have much time here, he continued. I need to get back to where I was going before the exiled attack. But when I heard they'd found you, I had to come see you. I love you. Don't ever forget that. You are strong and brave, and I know you'll do the right thing. And you're in great company. He motioned to the hallway where the bedroom door was opening. Rafe stepped into the hallway, followed by Carmen. Was he leaving already? Dad turned to Rafe. Take good care of her. See to it that she gets back to the city today. They can go into the medical center, and I'll make sure she gets picked up from there. Yes, sir. Dad stood and held his hand out to pull me to my feet as well, but I wasn't ready for him to go. I didn't want to end on a sour note, and it had been so long. How long would it be before I could see him again? I love you, sweetheart. He pulled me into a hug, and I held on tight. At least I would get to say goodbye this time. I love you too, Dad. Be careful out there.
Always.
He winked at me, and it was time for him to go. Carmen walked him to the front door, leaving Rafe and me alone in the kitchen. He turned to wave one last time before stepping outside. I took a mental snapshot, choosing to remember this version of Dad. He was a little rough around the edges, but happy and free, wild and in love. It was a good look for him, despite my own selfish feelings. I stood quietly, waiting for my unshed tears to dry, watching the door in case he came back, but he didn't. Finally, Rafe broke the silence.
Are you about ready to go?
I spun to face him, unable to hold back how I was really feeling. Maybe it was all the pent-up emotion after seeing my dad, who I thought was dead, or maybe it was brushing so close to death myself, or maybe it was the fact that he, lied to me about knowing these people. How long have you known my dad was alive? I walked toward him, and Rafe took a step back. Good. He should be afraid.
I didn't know until we got here.
But you knew earlier when I asked you in my room. He didn't argue. How could you lie to me, Rafe?
I didn't lie. I told you I didn't know anyone here personally.
You lied by omission. You didn't think I'd want to know that my dad was alive? You didn't think, this might be important to her? Rafe set his mouth in a tight line. He was getting upset, but he had no right to be angry with me. No right at all. He was the one who messed up here. What other truths are you omitting, Rafe? What else are you hiding? Because if there are any other truth bombs that might wreck my world, I suggest you tell me now. This was it. I was giving him a chance to come clean about marrying his match. If it was true, if Dax wasn't just trying to get me riled up earlier, this would be Rafe's chance to let me know.
There's nothing else, Claren. I know you're upset, but I care about you. I never want to lie to you. If I'd mentioned your dad, you would never have stayed in your room. He wasn't even here yet. I didn't want you to fight your way out and get hurt or lost looking for him when I knew he'd be here soon.
He stepped forward again with his arms spread, but I crossed mine over my chest. I wasn't in the mood for hugs. I heard what he said, but I still wasn't sure if I was buying it. Why would Dax lie about Rafe being married? He had no motive other than to make me angry, and I was angry enough at Dax without that information. Rafe, on the other hand, would have plenty of reasons to lie about it. I thought I could trust him, but maybe this is who Cato was talking about in his letter. Maybe Rafe was the one I shouldn't trust. The very thought of it ripped at my heart. If I couldn't trust Rafe, then I really had no one. Even my dad had gone away again.
Come on,
he said, dropping his hands by his sides.
Let's get you back to the city.
I'll be just fine with Dax. I turned to leave him standing alone in the kitchen. Who would have thought I'd ever find myself choosing Dax's company over Rafe's? But here we were.
I'm sure you would,
he called out as I walked away.
But Dax can't drive, so you're stuck with me for a little while longer.
I rolled my eyes and slammed the bedroom door shut behind me. Chapter 22. A few hours later, I found myself standing on the sidewalk leading into the Morton Borough Medical Center. I was freezing from the drive over. 2 hours riding in an off-road vehicle with no roof wasn't comfortable, but at least it was loud enough that I didn't have to talk to Rafe. If only it had been loud enough to clear my other memory of riding in the vehicle with him. I wanted to forget all about his stupid lying lips and his stupid amazing kisses. But other than a bruised ego and chattering teeth from the cold, I was fine. Dax and I caught a bus to the medical center as soon as we'd crossed back into the city limits, which was surprisingly easy. I'd expected a little more security at the edge of the city, with all the attacks that had been going on. Then again, Justice Hines and Dimitri were probably looking for a reason to go to war. "Are you sure we have to go inside?" I asked Dax hopefully. "I'm fine, and your swelling is practically gone now. We really don't need to be treated for anything."
I agree, but your dad said we needed to come here, and apparently he's someone I'm supposed to listen to."
He shook his head, befuddled by the fact my dad was alive, and in charge, no less. Together we marched forward. The Morton Borough Medical Center was large, but it wasn't grand by any means. The building had stood since before the Great War, and it had been renovated several times since then. Even so, it felt old and in need of some work. But for me, that was part of its charm. I'd come up to visit my mom on several occasions when she worked here. She was good at what she did, well respected by other healers, workers, and leaders alike. But after she died, I avoided the place like a hornet's nest. Inside, I saw a young woman with a full head of bouncing red curls propped up behind a worn reception desk. She finished jotting some notes onto a pad in front of her before looking up to greet us. "Welcome to the Morton Claren!" My childhood best friend shoved her chair backward and flew around the side of the desk to wrap me in a hug. "What are you doing here? Is that Dax O'Neill? Oh my goodness, did something happen in the center? Are you hurt?" I laughed. "Calm down, Selah. I'm fine." I cut my gaze over to Dax, unsure of what to tell her. We probably should have planned this better, but I figured a vague version of the truth was probably my best bet. "I was doing some work in the area and hit my head. It's really fine, but Dax suggested we swing by for a checkup, just in case." "Absolutely!" Selah lifted my eyelids one at a time with her thumb, as though she knew anything about healing. "You poor thing! I'll get you right up to see Dr. Chavez." She rushed back behind the desk and picked up an ancient-looking intercom of some kind to let the staff in Dr. Chavez's office know I was coming up. "Please come by again soon. I miss you so much, and I want to hear all about your new job." She raised her brows hopefully as we walked past her desk. "Definitely," I lied. Of course, I couldn't tell her anything about my work, but I did miss her. "I'll see you soon." The halls of the medical center were quiet, and after 2 flights of stairs, we found ourselves outside of Dr. Chavez's suite. Dax pushed open the door, and a nurse stood waiting for us with a clipboard in her hands. "Miss Greenwood?" "That's me. We've been expecting you." She winked and led me to a private room around the corner from the entrance. I glanced over at Dax again, but he didn't seem to notice. Maybe she just meant she was expecting us after Selah called up, but the wink was weird. Dax followed us back to the room. After the emotional roller coaster I'd been on with Rafe and then my dad, I didn't mind his company. He'd been fairly quiet since our argument back at Carmen's house, and I figured he wouldn't leave even if I asked him to. It was his job to guard me, after all. Dr. Chavez's nurse took my temperature, listened to my heart, and had me breathe in and out a few times. She checked my eyes and my ears, making small talk the entire time, but never actually asking me what happened. I had my story prepared for Dr. Chavez, though. I tell him Dax and I were visiting peacemakers throughout the boroughs, and I fell while trying to gather supplies at our last stop. It was as close to the truth as I could get without revealing too much. But I never had a chance to deliver my story. The nurse stepped out to get the doctor, and the next time the door opened, it was Felix who rushed in. "Claren!" He ran forward and scooped me into a hug. I patted him on the back after he'd held me for a few seconds too long, and he released me back to my spot on the exam table. "Hi, Felix." "Are you okay? I came as soon as I got the call. I swear, if Ryder wasn't already so beat up, I would have killed him for letting you out of his sight. And you." He turned to face a very tired-looking Dax sitting in the corner. "Why didn't you get into contact with me sooner? I've had men scouring all the main roads outside of the city for the last 2 days. I've been worried sick." He turned back before Dax could answer and placed a hand on my cheek. "But really, are you okay? The nurse said you seemed fine, but I want to hear it from you." "Yes, Felix, I really am okay. I'm just tired." "Good, then let's get you home." "For the record," Dax piped up, "there was no way for us to contact anyone, but I'm sure you knew that if you found Ryder. They left all of our supplies with him."
Sure, the walkies and trackers were with Ryder, but you still should have found a way.
Felix looked at me with a softness in his eyes. He looked equal parts relieved to find us safe and concerned about what we went through. I gave him a reassuring smile to let him know I was okay. So you found Ryder, and Aiden, and Emilio? Are they all safe?
Ryder took a beating for sure, but I have to say he's looking better than Dax,
Felix said with a half grin. He seemed to be a little less tense now, but Dax did not look amused.
And the others are fine. Aiden wanted to burn the camp to the ground, but Emilio convinced him to get Ryder and what equipment they could salvage and get out of there before the outsiders came too. Everyone is resting now. The leadership allowed them to take a few days to recover and repair the equipment. I'll make sure you get a few days off too.
I wanted to argue that we didn't have time to relax, but this wasn't the time or the place. After our attack, the exiled were probably already gone. They might even have been planning a retaliatory attack on the Ember camps, or worse, they might be planning an attack on Claren City. The last thing I needed was for Dimitri to go into war mode on the Embers, thinking they were the enemy. This was all getting complicated, but what I knew for sure was that there wasn't time to delay. We can discuss that back at home, I said. Felix smiled.
It's nice to hear you call it home.
The door opened again, and a tall woman with auburn hair and a kind smile walked in. The tag on her white coat read, Dr. Filburn, Radiology. She was definitely in the wrong part of the hospital.
Hi, Claren. I'm Melinda.
She shook my hand and gestured to the boys with a nod of her head.
You've got quite the crowd in here.
Yes, ma'am, she does. Felix Walsh. He extended a hand for the doctor to shake.
Of course, she said. I'd recognize our future senator anywhere, but it's a pleasure all the same.
Turning back to me, she said,
I'm afraid Dr. Chavez is tied up at the moment, so the nurse asked me to step in and take a look for him. Is that all right with you?
Sure, I shrugged. The quicker we could finish, the better.
Great.
She pulled off her stethoscope and leaned in to listen to my heart. As she did, she whispered right next to my ear. Your father called and asked me to check on you. He didn't mention Walsh. Are you safe with him? My eyes widened. Dad called her? He was definitely involved in this stuff deeper than he let on, and maybe I should have been touched that he called ahead, that he was looking out for me. But I couldn't help the bitterness that crept in as well. Why didn't he trust me enough to let me know what he was doing? Why didn't anyone seem to think I was capable of handling the truth? Yes, I whispered with a firm nod. Poor Felix seemed to be just as unaware as me, but I certainly felt safer in the dark with him than surrounded by people who couldn't trust me enough to tell me the truth. Perfect. Melinda smiled widely and stood. You look great to me. Go home and get some rest. You'll be good as new in a day or two. Felix wrinkled his brows in confusion, but the doctor scurried out before he had a chance to ask any questions. I suspected she didn't want to draw any attention to herself. How many other people in Claren City were involved with the Embers, and how many of them knew about my dad? It suddenly felt like the whole world was lying to me. Chapter 23. Jean had a full feast prepared for us back at Felix's house, complete with roasted chicken, vegetables, wild rice, and golden, buttery dinner rolls. Dax joined us for dinner, but took off shortly thereafter. None of us dared to get into details of the weekend's events in front of the staff, and Felix recognized Dax's exhaustion and sent him home before we could regroup in the study. I took that opportunity to retire as well. It had been a long weekend, and all I really wanted was a hot shower and my cozy bed. It wasn't until the water from the shower encircled me in steam that the gravity of the last 2 days really hit me. We found the exiled and failed to place the amplifiers. Then the exiled found us and beat us into oblivion. But not to worry, my actual living dad's Ember friends rescued us. Dad was alive. Rafe was probably married and lying about it, just like he lied about my dad. The whole situation had escalated out of my control, and I didn't know what I was supposed to do anymore. My fingertips had shriveled into tiny roses, and my skin was red from the constant stream of hot water when Tamara knocked gently on the bathroom door. "Miss Greenwood, is everything okay in there?" I leaned my forehead against the slick tile. How long had I been in there? "Yes, I'm fine." Fine. It was a word I'd used a lot in the last 2 days, but I definitely wasn't feeling it, no matter how many times I'd tried to convince myself and everyone else of it. I turned the water off and stepped out into the steamy bathroom to dry off and change into the pajamas Tamara had left for me. Once dressed, I twisted the wet knob, and a blast of cold air from my bedroom reminded me I was alive as I swung the door open. Tamara was gone, but Felix was standing there. "Oh, how long have you been waiting here?" I asked. "Not long." Felix scratched the back of his head. "Okay, maybe for a little while." He grinned. "But I didn't mean to startle you. I can go if you want." "Sorry," I mumbled. "You're fine. I've just got a lot on my mind." I ran a towel through my hair and hung it to dry before sitting on the edge of my bed. "I bet. Well, I won't stay long, but we haven't really had a chance to discuss what happened. Are you up for a quick rundown? I can come back tomorrow if you want to rest first." He was giving me plenty of opportunities to turn him away, but it was evident that he wanted to stay. I shrugged and patted the bed beside me. "It's all right. Have a seat." There wouldn't ever be a good time to fill him in on everything, so I may as well get it over with. "We found the exiled camp pretty quickly," I began. Felix came and sat beside me, eager to hear more. Emilio located it with his drone, but he stayed at the van with Aiden, while Dax and Ryder joined me on foot. Everything was going well until we spotted a couple of their guys. They had my friend Rafe. He was unconscious. I swallowed, remembering the sight of him laying limp on the ground at the camp. Felix's brows pushed together. "Rafe? The guy you've been talking about for the last couple of weeks?" "Yeah, that's the one. But don't worry, you won't hear much more about him from me." I fought the urge to roll my eyes again. Why did Rafe have to strain my memory of reuniting with my dad? Felix was clearly curious, but he didn't push for more about Rafe. Thank goodness. I really didn't want to talk about him anymore. Anyway, Dax started running his mouth about him, which upset me. I accidentally pushed him and caught the attention of the exiled guys. Everything happened really quickly from there, but they knocked us out fast. "They didn't have any weapons?" Felix asked. "One guy did, but Ryder got it from him pretty early on. I wish Ryder had just shot them all, but I guess it's good he didn't. Otherwise, we wouldn't have another chance at placing the amplifiers later." Felix tensed. "Statistically, I guess everyone will get it right every now and then." Wow, he really had a chip on his shoulder when it came to Ryder. "Oh, come on. You've got to give him some credit," I said. "Ryder was good out there." Felix grimaced. "If he was good, he wouldn't have allowed you to get taken, at least not without knowing where you were going." "Seriously, what is the deal between you two?" He shook his head. "Don't worry about it. I'll give him some credit and we can move on. We're all entitled to keep some things to ourselves, aren't we?" I held his gaze for several seconds, thinking about Rafe and my dad. "Yeah, I guess we are." I looked away, but the feeling of Felix's eyes lingered on me. Taking a deep breath, I continued with my story. Just before I passed out, a group of strangers came in and started fighting back against the exiled. They didn't have any firearms either, but it didn't stop them from doing some major damage. They knew who I was, but I didn't know them. Come to find out, they're members of the Ember Society, just from a different settlement. Felix tilted his head to the side. "Did Frank send them?" "No." I stared thoughtfully at the man beside me. Felix was full of nothing but concern for me. He always had been, even from the first time we met, and he picked me up from the floor in my classroom at the Peacemaker training program. "They didn't work for Frank. They work for my dad." Felix's eyes grew wide. "Your dad?" His shock was genuine. Felix once mentioned that he had connections outside, but he never really knew who he was dealing with. After the conversation I'd had with my dad about the mystery leadership in the Ember Society, I now believe that to be true. Felix knew less than I originally thought. I nodded. My dad's alive, even after all these years, and apparently he's pretty high on the Ember Society food chain. Felix gaped at me, bewildered. I expected him to pepper me with questions about my dad's role. Surely he was wondering all the same things I was. But all I felt from him was the enormous concern that was ever growing for me. I can't imagine how difficult that must have been. He placed a warm hand on my knee. I mean, I'm sure you were excited to see him, but after all these years? Wow. My eyes warmed with the pressure of my tears building from deep within. I'd just dropped a major piece of intel into his lap, and Felix's only thoughts were of my well-being. I sniffled through a smile. I was excited to see him, but you're right, it was a lot to take in. I didn't tell him about Rafe's lie or my dad's new relationship with Carmen. I didn't have to. Felix was already there for me. He already knew I needed a friend. I placed my hand on his, which was still resting on my knee, and allowed his warmth to fill me. He looked down at my touch and gave a sad smile. Dads have a weird way of bringing up old emotions, don't they? I gave his fingers a squeeze. I never met Felix's dad, but something obviously happened at their most recent meeting. I wanted Felix to know that he was safe with me. He could confide in me like I just had in him. He brought his gaze back to me, his crystal blue eyes sparkling with sadness. My dad and I used to be really close. What happened? It's a long story. I'll save you from the drama. It's okay, I said, scooting up toward my pillow. I've got all night. I felt his pulse quicken as he considered his next move. But after a moment, he joined me on the bed, lying on his back and facing the ceiling with his hands crossed gentlemanly on his stomach. You asked about Ryder earlier. He swallowed, the muscles in his neck drawing my attention briefly. Well, we grew up together. His dad, Mr. Chelton, was my dad's personal guard, which meant we were practically never apart. He was my best friend. But since a senator's work never really stops, it meant long hours for Ryder's dad. He wasn't home much at all. Ryder would tag along with him so we could play, but his mom would spend long days and weeks at home alone. Looking back, I suspect it caused some tension in his parents' marriage, but of course we never stopped to think about that stuff as kids. As Mr. Chelton spent more and more time with my family, I think he began to grow fond of my mom. It was probably hard not to. She was smart and funny and kind. She was a lot like you, actually. She was beautiful and easy to love. He rolled slightly to his side, facing me with a small, genuine smile that left my cheeks warm. And when I was 14, my parents announced they were expecting another child. My dad was happier than I'd ever seen him. He'd skip around the house like he'd been handed the world. I think they had been trying unsuccessfully to give me a sibling for years. But one afternoon, Ryder and I were sneaking around the house when we should have been at school, and we stumbled upon Mr. Chelton holding my mom in his arms while she cried. The baby was his. Felix choked up, and I scooted closer, rubbing his arm gently. His memories were raw, and his pain twisted my stomach. I wanted to pull him into a hug, hold him until I could soothe it all away, but I didn't. I took his hand instead, holding it tight to let him know I was there for him, projecting as much comfort into him as I could. We took off running. Neither of us wanted to see that. We ran all the way back to Ryder's house, jumped the fence to his back patio, and finally confirmed what we both saw. Unfortunately, the kitchen window was open, and his mom heard it all. She busted the back door open and unleashed a fury like I'd never seen. We didn't deserve it, of course. Ryder and I didn't do anything wrong. But she didn't care.
She slapped Ryder across the face, told him he was just like his dad, and she screamed at me, calling my mother every rotten name in the book, and then some. Then she left. She just up and disappeared. Ryder and I were both shattered. He blamed me for his mom leaving. He hated my family for tearing his apart. I never told my dad. We never mentioned it to any of the other parents. As far as I know, they still don't know why Mrs. Chelton left. Felix closed his eyes and paused, inhaling deeply before continuing. A few months later, my mom went into labor. It was early, way too early for the baby. The doctors and healers did everything they could, but neither of them made it. My mom and the little brother I never got to meet both died in the medical center. Oh, Felix, I'm so sorry. I pulled him into an embrace, and he stretched out his arm, allowing my body to lay perfectly in place next to his. He wrapped his strong arm around me, pulling me close to his chest, where I rested my cheek near his shoulder, listening to his heart beat wildly. After several moments, his pulse slowed and his breathing evened out. Ryder and I both lost our moms, and we placed the blame on each other. We quit speaking. After Mom died, my dad basically quit speaking to me too. He was devastated. He didn't know how to grieve, and I think the sight of me reminded him too much of her. He avoided me at all costs, leaving me to be raised by our attendants. I would never be able to replace the hole she left in his heart. He stared at the ceiling, a look of grief etched around his eyes. None of that was your fault. I hate that you've suffered so much because of it. I propped myself up on an elbow, examining the chiseled lines of his handsome face. Felix lost his mom, dad, and brother, just like me. I never knew he'd endured so much loss. Felix might have been the one person in the world who actually could understand what I was going through, and I'd been horribly inconsiderate toward him. His flashy exterior and smooth talking was just a guard around a very broken heart. Felix met my eyes. It's okay. If anything, it's made me stronger, and I swear I will never allow anyone I love to experience that kind of pain. His pulse quickened again. I will never abandon the people I care about. I believed him. He wouldn't lie to me like Rafe. He wouldn't live a secret life without telling me, like my dad. He would never leave me alone. My heart pounded, matching his, and I broke our eye contact to examine his lips, sitting still and perfect, just inches from mine. I knew I shouldn't kiss him, but he was hurting, and I was hurting, and I was finally seeing Felix for the man he really was. He was more than a pretty face. He was strong and thoughtful, and he really cared about me. I moved slowly toward him, pressing my mouth softly against his. His eyes closed, and he kissed me gently once, then again. I sighed into him, relaxing as each tender kiss seemed to mend another piece of my own broken heart. I moved my free hand from his chest to the back of his neck, pulling myself closer as our kiss deepened. It wasn't an unbridled passion like I felt when I kissed Rafe. I didn't feel dangerous and out of control. I felt safe in the comfort of his arms. Rafe could practically read my mind, but Felix really knew me for who I was at my core. But he took my hand and pushed me back, rolling onto his side so that I fell to the bed beside him, breaking our embrace. "What's wrong?" I asked, my heavy breathing giving me away. "I'm sorry, I thought—" Felix smiled and brushed a loose strand of hair from my face. "No, it's okay. I loved it. I would kiss you all night. But I want you to want me for the right reasons. I don't want pity kisses, and I don't want to be a bandage for your own pain. I really care about you, Claren, and I can wait until I know that you really care about me too." He kissed my forehead and stood. With the doorknob in his hand, he turned to face me one last time. "Good night, beautiful. I'll see you in the morning." I held it together until the door closed behind him, and then I soaked my pillow in tears. Chapter 24. I met Felix in the study the next morning after breakfast. Neither of us mentioned the kiss, but something had definitely shifted in our relationship. I didn't know what it was, and honestly, I didn't know if I wanted it. But I'd crossed a line, and it was too late to go back. He was right, though. I kissed him to feel better, and in the light of a new day, it proved to be a temporary fix. I hated that my mind still drifted to Rafe. I hated that I was still so angry with him. It would have been so much easier to drop him and move on. With a hot cup of tea in hand, Felix and I settled into our armchairs and resumed our conversation from the night before. "I think you're right," Felix said. "The exiled have probably moved to another campsite, but they can't have gone too far." I pouted across from him. "It's been 3 days. They could be halfway across the country by now." "But why would they? This is the area they know best, and I imagine they're pretty angry. I doubt they'd flee to another city entirely before getting revenge on the people here. The real question is, who will they attack first, Claren City or the Embers?" I rubbed my forehead, thinking through the details. Frank said they usually stick close to the river. It makes sense, because they'd get caught if they were spotted on any of the main roads. If they're still around, I bet they'll be near the water. "Good thinking," Felix said. "Want me to call Emilio and see if he's got another drone ready to send out?" "No. Even if we somehow located their new camp, I don't think I'll be able to get in and place the amplifier with the exiled there. I don't want a repeat of last time. There has to be another way." We sat silently for a moment before Felix spoke again. "You said they steal food and supplies when they attack, right?" "That's right." "I think I may have an idea." Felix leaned forward. "But we're going to need your team." I shook my head. "No. Ryder is still recovering, and now that I know my dad is somewhere out there, I don't want Aiden going anywhere near him. And Dax..." I sighed. "Honestly, I've just about had enough of Dax. He can rest here, and we'll both be happier for it." Felix frowned. "Emilio won't be of much help after they're located. I'd go with you if I could. I'd go in your place if I could. But Emmeline would throw a fit. There's one other guy I trust, if you're willing to give someone new a chance." "If you say you trust him, then that's good enough for me." "Great. I'll make a few calls this afternoon, and hopefully we can get everything rolling in the morning." The next day I was surprised to find Emilio at the breakfast table chatting with Felix. He was highly caffeinated, speaking with even more animation than usual, but the overall vibe was happy, excited. That was good news for me. Felix had spent the rest of the day before in his office on the phone. He told me to rest and refused to let me take part in the planning. I puttered around the house, trying to nap here and there, but my belly was a ball of nerves. I was glad to see Emilio smiling now. The planning must have gone well. "Morning, boys." I took my seat and immediately had food placed in front of me by the attendants. "Good morning, beautiful." Felix grinned. I waited until the room was cleared again and whispered, "Is everything in place for today?" Emilio nodded like a shaken rag doll. He was positively giddy. Felix shot him an admonishing look. "We can discuss the details after breakfast," though even he looked like he could barely contain his excitement. It was contagious. My nerves didn't disappear, but they swelled into an anxious eagerness. I practically inhaled my toast and sausage, chugged a glass of orange juice, and tripped over my feet trying to get into the study. I couldn't wait to hear what was planned. I paced in front of the fireplace in the study, waiting for Felix to close the door and join us. "So what's the plan? Did everything come together? Are we going outside today?" I looked at Emilio. "Did you get the drone fixed?" "Even better," Emilio said. "Not only did I get a new drone put together, but I've already located the exiled camp." "What? When?" "Come on," Felix said. "Let's sit down and talk about it." "I don't think I can. I've got way too much energy right now." Emilio laughed. "I can totally relate. Being out there yesterday was a rush. I can't wait to see you take them out today." "Yesterday? You already went outside? With who?" "With John Michael." "John Michael?" I frowned at Felix. What in the world was going on here? Who was John Michael? "Right." Felix gestured toward my usual armchair again. I sat, but just barely on the edge, my knees bouncing without end. "I mentioned yesterday that there was another guy I trusted, John Michael. He and Emilio scouted the river yesterday like you suggested." "And we found 'em!" Emilio added enthusiastically. "They did, and I think they found the answer to our question about who would be attacked first as well. The exiled have moved down the river, closer to Claren City." "Oh no," I gasped. "How close are they?" "Closer than I'd prefer." Felix's smile was gone. "So it's good that we're not delaying any longer. But I'd like you to reconsider taking the rest of your team." "Felix, I told you, I can't trust Aiden. He's bloodthirsty. If anyone I care about got in his way—" My voice trailed off. Knowing my dad was alive out there changed everything. "And Dax and Ryder need to finish recovering. You said so yourself." Felix nodded. "I thought you might say that. I hope you don't mind, but I asked Emilio to help us keep you safe today." Emilio was definitely not a fighter. I'd probably be safer if he didn't tag along. He ruffled through his bag and pulled out a cardboard square with a small, flat black circle adhered to it. "It's another tracker." Emilio wrinkled his nose apologetically. "This one will be placed directly on your skin. It's got a really strong adhesive, so even if you fall into the river, it should stay put. But don't fall into the river, please. It won't protect you from hypothermia." "I don't plan on it, but I also don't plan on being tracked again. We're supposed to be stealth here. Justice Hines will lose her mind if she finds out we're going outside without her approval." "Right." Emilio pulled a small screen out of his bag next. "That's why Felix here is the only person with access to your data. No one else will be able to see where you are." "I can't just send you out there alone," Felix pleaded. "I've got to make sure you're safe, especially after what happened last time. I can't lose you again." "I won't be alone. I have the protection of the mysterious John Michael." I raised my brows for emphasis. "John Michael is good," Emilio said. "But so is Ryder, and you still got taken from under his nose. I agree with Felix. We need to keep an eye out just in case, though I really don't see how this plan could fail." He grinned again. "Fine." It was irritating that they felt like I needed a babysitter at all times. "So let's get to it then. I still don't even know what the plan is." "Well, we definitely don't want you walking into that camp again, so we've got to find a different way to get the tech inside. And if you're not bringing it in there, then we need them to bring it in themselves." "Okay." I wasn't following. "They like to steal food. You said they took a bunch of cattle from the Ember camp, right? Well, what if we deliver food and supplies, including the amplifier, right to their doorstep and let them bring it in?" "How are we supposed to do that?" "John Michael is one of the guards for Cormac Bell, the director of health and welfare." I remembered Cormac from our first meeting in Felix's inner circle. He was one of the friendlier leaders, if I recalled. "As such," Felix checked his watch, "he's often involved with the transportation of food and medicine from the government-run farms and facilities that still operate outside of city limits. We asked him to call in a favor." "And we set a trap." Emilio clapped his hands together. "But we need to get moving if we want the timing to work. John Michael can explain more as you go." "And where is this famous John Michael?" "He's at his dad's house, and he's probably getting pretty impatient right now." I could relate. "Yep." Emilio stood and handed me a backpack. "Let's get going." "I've got to go into the office today, but I'll be with you every step of the way." Felix tapped the screen Emilio gave him earlier. "Wait," Emilio said. "That only works if she's actually wearing the tracker."
He handed me the small cardboard square. "I just stick it on my skin?" I asked. "Yeah, but you'll need to make sure it's out of sight. We don't want anyone to know you're being tracked, or they'll get rid of the device like last time. Put it under your shirt or something." I met Felix's eyes and his cheeks flushed. "Can you help me?" I mean, if you need me to." He was cute when he stuttered. I turned away from the boys and pulled my shirt up to expose the length of my spine. "Whoa, don't mind me here," Emilio said loudly. "I'll cover my eyes." I chuckled. It was just my back. I held the cardboard square over my shoulder, and Felix's heartbeat was hammering in my ears as he slowly approached me and took the device. He peeled the adhesive backing off and barely whispered, "Where do you want me to put this?" "Just somewhere in the middle is fine." He gulped and placed a small black circle to the right of my spine, just above the closure of my bra. His warm hand smoothed it flat against my skin, and his touch sent goosebumps sprawling across my back and down my arms. He didn't linger, though I wouldn't have minded much if he had. His face was still red when I turned around and pulled my shirt back down over my exposed skin. I met his eyes and suppressed a grin. "Alrighty then." Emilio stood awkwardly, looking back and forth between Felix and me with wide eyes. "Right, yeah." Felix combed his tanned fingers through his golden blonde hair. "You have a walkie in your bag as well, but only use it if you really need to. We can't guarantee any privacy there. Technically, the leadership here could find your channel and listen in, if the signal reaches far enough to communicate at all." Emilio shook his head. So the walkies were obviously out. "And I don't want to add any extra pressure or anything." Felix crossed his arms over his chest, rocking gently on his feet. "But we need this to work today. With as close as they are to the city, I'm worried there will be an attack if we don't interfere quickly." "And if we do succeed?" I asked. "How are we supposed to explain ourselves to Dimitri and the rest of the Triple T leadership? They're not going to be happy." "It's a lot easier to ask for forgiveness than it is to ask for permission," Felix said. "Just make sure you get the job done, and they won't have anything to be upset about." Chapter 25. With a heavy bag slung over my shoulder and the hood of my jacket pulled up over my head, I walked quickly down the sidewalk, Emilio by my side. The air was beginning to warm slightly as winter rolled over to spring, but there was still a bite to the wind. Thankfully, we didn't have far to go. John Michael lived in an apartment with other protectors for the leadership, but it wasn't located in the center. His father, on the other hand, had been serving the leadership for his entire life, and after his wife passed away, they moved him into a small home just inside the center walls. Emilio explained that this house is where he first learned about the Embers. It served as a post of sorts for the Embers when they needed to communicate directly with the leadership on the inside, those who were friendly to their cause anyway, and John Michael's father was evidently the messenger. We stepped onto a small cement slab outside of the man's front door, and Emilio tapped out a very deliberate knock, 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 knock. The knob turned, and a familiar set of kind brown eyes greeted me from the other side. Come in, the older man said. Once inside, I pushed Emilio in the arm. "Why didn't you tell me it was James?" He shrugged. "It wasn't relevant." James laughed. "Hello, Miss Greenwood." I grinned. It was relevant to me. James was the first kind face I saw here in the center, and he may be the only one outside of my immediate circle. Knowing I'd be working with his son brought a sense of comfort. He ushered us into his small living room, and a younger version of himself stood and extended a hand. "John Michael," he said. "I'm Claren. It's nice to meet you." "You too." He looked at his dad, his respect for the man evident. "I've heard a lot about you." James shrugged with a grin. "What can I say? I had a feeling about you." His eyes sparkled with secrets, and I suspected he knew me much better than I knew him. "So," John Michael rubbed his hands together,
Are you ready to go?" Emilio gave me a tight nod. "I loaded up your bag with a walkie, 2 amplifiers, water, snacks, and your stun gun, of course. I'd say you're all set." "I guess I am," I said. "Excellent. Dad's got us covered here." He turned to face his father. "We'll be back before you know it. Thanks again for letting us use your place." "It's my honor," James said, patting his son on the back. I followed John Michael over to a closet door in the hall. I hadn't considered we'd be using the same underground tunnels my brother used to escape, but I suppose that made the best sense for this scenario. A thrill of excitement pulsed through my veins as they pulled the door open and pried at the floorboards. I knew these tunnels existed, of course, but I'd never actually seen them for myself. Rafe mentioned before that there was an entire underground network of them, abandoned infrastructure from before the Great War. The Embers had taken over their use to travel in and out of the city. Somehow, using these secret passages made me feel like a real part of the rebel movement. I was a real Ember. I stepped onto the dimly lit staircase after John Michael and turned to wave goodbye to Emilio and James. No matter what the next few hours held, it was an honor to work alongside such quality people. James slid the floor covering back into place as we descended the stairs, and my eyes worked to adjust to the low light ahead. John Michael flicked on a flashlight to illuminate our way, and I breathed a sigh of relief. The tunnels were dark, but surprisingly cleaner than I'd anticipated. I'd expected sludge and bugs and stench, and there were definitely cobwebs and plenty of dust, but it wasn't out of control. I wondered just how frequently these tunnels were traversed. "Hey, John, how far is it to the edge?" I asked. John Michael was marching quickly ahead, a man on a mission. I fell into step behind him, doing my best just to keep up. "It's John Michael," he said. Then he smiled over his shoulder. "Sorry, I'm not being rude about it. I'm just a little weird about my name. John sounds so boring. I'd much rather be a John Michael than a boring old John." "Got it. How far to the edge, John Michael?" I flashed a smile back at him to let him know I wasn't offended. But my smile quickly faltered when he answered. 6 miles. 6 miles? I thought he said this was going to be quick. "Don't worry, I'm not going to make you walk the whole way. I heard you're a pretty good runner." I started to object as we rounded a turn, and he flashed his light into a nook off to the left. 2 bicycles sat propped up on kickstands. "Just kidding. You do know how to ride, right?" I laughed. Very funny. I used to ride when I was a kid, but my tire went flat and we couldn't afford another inner tube at the time, so I haven't done it in years. "I'm sure you'll pick it right back up." He gestured toward one of the bikes and I swung my leg over. It was a little too tall for me, and I was completely unsteady at first, but within minutes I was flying through the tunnels behind him. "Slow down! I'm still trying to get the hang of this," I called out. "Can't slow down," he shouted over his shoulder. "It's almost time." The tunnels were unmarked. If I hadn't had him there to lead me through, I would have most certainly gotten myself lost. But he seemed quite confident in the direction we should go. We passed several offshoots and different staircases and ladders on our way. One of them probably led up into the hall closet of my childhood home. Cato had walked these tunnels. Dad maybe had too. When I considered it, it almost seemed natural that I was now taking my turn here in the dark, abandoned underground maze. It was like a family rite of passage. Eventually, John Michael turned us down a smaller but very well-worn passageway with far fewer staircases. We were getting close. He parked his bicycle next to a metal ladder, rungs shiny from years of hands and feet stepping and pulling their way up. "Here we are," he said, checking his watch. "And just in time. I expect I'll be getting a call any minute now." "From who?" I parked my bike beside his and hopped down. My legs felt a little wobbly from riding 6 miles for the first time in years, but I shook it off and ascended the ladder after him. "From the rancher." He felt around on the ceiling above until he found the spot that would push our opening ajar. I watched his legs disappear above me.
Then his face re-emerged with a grin, and he extended a hand to help me up. "I've got it, thanks." I didn't need help getting out. What I really needed was a better explanation of the plan. I still wasn't entirely sure what was going on. John Michael's pocket buzzed before I could ask. He pulled out a small screen, flashing with a series of numbers. It was a cell phone. I knew it had to be, but I was still stunned. Add another piece of tech to the list of things I'd only ever seen in history books. "Hello? Oh, no. Where are you located?" "All right. I'll get some tools and meet you there. Sit tight." He tapped the screen and the device went dark before he slid it back into his pocket. Man, I've got good timing. John Michael's teeth were a little turned, but his smile was bright. I snorted at his playful arrogance. We were sitting on a dusty floor in the back room of an empty business of some kind, automotive-related if I had to guess. The windows were caked over with dirt, casting eerie shadows from the gray sunlight that barely filtered in. "Ever changed a tire before?" "What do you think?" I crossed my arms. "Yeah, there's a first time for everything." He helped me to my feet and led me through a storage area out into what was once the public-facing area of an old gas station. A side set of doors remained unlocked, and we exited around the back of the building to where a Claren City work truck was parked. 2 tires sat in the bed of the truck. I crooked an eyebrow at John Michael. "Well, this is convenient, and so official-looking, too. I like to hide in plain sight." "That's very John Michael of you. A boring John would probably be tucked away in the woods right now." "You're snarky." He pointed a finger at me with a grin. "I like it. You remind me of my daughter." The comment warmed my heart a little. I liked John Michael. There was something about him, like James, that I found endearing. I felt safe with him. "Really, though, it seems like you run a pretty tight ship. I don't want to throw you off your schedule too much, but can we take a second to discuss the plan? I'm still really out of the loop."
"First of all, get used to it. Out of the loop is how the Embers roll. Second of all, yes, climb in the cab and we'll talk details on our way out."
I hustled around to the passenger side of the truck and hopped in. The cab was comfortable, with plenty of room for both of our bags behind the seats. The truck came to life with a hum, and John Michael expertly pulled out onto the old state highway, driving toward the river.
"Emilio and I came out here after Felix called yesterday. Truth is, I was a little offended that he didn't call sooner. I think I would have been great for this team. But that's neither here nor there. Emilio played with his little airplane doodad until he located the camp."
"You mean the drone?"
"Right. It didn't take long. The exiled are just a little ways up ahead, actually."
I studied John Michael from the passenger seat. He was older than me, maybe my dad's age, but full of life. There wasn't an ounce of fear in the man. His eyes sparkled like his father's, but his calming demeanor reminded me of my father.
"After we found where those scumbags are hiding, we threw some screws in the road."
"Screws? Like the little metal fixtures?" He nodded. "Why?"
"So we could pop my rancher's tires."
Everything he said was so matter-of-fact, I don't know why I laughed. He clearly wasn't joking, but this was bizarre. "How old is your daughter?" I asked.
12.
"Okay, tell me what's happening like you would explain it to your daughter."
"She doesn't ask as many questions as you. I think you may be a little more dense," he said with a smirk. I groaned and leaned my head back against the seat. I'm kidding, he said. "I called a worker I know from one of the Claren City ranches east of town. I told him there was an emergency event coming up and that we needed 6 head of cattle ASAP. It's not completely out of line, and Cormac has called in favors like this before. It seemed plausible, so they didn't ask any questions." Okay, this was starting to make more sense. Felix knew the exiled stole cattle from the Embers, so it seemed natural that a truck full of them would catch their attention again. I liked where this was going. We dragged a log out into the main road the ranch workers normally take into town, so he would have to make a detour near the river. It's not too far out of his way, but it swings him right near where the exiled camp is set up. "You're baiting them." "Exactly." But I don't think they're dumb enough to seize a moving vehicle hauling several tons of beef, so I had to stop the beef in its tracks, in its tire tracks, to be precise.
So you threw a bunch of screws in the road to pop the tires and bring the truck to a stop?
Yep, I was going to use nails, but then I thought, screw it.
I rolled my eyes. Dad jokes were universal, apparently. And the call you got earlier was from the worker driving the cattle?
It was. Can you believe he got 3 flat tires?
There are only 2 new ones in the bed of the truck, though.
Whoops. Guess he'll have to ride back with us and leave the truck and the cattle behind.
John Michael grinned and tapped the brakes as a muddy farm truck and trailer came into view over the hill before us. He brought it to a stop several yards away from the rancher, ensuring we wouldn't drive over the same screws that popped the other man's tires.
I'll deal with the rancher. While I'm talking to him, you go and place the amplifiers Emilio dropped into your bag. Put one in the cab of his truck. They'll probably steal it. But in case they don't, put one on a cow, too.
What if he sees me?
Don't let him.
And how am I supposed to attach an amplifier to a cow?
Quickly, so he doesn't see you.
The rancher was walking in our direction. John Michael didn't hear me huff because he'd already opened his door to greet the agitated worker. I hopped out of the cab and walked toward the cattle truck.
Thanks for coming so quickly, John.
I wanted to shout, "It's John Michael!" but I walked forward instead, averting my eyes. I didn't want to risk the worker putting a name with my face. This whole operation was beginning to feel like the opposite of stealth.
I didn't realize you were bringing help.
I could feel the rancher's eyes boring into me, but I kept my head down, walking quickly toward his vehicle.
Yeah, she's in training. I told her she could come, but she had to stay out of our way.
I picked up my pace as I neared the truck, but I still couldn't shake the feeling I was being watched, even after I'd moved out of the rancher's sight. I heard the men's muffled voices from around the opposite side of the truck, but everything else was silent. The cows didn't shuffle in the trailer. They just stared, unblinking, through the open slats along the side. Even the wind was absent. It was like the world had stopped around me. But the hair on my arms didn't get the message. It stood defiantly on end. I shivered and pulled my backpack off of my shoulder, unzipping it to find an amplifier sitting atop the rest of my supplies. I pulled it out and left the bag on the road, propped up by one of the tires on the farm truck. I pulled at the passenger door handle and swore under my breath. Locked. Should I get the cow first or sneak around to the driver's side door? I peeked around the front of the truck and overheard the rancher's raised voice.
I told you there were 3. What am I supposed to do now?
I didn't have much time. I scurried around the front of the truck and tossed one amplifier into the open driver's side window. I'd go back and attach it if there was still time after the cow. Ugh, the cow. I stole a glance back at the men talking as I snuck back to the trailer, and I felt it again, a sense of dread. Was I being paranoid? Looking around, I saw nothing out of place, nothing at all. There was no noise, no heavy breathing, no racing pulses. I had to have been imagining things. I examined the lock on the trailer, trying to decide whether I should attempt to pick it or just throw another amplifier in through one of the slots. The smell was starting to get to me, and the giant, sad eyes of the animals tugged at my heartstrings. Poor things, they were going to get slaughtered soon either way. I walked around to grab the second device from my bag, but it wasn't sitting on the road anymore. The backpack was gone. My eyes immediately flashed back up to the forest, my heart racing. Again, there was nothing, no movement of any kind. But I wasn't crazy. I knew the bag was here just moments earlier. I tiptoed back to the front of the truck, watching the forest beside me as I went. The rancher was still shouting at John Michael, but he wasn't paying the man any attention. His eyes were on me, questioning. He must have seen the fear on my face, even from as far back as he stood. Something wasn't right. I turned once more to look behind me, the hammering of my pulse so loud in my ears now that I couldn't hear anything else. The passenger door slammed open, knocking my body to the road and leaving skinned strawberries on my hands where I tried to catch my fall. Fire spread across my scalp as someone yanked me up from the ground by my hair. "Claren!" John Michael came running. I watched him through the dirty windshield of the farm truck I was now sitting inside. I couldn't turn my head. My captor held me still in his lap with a fistful of my hair and a knife held to my throat. "One move, and you're dead," a gruff voice whispered in my ear. He reeked of an old wine bottle, and despite the situation, his energy was remarkably calm. It was terrifying. My left arm and hip were throbbing from my fall, but my right hand was ready. I could reach up and grab his knife-wielding arm. But could I do it before he slit my throat? Probably not. The blade sat cold against my skin, pushing in enough that even a large swallow would leave me bleeding. John Michael was almost to the truck when a sharp movement caught my eye from the tree line. He saw it too. With a quick turn of his torso, he fired off 2 loud shots, resulting in 2 bodies hitting the road. My captor didn't like that. He pushed the knife harder, and it broke my skin. I felt the warmth of my own blood pooling around the cold blade. I couldn't utter a single word without it cutting deeper. I was going to die, right there in that dirty farm truck, in the disgusting lap of a man whose face I would never see. John Michael set his sights on our farm truck next. His eyes twinkled no more. He had the look of a killer, and he was staring straight past me at the stranger who held me motionless. In the distance, I saw the Claren City work truck roar to life, the truck we'd taken here just minutes earlier. John Michael and the rancher turned to the noise, but it was coming too fast. The vehicle flew over the road, hitting the rancher with an astonishing amount of force, sending his body flying off of the road and into a ditch on the opposite side. "One down, 1 to go." His hot breath on my ear made me want to gag, but gagging against the blade would probably kill me too. I had barely registered what happened to the rancher when another group of 3 men came running around from the back of the trailer. "You want to watch this one die too?" Phlegm rattled in my captor's throat as he laughed viciously into my hair. He twisted my face toward the side mirror of the truck, giving me a perfect view of John Michael struggling against the other men. One had batted the gun from John Michael's hand, and he retaliated with a strong punch to the exiled man's jaw, sending a mix of blood and saliva spraying. But in forcing me to watch through the mirror, my captor had also loosened the blade against my neck. I seized the opportunity, grabbing his armed hand and slamming my head back into his nose. "You stupid girl!" He struck my temple with the handle of the knife, and I immediately slipped out of consciousness. Chapter 26. My wrists were raw, and my throat itched where the blood had crusted from the small cut made by the exiled man's knife. But I couldn't scratch it, not with my hands tied behind my back as they were. I'd awoken laying on my side on a filthy cement floor covered in rat feces. Slowly, cautiously, I twisted myself up into a sitting position, bringing my knees toward my chest. I didn't want to make any noise, for fear I might attract one of the voices I heard talking through the wall. I must have been taken by the exiled, kidnapped. Though this wasn't a tent like I'd seen them in before. It looked like I was sitting in an old workshop or large shed of some kind. Rusty tools and boxes sat on shelves along the walls. One tiny window in the opposite wall revealed nothing but tree branches outside. I didn't dare get up and investigate closer, not with those voices just outside. I was alone, which meant they'd either tied up John Michael separately or... Tears stung at the back of my eyes. He had a family. How could I face James after this? How could I explain to John Michael's 12-year-old daughter that her dad died trying to save me? I wasn't worth saving. A single salty, warm tear broke free from my lower lid and meandered down my cheek. The truth was, I probably wouldn't have to worry about facing James and the rest of the family at all. If the exiled killed John Michael, then my chances of escaping alive were slim to none. The doors abruptly pushed open at the front of the shed, and 2 scruffy men stepped inside.
"I told you she'd be awake," the second man grunted. "Go get Milo."
The first man disappeared through the doors again, while the shorter, broader man approached me. His lip was slightly curled as he squatted down to inspect me more closely. He was nervous. Whatever they planned to do to me, he didn't like it. Though it wasn't my safety he was concerned about, he feared for his own. I wanted to kick him away. I wanted to plant my heel firmly in his face. But I wasn't that foolish. So I sat still, adrenaline coursing through my veins as I allowed the man to examine me from every angle. Disgusting. After just a minute, the first man returned, followed by a third. This third man, Milo, had a commanding presence. He sauntered in with bowed, denim-covered legs and a filthy black canvas jacket. His eyes were wild, untamed. His grin was chilling, and he was wearing my backpack.
"There's my little princess."
My stomach twisted at the sound of his voice. This was the man who had pulled me into the truck. The thought of sitting in his lap was revolting.
"Sorry about your boyfriends,"
he said, kneeling in front of me. He rubbed his thumb across my jawline, his skin so rough it practically scratched at my flesh.
"But it's nice to know you have an interest in older men."
He winked. "I'd rather die." He tisked and stood.
"Careful what you wish for, princess. I'm not so bad."
The other 2 men chuckled. They believed that sentiment less than I did.
"We can kiss and make up later. Right now, I've got some questions for you."
He swung the bag over his shoulder and pulled out an amplifier. Turning it over in his fingers, he laughed. Then his smile disappeared, and his brows drew angrily together.
"What is this?"
He threw the device at me, and I winced, unable to catch or block it with my hands tied behind my back. It bounced off my knee and hit the floor, sending all 3 men into a fit of laughter. These guys were lunatics.
"Well, it didn't explode,"
Milo said, pacing in front of me.
"Is it a weapon? Or are you trying to spy on me, princess?"
I gritted my teeth together, refusing to answer.
"I'm not an idiot, you know. Something's going on. You want me. Why?"
I looked away. I didn't plan on entertaining this creep, and I wouldn't offer him any information. He was probably going to kill me anyway. He walked over to me quickly, dropping beside me and bringing my face close to his with my hair in his fist again, yanking my chin up in the process. He whispered loudly in my ear,
"I'll get you to talk. I suggest you do it now, because I'll be the only one having fun if I have to force it out of you."
He licked my earlobe, and I would have rathered he cut the whole thing off. I swallowed the words I wanted to shout. This man was pure evil. He was really enjoying himself. But I needed to keep cool. He wanted information. Maybe I could play this to my benefit and still manage to find a way out of here. "It is a weapon," I muttered. "We know you've been attacking the city. I was sent to take you out with these."
"Liar, liar, pants on fire."
Milo's sing-songy voice was even more terrifying than his laugh.
"They've got men for that type of work."
He grew more serious.
"But you're obviously someone important to them. They've sent you twice now. Who are you, and what do you want with me?"
"I'm no one."
"Liar!"
He threw my bag across the room, and the other 2 men tensed.
"Look, I don't care who you are, but they're going to want you back, I think. The question is, how much will they pay for you?"
"Is this about money?" I was confused. Money would be worthless to these men. Currency was irrelevant outside of the cities.
"Of course not. I told you I'm not an idiot. I want weapons. I know they're working on new technology, and I think they've got something good. I saw their test sites in the hills. Where are they keeping it?"
"I have no idea what you're talking about." He spat on the floor and glared at me.
"Don't play dumb. I saw the tech in your bag. I know you're up to something in there."
He put his hands in the air, raising his voice another octave.
"I promise to play nice. I won't bother you again if you just tell me where the weapons are kept."
"I don't know about any weapons." A high-pitched buzz drew my attention to the door. Milo heard it.
"Oh, really?"
His grin was maniacal. He picked up a shovel and stepped outside, looking for the drone, but the buzzing disappeared. That was okay. I just needed Felix to know where I was. Between the tracker on my back and Emilio's drone footage, they had to be on their way now. I was going to be saved. The other 2 exiled men pulled knives out of their pockets. They were much better armed this time around than the last time my team infiltrated their camp. I swallowed and began fidgeting with the rope around my wrists. Maybe if they were distracted enough, I could set myself free. One of the men followed Milo outside while the other crept over to the window. The skin on the inside of my wrist screamed as I digged it back and forth across the nylon rope, trying to break free. I just about had it when the man near the window dropped to the floor with a loud bang. Trembling, I cowered backward, forgetting completely about the rope. That didn't matter anymore. Now I had to deal with the dead body on the floor and the pool of blood that was quickly spreading around him through the shards of broken glass. But most concerning of all was trying to figure out who shot him. The other 2 men came running back inside, and Milo looked completely uncontrolled. There was a fire in his eyes, and blood pumped hot through his veins. He wasn't happy about his man being shot, but he was thrilled at the opportunity to seek his revenge.
"They're coming for you, aren't they?"
I couldn't speak. I couldn't move. My terror had me seized in place. Milo shuffled through my bag again and pulled out my stun gun. He inspected it before pointing it at me and closed one eye as he aimed. Pew, pew. He threw his head back and laughed again, then ran out the front door with my gun in his hand. The other man hesitated, looking first at his friend on the floor, then up at me with his face twisted in horror. I supposed it was my fault the first man had died.
"Get out here, Charlie," Milo yelled from outside. "Let's go hunting."
I wondered if Milo knew my gun would only stun. It wouldn't kill, and that was a good thing. Charlie scrambled out the door, leaving me alone again. Hopefully, Felix would get to me before they got to him. I sat for what felt like an hour while the exiled men were out, just watching the blood creep closer to my feet and waiting for something to happen. No other gunshots rang out, but I knew they had to be close. It was only a matter of time before Felix arrived. The drone spotted me in this shed, so this is where I had to stay. At long last, I saw a head pop past the window toward the door, but it wasn't Felix's perfect swoosh of blonde hair. It was dark, almost black. Rafe? My heart skipped a beat. Had Rafe come to save me after all? My stomach flipped and my hope soared. My precious Rafe. He was always there for me when I needed him. Except he wasn't. A gun pointed in the door, followed by an extremely intense rider, not Rafe. He quickly scanned the large shed before silently gesturing for me to come to him. "Ryder!" I stumbled across the exiled man on the floor, trying not to lose my balance without arms to keep me steady. "Shh!" Dax backed into the shed with his own gun held high, but pointed outside. "Keep quiet," he whispered. Ryder pulled a knife and cut my hands free, while Dax kept an eye on the trees around us. They weren't Rafe, but I couldn't deny how happy I was to see them, even Dax. "Follow me," Ryder whispered. I quickly stepped in line behind him, with Dax bringing up the rear. We crept along the edge of the shed, and I realized we were on an abandoned farm property. There weren't any other exile tents, but a dilapidated house stood on a hill across a clearing, and a huge barn sat to our right. Ryder wisely led us into the forest behind the shed, avoiding the clearing and the other buildings entirely. I didn't know how many exiled men might have been around, and I didn't want to find out. We crunched through the leaves as quietly as possible, none of us uttering a word until we made it down to the riverside. Dax finally relaxed his arms, dropping the gun to his side, but Ryder stayed at the ready. "Where's Felix?" I asked. "Is he coming?" "I have no idea," Dax grumbled, and stopped on the rocks. "I went to his house this morning to guard you like always, but everyone was gone. Felix was in meetings, so I tracked down Emilio. I knew you'd come out here, and thankfully Emilio fessed up pretty quickly." "Come on," Ryder urged. "We need to keep moving." "Hang on." Dax pulled his pack over his shoulder and shuffled through until he found a bottle of water. He took a long swig while Ryder anxiously scanned the horizon. "Need a drink?" He held the bottle toward me when he finished. "No, but thanks." Ryder shifted on his feet. I was ready to keep moving, too. Finally, Dax loaded up again and signaled he was ready to keep walking. "He and Aiden are back of the van." "Aiden's here, too?" "Someone had to drive us." Dax shrugged. We were going to be in so much trouble when we got back. So if Emilio was here, that meant Felix was probably still at work, watching the beacon from my tracker on his screen. He had no idea what was going on. Did the Embers know? We weren't near any of their camps that I was aware of, but there was a lot I still didn't know about them. I marched on with Ryder and Dax, my head pounding from where I was hit with the knife handle. My palms were scraped up and my legs were sore, but I was free from the horrible exiled men, and that was enough to keep me walking for days if I needed to. Eventually, Ryder pulled away from the river back into the woods. "The van should be right up this way." We were just a short distance from safety, and I couldn't wait to get home. It was time to tell the leadership the truth about the exiled camps. Hopefully, they would understand how horrible these men were and leave the Embers alone. I would personally volunteer to help them see the difference, because pretending everyone outside was the same just wasn't cutting it anymore. Dimitri was right. We needed to use force against these people. Ryder stopped abruptly. "Did you hear that?" He put his arm out to stop me as well. Dax and I froze, straining our ears. There was shouting up ahead. Ryder turned to Dax, his fierce eyes somehow a shade darker. "Stay with Claren. Keep her safe." "No way!" I pushed past Ryder, running ahead. "They found Emilio and Aiden. We've got to get up there." Dax caught me by the wrist. "Stop, Claren. It's dangerous." I yanked it free. "Do you both have loaded weapons?" "Yeah." Both men lifted their guns. "Good. All they have is my stun gun and a shovel. I was there with them. I saw it. We can take them out." Ryder shook his head. "No. It's our job to keep you safe." "What about the others? They're not safe right now at all." "Come on, man. There's no time to talk. We need to get up there." Dax briskly moved ahead. "Besides, she'll keep fighting until we let her go anyway. Let's just get on with it. They need our help." Ryder clenched his jaw, but he didn't object. Together, we jogged forward wordlessly to save our team. The shouting turned into grunts as we got closer, until we were finally able to make out Aiden's silhouette through the trees, throwing punches left and right. I knew it. They were unarmed. That's likely why they wanted to know so much about our weapons. Once again, I wished Aiden would just shoot. I wanted to call out to him, to tell him our cover was up. They knew we were watching them. We didn't need them alive anymore. While I would never wish another human dead, these men weren't human. They were horrid, evil creatures who had to be stopped. Dax didn't waste any time bursting into the clearing by Aiden's side. "It's about time," Aiden grinned. Combat was his happy place. Together, they were able to take out the two men Aiden had been facing alone. Ryder had his gun extended in front of him, moving around the van to clear it from any other dangers, and I immediately swung the side door open to check on Emilio. His eyes were saucers, his heart beating an erratic combination of fear and exhilaration.
"Claren, you're okay!"
"Thanks to you," I smiled. "I really might not have made it if you hadn't led the team out here. I owe you my life, Emilio." His cheeks flushed. Emilio wasn't used to saving lives, but it was true. His drone found me. "I'm glad to see you guys are all right, too," I added.
"It was the craziest thing."
He leaned forward, gesturing wildly with his hands.
"These two men just came running out of the woods, pounding on the outside of the van and shouting at us. They were out of control. Aiden wanted to run them over."
I cringed, remembering the fate of the rancher.
"But I told him we had to keep them alive, so he jumped out and beat their faces in instead."
Chill bumps ran up and down my arms. "Shh, Emilio, hang on." I wasn't going to ignore the feeling again. Crazy or not, I had to trust my instincts. I peered out the window and once again saw nothing. Poking my face out of the door, I called out to Ryder.
"Hey, double-check the perimeter. I have a feeling we might not be alone."
He nodded grimly, and I was glad he didn't argue. He walked around the driver's side of the vehicle, scouring the woods with his eyes. The others did the same, Aiden checking the back of the van and Dax checking around the front. My heart was thumping against my eardrums again, drowning out the rest of the world. I can't say that I was even surprised when the shot rang out. I was just horrified. It was Dax who fired first. I saw two figures emerging quickly from the trees, running toward us without abandon. He'd missed. Charlie from the shed was coming after him, and Aiden moved to intercept him, shouting a colorful stream of expletives along the way. With a surprising act of speed and agility, Charlie swerved to avoid Aiden's incoming pounding and pulled out a gun, my stun gun. With an electric zap, I watched Aiden hit the road. He was out of commission for a bit. Dax and Ryder would have to finish cleaning up. Dax paused for a fraction of a second, just long enough to see that Aiden was stunned, not dead, and I felt something within him shift. Dax was unafraid. He was mad, livid. He whipped back up and raised his gun toward Charlie, but he didn't realize that Milo held a gun too. Dangerous, wild, insane terrorist Milo, with the gun. I called out to him, "Dax!" But it was too late.
Bang, 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 bang.
4 shots, rapid fire, unfocused, poorly aimed, but effective. Emilio cried out in pain beside me. Blood was pouring from an open wound in his calf. A stray bullet came in through the open door and got him. I wished it had gotten me instead. Ryder wasted no time returning shots of his own, but his were precise. One to Milo's right shoulder, one to his hip. It was enough to take him down and prevent any other shots from being fired, but not good enough to kill him. Good. I wanted him to suffer. Charlie had regained enough charge by then to fire off another shot. Ryder ducked behind the van, rendering the stun ineffective. Then with one more quick shot, he brought Charlie to the ground as well. With both attackers down, I was able to breathe, the rush of oxygen clearing my brain and feeding my muscles enough to thrust me into adrenaline-filled action. I yanked off my jacket and threw it to Emilio. "Wrap this around your leg. I'll be right back." I hopped out of the vehicle, dropping to Dax's body surrounded by glass from the windows and sticky with his own blood. I took his hand and felt a weak pulse. His face was calm, at peace, and his eyes barely focused on me as I leaned in. "Stay with us, Dax. We got them. We'll get you some help. Just hang on." He didn't speak. A cough gurgled from the back of his throat, and dark blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. "Oh, Dax, no." "Come on, Dax." My voice was trembling, desperate as I pleaded with him. "You're strong. You can do this. You need to hang on. I need you to hang on." Milo chuckled from his own crimson pool a few yards away. I turned to face him, heat rising in my chest.
"More boyfriends. Man, princess, am I ever gonna get a shot?"
A gun rested on the cracked road a few inches from his shaky hand. The gun that shot my men. It was John Michael's gun. Had he killed John Michael with it too? My world blurred at the edges. All I saw was Milo. My insides felt like they were on fire. I hated him. I hated him with every cell of my body. Fueled by the flames of disgust burning inside, I marched over and picked up the gun. It was cold and heavy in my hand, deadly. Trembling, I held it pointed out at Milo's sick, twisted face, grinning at me from the road below. "Claren, no!" Ryder wrapped his arms around me, pulling me away from the devil himself. He pulled the gun from my hand and led me back to the van. "We need him alive. We need to bring him to the leadership so the Embers can stay alive. They need to see it. They need to get information from him." "But John Michael and Dax!" My words were slurred, sobs racking my body. I dropped to the ground again, shaking as I reached out to Dax. "I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Dax. I didn't know they had a real gun. I didn't know." The light was already gone from his eyes. I crumpled into a heap on the road, all the commotion surrounding me fading into nothing at all. Why couldn't it have been me? Why? Ryder placed a hand on my shoulder. "Come on, Claren. It's time to go." "No!" I shoved his hand away. I couldn't go, not yet. More lives were lost because of me. My very existence threatened everyone around me. I was a horrible human being. I didn't deserve to be alive while good men fell all around me. It wasn't fair. It wasn't fair. "Claren." Ryder spoke again, his voice soothing and calm through the chaos of my thoughts. I clenched my eyes tight, refusing to see the damage I'd done again. I couldn't move. I could barely breathe. He picked me up and held me tight against his chest, allowing me to cry into him until my shaking stopped and my eyes went dry. It was only then that I noticed we weren't alone. 4 protectors' vehicles from Claren City had encircled us. Milo and Dax were picked up. Emilio was being tended to a few yards away, and Felix was by our side. "Thank you, Ryder. I can take her now." "Felix!" I gasped. He pulled me close, rubbing my back. "I've got you now. I've got you." Chapter 27. "How long have you been here?" "Just long enough to assess the damage," Felix said with a frown. "Is Dax really gone?" I knew the answer, but I needed to hear it from someone else. I needed the confirmation. Felix swallowed, his eyes hazy with grief. "Yes, and John Michael, and 2 of the exiled men as well." My shattered heart couldn't break any more. The tears were all cried out. It was just a statement of fact at that point. "And the worker who brought the cattle, did you find him?" "Yes, he's in critical condition, but alive for now. They took him back to the medical center. I haven't heard any updates." I nodded. That was good news at least. There was just one more person I needed to know about. "There was a man named Milo, the one Ryder shot. Is he still alive?" Felix's jaw tensed. "Yes. Dmitri took him and the other 4 men who worked with him back to Claren City for interrogation." He looked at my neck and back to my eyes. "Is he the one who hurt you?" I nodded. "Yes." "Did he—" Felix hesitated, his nostrils slightly flared. "Did he do anything else to you?" "No." I touched Felix's arm. His muscles were tight and his breathing heavy. "Good, because I would have to kill him if he touched you inappropriately. I hate that he touched you at all." "After everything else he did, I wouldn't mind if you killed him anyway." Felix studied me. He looked as though he was really considering it. A familiar, syrupy voice drew my attention back to the crowd that had gathered nearby. "Claren, darling, I'm so glad you are all right." "What is she doing here?" I whispered to Felix as Emmeline turned in our direction. Only she would wear high heels to the wilds outside. She strutted toward us as though she didn't even notice the debris littering the broken road. Felix answered quietly. I had to notify the leadership that you were in danger. It was the only way to get the help you needed. How much trouble are we in? I don't know yet. I think we're about to find out. Emmeline approached us with her head tilted to one side as she examined the dried blood on my neck. Based on her expression, it looked quite a bit worse than Felix let on. Have you been cleared by the medic yet? I followed her gaze to the tall man tending to Emilio's leg. Not yet, I admitted, but all things considered, I'm fine. She nodded, her brows still furrowed, unbelieving. For now, I suppose. I brushed dirt off my pants as though it might help me look better in her eyes. I didn't want to be tended to at the medical center. I just wanted to go home, but I should have known it wouldn't be that easy. Come on. She extended a smooth ivory hand to me. Let's get you cleared so we can get back to the city. Justice Hines will be waiting on us there for the full report. Maybe it would be better if we waited to meet until tomorrow, Felix said. He was normally so persuasive, with his deep voice and commanding presence, but Emmeline was 100% unaffected by his charms. Sorry, Mr. Walsh, we can't have any delays. We'll need to get the facts straightened out with enough time to notify the press before your big announcement. I raised my brows. I'd forgotten that Felix was going to be promoted to senator so quickly. He didn't look too excited about it. I guessed he and I were both stuck with carrying out decisions made on someone else's timeline. I begrudgingly accepted Emmeline's hand, and she pulled me to my feet. Let's get moving, then. Once the blood and grime were cleaned off, my injuries really didn't look so bad. The medic suggested I may have experienced some psychological shock, but I disagreed. I didn't have time to be fussed over. If we kept Justice Hines waiting too long, I'd have much worse things to worry about than shock. Felix and I rode back with Emmeline in her coupe, while Ryder rode with Dimitri. I wasn't worried about Ryder divulging our secrets. He may have made some mistakes with Felix in the past, but I trusted him. The Embers would be safe with him. Hopefully, Felix could come around to trusting him one day again, too. The protectors took the exiled survivors to a holding cell, and Emilio and Aidan both left with the medic. I know you must be very tired, Emmeline said, as she pulled into the parking lot of the municipal building. So I will try to help this meeting move along quickly for you. I nodded, and she looked at Felix before we climbed out of her vehicle. Hopefully, we'll all be able to get home and rested up before your big day tomorrow. Tomorrow? Something must have happened while I was gone. There was no mention of his promotion taking place so soon when I left that morning. I glanced at Felix as we walked toward the building, but he shook his head as if to say, Not now. Felix had been training for the position of senator his entire life, but now that it was time for him to step into the role, he looked miserable. I understood how he felt. It was no fun being shoved into a position you didn't want. Dimitri, Ryder, and Justice Hines were already seated in the conference room of the Triple T headquarters when we arrived. The room was cold, or maybe it was just Justice Hines who left me feeling that way. Her angry brows sent chill bumps up and down my arms either way. She was the only member of the Triple T team who didn't meet us outside, and while we were all dealing with a vast assortment of emotions after everything we'd just seen, Justice Hines had no patience for any of it, and we knew it. It's probably why none of us interfered with her leading the meeting. Even Emmeline kept her mouth shut. Well, this is certainly not how I'd planned to spend my day. Her stare cut straight through me. But since we're all here now, let's cut to the chase. Why on earth did you leave Claren City this morning? Her face wrinkled into a hideous grimace, like she was speaking to an incompetent fool, covered in fleas, with a highly contagious disease. But at least she wasn't hiding how she felt about me. I worried the leader we sought would get away if we didn't act quickly. He knew we were onto him after the last attack. I worried he'd either retaliate or flee the area.
Oh, you mean the attack where you disappeared for 2 days? Yes, let's go back to that for a moment. Where were you then?
Felix's shoulders tightened beside me. I wasn't sure what he told her, only that I needed rest after I returned home. A kind outsider found me unconscious and helped me recover enough to get back to the city.
There's no such thing as kind outsiders.
She spat the words like weapons. They burned like weapons, too. I needed her to understand that there were 2 separate groups outside. One was good, the other evil. I needed her to spare the embers, but she would never believe me. So I didn't mention the other camps to her. Maybe if I gave the impression that there was only one person tending to me, she wouldn't go looking for others. She wouldn't find my dad.
The men Dmitri returned with are definitely not kind. You're right about that. But there are more, aren't there? There are still many more outsiders who were left unscathed from today's events.
I raised a shoulder.
Probably. So why aren't you eager to get out again? Why aren't you trying to locate them as well, if you're so loyal to the cause?
Martha, Emmeline started.
You know.
Justice Hines held her hand up in Emmeline's face.
It's fine. I don't need her to find them. I have my own methods now.
She sneered, and the dark V of her eyebrows deepened even further. She almost gave Milo a run for his money when she looked like that.
I could keep you here for hours, you know.
Her fingernails drummed on the table. My heart raced, and the corners of her mouth turned up. She was trying to intimidate me.
I've got loads of questions. Why didn't you notify us that you were leaving? How did you escape the city without our knowledge? What is your connection to John Michael Stobe?
She laughed cruelly.
I'm sorry. What was your connection to him? I could go on all night, but it wouldn't matter. I can't get any truth out of you anyway. Justice Hines, that's enough.
Felix's lips were set in a hard line, daring her to continue. She turned on him instead.
Oh, I've got questions for you too, Mr. Walsh. And I've got a little over 24 hours to bring justice to this situation, as I see fit. You're not a senator yet. Right now, you're just an accomplice.
Emmeline stood.
This meeting is not productive. I know we've all had a difficult day, so I'm willing to forgive your highly inappropriate behavior for now, Justice. But I won't tolerate an outburst like this again. I suggest we go home and rest. We can reconvene at another time. Isn't that convenient? She smirked sarcastically. And I suppose that later time will be after Mr. Walsh's promotion? There won't be time beforehand, Emmeline replied coolly. Then another time it is.
Justice Hines stood abruptly, knocking her chair down behind her.
But this isn't the end of it.
She glared at me once more before storming out of the room. Dmitri blew air through his teeth.
Well, that was exciting, wasn't it?
I exited the room at my first opportunity, eager to get back to Felix's house, but I was startled to find another familiar face waiting around the corner. Edgar? He seemed so out of place, like he was from a different life. He was friends with a different Claren, a softer Claren. He wouldn't like the person I'd become now.
Hi,
he said shyly.
Do you have a second to talk?
Normally I would have said no, but there was something in his expression that told me I needed to hear what he had to say.
Sure.
I glanced at Felix behind me. Go on downstairs. I'll meet you in the lobby in just a minute. Felix eyed Edgar for a moment before reluctantly nodding and moving forward.
Okay, I'll have them go ahead and bring the car around.
Edgar gestured for me to enter the control room where he and Georgia were training with the others on how to monitor the amplifiers. The room was empty except for us.
Claren, I'm sorry.
Sorry for what? Edgar frowned.
I heard. We all did.
What do you mean? I took one of the seats in front of a screen. What did you hear?
You,
he said quietly.
Your mind.
I gasped. No, it was impossible.
It wasn't clear, Edgar added quickly, but I could recognize you. It was strange.
My head was shaking back and forth. I don't understand.
When you were taken by the outsiders, one of them turned the amplifier on. I think it was the leader. This room erupted when it happened. They were all so excited, they could barely contain themselves. That was the moment we've all been training for.
And it worked? I asked. You heard their plans?
Not exactly.
Edgar took a seat across from me.
We understood general concepts. Each of us could pick up on different aspects of what you and the men were thinking, but it wasn't totally clear. You were the most difficult, actually. But they didn't care. Everyone else in the room was too busy trying to be the hero who took down the outsiders to bother listening to you.
But you did? Edgar nodded. And what did you hear? My voice barely registered. So many things had crashed through my mind that day. Any one of them could potentially be damaging. He hesitated.
Hope. When you realized you were being rescued, you had hope.
My shoulders relaxed. Of course I did. I was so grateful when Ryder and Dax came for me. Dax. A knot twisted in my chest at the thought of him. Was he really only shot a few hours ago? Was this real?
Edgar shook his head. No, that wasn't it. You hoped it was someone else, someone from the outside.
I froze. I wouldn't say another word until I understood where Edgar was going with this. Had I been caught?
Edgar allowed the silence to fall between us for longer than was comfortable. I don't think Georgia heard, or anyone else for that matter, but I've got to know. Is there hope for something more? Do the outsiders stand a chance?
I remained frozen. Emilio and Felix had been very cautious in these rooms before. They acted as though we weren't safe here. I didn't think Edgar was trying to set me up. I knew him better than that. But I did think he may have been a little too trusting of his superiors. Maybe he would make a great Ember at some point, but it wouldn't be today.
No, I shook my head. I'm not sure what you thought you heard, but there is no hope for the outsiders.
I stood, choking down my emotions the best I could.
I've got to get going now. Felix is waiting. Right. Edgar stood as well, looking embarrassed. But, Claren, please be careful. There are dangers everywhere.
He looked down at his shoes, unwilling to say more. It was probably for the best. Thanks, Edgar. I will.
Chapter 28. Politics took priority over mental health in Claren City. We'd lost 2 men, Dax and John Michael, but both names were deleted from our daily conversation as though they'd never existed to begin with. I wasn't given any time to grieve at all, no downtime. Instead, I was given a formal gown and a list of talking points. Felix is the star of the show tonight, but the people are clamoring to hear from you as well. Emmeline and her young assistant stood in my room at Felix's house. It felt like a total violation of my privacy. I should have put a sign outside my door that read, "No rattlesnakes allowed." The silent assistant hung a plastic bag with the garment I was supposed to wear for the evening inside on my bathroom door. She set another small handbag on my bathroom counter and began shuffling through its contents as Emmeline continued. Do not give any specifics of the mission. The people know that you have gone outside and helped capture a rebel leader who was responsible for the attacks on Claren City and our missing people. They do not know that he is still alive. The assistant shot a sharp, worried look in our direction. In custody, I added, mostly to ease the poor girl's nerves. Right. We will not mention the casualties. And as far as they know, the problem has been handled in its entirety. Understood. I was supposed to be vague so we could keep our people in a peaceful cloud of ignorance. Now, for the dinner tonight, I'd like you to remain near Felix at all times. His promotion will come as a surprise to many of our citizens, and you will help them accept him more readily into our leadership. So my job is to make him look good? Her lips tightened into a suppressed smirk. Yes. It was all a show, a game. I wasn't a player. I was just a game piece, but not for long. Now that I'd accomplished the mission for Triple T, sort of, I would be going back outside. My dad was alive and well, and I was no longer needed inside. I wanted to be free. I wanted to go home to my dad. I would play along for tonight, for Felix's sake. But then I was gone. There will be a number of news cameras and journalists at the event. They will be very interested in both you and Felix. So please, try to maintain the appearance of a leader. I snorted. Emmeline frowned. Alice here will help you get camera ready. I need to go home and get myself ready. I will see you shortly. I glanced at the timid girl in my bathroom and tried to smile. This wasn't her fault. She was just doing her job. An hour later, I gaped at the stranger staring back at me from the mirror. Emmeline's assistant was a miracle worker. She'd somehow transformed me. I looked like a real leader. Her bag was full of magic, creams and tints and brushes that left me looking flawless. My skin was smoother, my lips were redder, my eyelashes stood dark and long, extending as high as the heavens. And suddenly, it all made sense. Leaders weren't genetically superior. They weren't naturally more beautiful than the rest of the people. They could just afford special cosmetics to enhance their natural features. And now, I was another modified face of the leadership, sitting high in the center to be admired by those from the outer edges. It was gross, and yet I couldn't pull my eyes away. Neither could Felix. I exited my room to find him standing open-mouthed at the foot of the stairs. My golden floor-length gown shimmered with every step I took, giving the illusion that I was floating, gliding along the floor. In just an hour, the assistant gave me grace, poise, and beauty that I'd never had before. Felix wore a black suit, and golden threads accenting his tie coordinated perfectly with my dress. We looked like we belonged together. A false portrait of perfection. Emmeline certainly knew what she was doing. It didn't go unnoticed at the dinner. Heads turned to follow us as we entered. Conversation stopped, smiles erupted, and cameramen made a beeline toward us. I took a deep breath. This was going to be a long night. We still hadn't had an opportunity alone. I was woefully uninformed on why this was all happening to begin with. I didn't know why Felix was being tossed into his father's position so quickly, but here we were. Felix! Claren! Emmeline met us just steps inside the door of the event center where the dinner was held. She smiled brightly for the camera, her pretty pink lips highlighting her glowing white teeth. You made it! She reached out to shake each of our hands, then gestured for us to follow her away from the reception area. The people parted for her like dust in the wind, clearing our way. You two look marvelous, she said over her shoulder. Well done. I glanced at Felix, whose cheeks had flushed with the comment. He was so handsome and confident on the outside, but inside he was a nervous wreck. Surely Emmeline felt it too. I reached over and took his hand, giving it a small squeeze to remind him he wasn't alone. Emmeline led us across a room toward a set of double doors next to the stage where a band played. There's someone who would like to speak to you both before the events of the evening pull you away. She pushed the door open, and Felix's heart tried to pound itself right out of his chest. Hello, Father. My son. Felix's dad looked much happier to see his son than Felix looked to see him. They shared the same white smile,
But his father's eyes were much darker than Felix's. They were a deep, stormy blue, almost black. He brought Felix in for a hug, then turned to extend his hand toward me. "And you must be the famous Claren Greenwood." I shook the man's hand. His grip was firm, powerful. This was a man who liked to be in charge.
"Everett Walsh."
"It's so nice to meet you, Senator. I appreciate you allowing me to stay in your home. Your staff has been very good to me."
"Call me Everett, and the pleasure is all mine, my dear."
He held my hand for a moment after we stopped shaking. Felix stood stiff and uncomfortable beside me, anxious to break away. I dropped his father's hand and stepped a fraction closer to him. He didn't need to worry about me.
"I was so surprised to hear about Miss Yoder."
Emmeline's voice caught me off guard. I'd forgotten she was behind me.
"Ah, yes," Everett frowned. "She was a good woman. It caught us all by surprise. I definitely have some big shoes to fill, as do you, son."
He winked and patted Felix on the upper arm. Felix swallowed, leaving his father's smile unreturned.
"Well, I don't intend to keep you kids from the fun of the evening. I just wanted to be sure to say hello. I'll need to take off right after the announcement."
He turned back to Emmeline.
"Please, say hello to Martha and the others on my behalf. I won't have time to socialize, I'm afraid."
"Of course." Emmeline nodded curtly and shook Everett's hand goodbye.
"Miss Greenwood, I hope to see much more of you in the future. It's been a joy."
He clapped Felix on the back.
"Knock 'em dead, son. Make your old man proud."
"Thank you, Father. I will. Goodbye." Felix took my hand into the crook of his elbow and turned us back toward the party. His pace was brisk, and he didn't breathe normally again until we were back in the middle of the action in the ballroom. "That didn't seem so bad," I offered, trying to boost his mood. Felix blew air through his nose.
"At least it was brief. Will you dance with me?"
"Sure." We made our way to the dance floor, and the band picked up their volume as the crowd parted for us. It reminded me of when we danced at the harvest dinner, but the attention we'd received at that event was nothing compared to this time. Felix and I moved naturally together. His strong arms made me feel light as a feather, and I delighted in the way he moved me so fluidly across a dance floor. It was like a dream with a dense crowd of onlookers. I leaned in and whispered, "Who is Miss Yoder?"
Miss Yoder was the director of the Greater Midwest District for New America.
Was?
She was found dead yesterday morning in her bed.
"Oh my! Is that who your father worked for?" Felix swallowed.
"It's who my father was working to replace."
I tripped over my feet, but Felix pulled me gracefully along, never missing a beat despite his racing heart. "So he's stepping into her role right away?"
"And I'm stepping into his."
We didn't speak anymore until the song ended. The moment we stepped off the dance floor, we were surrounded by journalists.
"Mr. Walsh, Miss Greenwood, congratulations on your new position. Can you tell us about the rebel leader you apprehended? Senator Walsh, over here!"
Felix took a deep breath and reached for my hand. It was a good thing, too. I was tempted to run from all the noise. I hated the attention on us. He smiled handsomely for the cameras.
"Oh, now, I'm not a senator just yet."
"My apologies, sir." The woman who spoke smiled and stepped forward, using his acknowledgement as her opportunity to question him first. "But it's only a matter of time. Do you have plans for your new position? Any big changes coming after you step into office?"
"My father set Classen City on the road to success, and he has taught me well. I intend to carry out the directives he put into place."
He looked over at me.
"And with the help of a strong team around me, I intend to make our city safer and stronger than ever."
A bright light flashed to my left, temporarily blinding me. I tried to smile and shake it off, the way Felix was doing. He didn't get enough credit for standing under the pressure of the spotlight so often.
Mr. Walsh, a man on the right spoke up next. We've noticed how close you and Miss Greenwood have become in the short time you've been working together. May I ask if there's anything more to your relationship? My cheeks grew hot, but Felix didn't even flinch. If only I were so lucky, he chuckled, thoroughly charming everyone listening. Claren Greenwood is an incredible woman. I can only hope that someday I am matched with someone as special as she is. But for now, we have work to do. There's no time for any of us to focus on romance. I wouldn't dare to get attached to someone right now anyway. It would be a disservice to the woman I am matched with in the future. I wished it didn't sting. It was silly. He was right. We would receive our spouse matches in just a year, even sooner for Felix. He would turn 20 in the fall, and Felix wasn't the guy for me anyway. I needed someone more rugged, someone willing to take my hand and join me in a life-changing movement outside with the Embers. Someone like Rafe. This posh lifestyle of the leaders wasn't right for me, but it stung anyway. I smiled for the cameras and quietly pulled my hand away from Felix as the ever-growing crowd around us cooed over his words. If you'll excuse us, Felix added, we've got to get going now. I hear there's a big announcement about to take place. He raised his brows playfully and waved goodbye. The band stopped their song as a group of leaders stepped upon the stage. Emmeline was beaming in front of a microphone. Justice Hines was there, too. The members of Felix's inner circle gathered closest to him as he joined Emmeline in front of the crowd. He really did a fabulous job of acting excited, but I knew the real Felix. This was torture for him. As Emmeline read off his accomplishments and qualifications, I took in the crowd around me. Aidan stood near one wall with a group of young men and their spouses. A beautiful blonde woman was perched gracefully under his protective arm. Emilio stood propped up on a cane near Ryder, who was absolutely dashing in his black suit. They both were, really. It seemed everyone from my team fit into this crowd much better than I did. There were several other familiar faces as I scanned the perimeter of the room, but all eyes were on Felix as he took his oath on the stage. The crowd erupted with applause as Felix Walsh was officially sworn into office as Claren City's Senator for the Greater Midwest District of New America. Felix's eyes met mine as I clapped wildly for him along with everyone else. I really was proud of him. I could hold my shoulders high celebrating this man who believed in changing the system. There was hope for Claren City yet. Another set of eyes caught my attention as I turned away. Georgia Hines stood near the front of the room with some of the other peacemakers in a burgundy velvet gown, her chestnut hair piled high on her head. She scowled, as usual, but there was something unsettling about it that night. She looked almost victorious. Edgar looked at me as well, but quickly averted his eyes when they met mine. This life may have been glamorous, but the politics disgusted me. I wondered how many of the other guests in the room had agendas they were trying to push. How many others hated each other the way Georgia hated me. I didn't like the game. Now that Felix was officially Senator Walsh, it was time for me to go. The crowd was incrementally moving closer to the stage to offer congratulations, but I was pushing in the opposite direction, silently making my way toward the exit. I pushed open the double doors, anxious to breathe freely again, but there was one more obstacle I'd have to get past first. "Claren, I'm so glad I ran into you again." "Hello, Emmeline," I nodded politely. "I was actually just going to head home for the night. I'm sure you can understand I'm still very tired after this week's events." "Of course I understand." She smiled kindly, too kindly, and she didn't step out of my way. "Was there something else?" Emmeline hesitated, but her smile never faltered. "There is, actually, yes. You were marvelous tonight. Felix absolutely glows with you by his side, and I appreciate your help. The crowd loved him." "I'm happy to help." I fought to keep from rolling my eyes. Everything was about appearances for Emmeline. They loved you so well, she continued. You even caught the eyes of some of the district leaders. Something in her tone caused me to square up my shoulders defensively. There was more to her words. Claren, I may have a new opportunity for you. How would you feel about moving to Louisburg and working for the district? I inhaled sharply. I don't know about that. She tilted her head, her smile almost apologetic. I don't need an answer now, but think about it. Just give it some thought, and we can discuss the details next week. I nodded, just to get her out of the way. I will give it some thought. Good night, Miss Fraser. Good night, Claren. I couldn't get out to the car fast enough. Aside from a few good men, the entire leadership and everyone in the center reminded me of a pit of snakes. The outside was calling to me louder than ever. I wasn't a leader. I was an ember. Chapter 29. I crashed hard that night, sleeping more peacefully than I had in a long while. The next morning, I sat up with a stretch and a yawn, and Elizabeth's painting on my wall lured me into its swirl of colors once again. The painting gave me a thrill of hope. It wouldn't be long before I was actively working right alongside the embers. Felix looked exhausted at the breakfast table. Late night? I asked. So late. They wouldn't let me out of there. I laughed. You're kind of a big deal now. Everyone wanted to talk to you. You didn't stick around long, though. Sadness played at his eyes, almost as though he knew what I was about to say. An attendant came in, mercifully giving me more time to collect my thoughts, as he set a dish of yogurt and berries in front of me. But my words spilled out the moment the attendant exited the room. Felix, I'm leaving. He didn't look surprised, just hurt. When? Today. I'm sorry, but I can't stay here. This world isn't for me. Claren, if this has anything to do with... It doesn't. My statement fell to the table between us, temporarily leaving us silent as we considered the future. What if I reworked my advisors? Felix asked finally. I could remove Justice Hines and find another peacemaker for her role. It's not that. I looked around to be sure we were alone before dropping my voice to a whisper. My dad. He nodded and stared down into his coffee cup. When he looked up again, he wore a sad smile. Well, I'll count myself lucky for the days you were with me. He tried to maintain a cheerful conversation through the rest of the meal, recapping the evening for me, but we both felt the tension lingering in the air. Part of me was reluctant to leave him, even if I knew it was the best decision for me. But maybe we would meet again one day in a better world, a world with more freedom. I excused myself after breakfast to go upstairs and pack my few belongings. Felix tapped on the door shortly thereafter. Hey, do you mind if I come hang out until you go? I can help you pack or whatever. There's not much to pack, but I'd love the company. He smiled and sat on the edge of my bed. So, you're really going back outside? For good? I am, I sighed. I don't know how I could go on pretending to be a leader now that I know my dad is alive. I have to go be with him. Felix looked down at his hands. They're going to know where you've gone, Emmeline and the others. I know. I'd already considered that. I wasn't too worried about Emmeline. I just hoped she'd be able to keep Justice Hines off my back until she was able to cool down a bit. I don't think they have any reason to look for me, though, I continued. They know I won't do anything to harm them. At least, I hope they know that. He nodded. I'll help persuade them to let you be. Hopefully, I'll be able to resist coming to find you, too. He said it playfully, but his joke hit too close to home. The hurt was evident in his voice. I joined him on the bed. Felix, I would love to see you again. I hope that we'll be able to work together the way you've worked with others outside.
This isn't the end for us." He took my hand.
"I'm happy to hear you say that."
We held hands in silence for a few minutes before I stood. "I guess I better finish up here."
"Right, sorry. Do you need any help? Do you want me to escort you out of the city or something?"
"We can't have our new senator caught in a scandal on his first day." I smiled. "Besides, there's someone I need to talk to before I go anyway."
"Okay. Just promise me you'll be safe."
"I'll be safe." We paused, locking eyes from across the room. Felix's chest rose and fell rapidly. I could feel his heart pounding as though it was my own. And then, without warning, he took 2 long, swift strides toward me and slid his hand behind my neck, pulling me in close to him. His mouth pressed against mine softly, and then he quickly pulled away. It was brief, just a fraction of a moment, but there was enough emotion in the kiss to carry me through for days. I really would miss him. I touched my fingertips to my lips as I watched him pull open my bedroom door.
"Goodbye, Claren Greenwood."
"Goodbye, Felix Walsh." He wasn't waiting downstairs when I left just minutes later. He was a busy man. I suspected he'd already gone off to work, but I hurried out the door just in case. I didn't think I'd be able to say goodbye again, and it wasn't good for me to start second-guessing myself. The sun was shining over the rooftops on the east, and it warmed my back slightly as I scurried down the sidewalk, trying to remember which corner would take me down to James's house. I went over the words in my mind again and again, practicing what I would say when I saw him, but it never got any easier. Finally, I reached his doorstep and knocked. There was no answer. I knocked again, a little louder in case he was in a different room. I'd assumed he would be home after learning of John Michael's fate, but maybe he had gone to work after all. Maybe they didn't give him any time to grieve. If the leadership was so cold-hearted that they wouldn't even give a man 2 days to mourn the loss of his son. The knob turned, quickly de-escalating my rising anger. But my fire had already been ignited inside, and I was reminded of all the reasons we had to change the system. I was so angry at the world we lived in. We had to do something. John Michael didn't have to die. With the embers, I would ensure that innocent lives weren't lost any longer. James smiled, but there was no sparkle left in his eyes.
"Claren, come in."
I opened my mouth to speak, but the words caught in my throat. James had devoted his life to serving others, yet here in one of his greatest moments of weakness, he stood alone. I threw my arms around him, pulling him into a hug. After just a moment, he wrapped his arms around me as well, and we stood together, crying silently. "I'm so sorry, James."
"I am too, but I'm also so proud. John Michael sacrificed his life for the cause, and there's no better way to go out."
"I agree," I sniffled, "and I want to do the same." He pulled back and his eyes grew wide.
"What are you talking about?"
"I'm saying I don't want to live here in the center anymore. I don't want lavish meals and fancy parties. I want change, and I'm ready to go outside for the cause. I want to join the Embers. Can you help me get there?"
"Claren, you are a part of the Embers, a big part from what I understand. Are you sure you don't want to continue their work here, from the inside?"
"I can't. Not anymore." His shoulders deflated a touch, but he forced a smile.
"I understand. I know how difficult it can be in here. I can make a few calls, but I'm not sure if I'll be able to find anyone to escort you out to the camps. Where are you wanting to go, exactly?"
"I want to go stay with my dad for a while. Then I guess I'll go wherever I'm needed."
He nodded. "Give me just a moment. Have a seat if you'd like, and I'll be right back."
I sat on the old man's couch and examined pictures lining a modest bookshelf against the wall. There was a picture of James and his wife, young and in love. Another showed their small family after John Michael was born, and the third was an image of the 2 men smiling, James with gray tips sprinkled throughout his hair, and John Michael holding a baby of his own, swaddled in pink. My eyes stung again. It further strengthened my resolve. I needed my dad. Our days were limited, and time was precious. Dad and I had lost so much of it already. James entered the room again with a little bounce to his step. "I've got good news. Your dad is nearby at a small camp south of town. There's a bit of a gathering with some good news being announced. If you can navigate the tunnels to Morton, there's a gal who can get you the rest of the way." "I'm not sure if I can," I replied honestly. "John Michael led the way last time, and I didn't pay much attention to where we were going." "Well, let that be your first lesson," James said, patting me on the back as I stood. "Always be aware of your surroundings, and learn to love the least traveled routes. I'll draw out a map for you to take with you. Try to memorize it for the future," he added with a wink, "and make sure you destroy it once you get out of town." With the hand-drawn map clenched tightly in my fist, I waved goodbye and descended back into the tunnels. There were no bicycles this time, no flashlights, just me and my map and my running shoes. I hadn't really worked my legs since before I left Morton, though running with Kata was once one of my favorite things to do. The last time I sprinted was to get into the Peacemaker program. Now I was sprinting back away from it, away from Claren City and all the memories it held. The map led me to a metal ladder, and my legs were still burning from my run as I climbed up to rap on the ceiling, as James had instructed me to do. I heard some scuffling around, then the ceiling slid over to reveal a young man gaping down at me. "Claren?" I stepped back down and put my hand over my open mouth. "Billy, are you going outside?" He hopped down to the floor of the tunnel with a grin, readjusting the bag on his shoulders. "I sure am, but I wasn't expecting to see you. Are you going too?" "Looks like it," I smiled. "Do you know where to go from here?" Billy nodded. "Yep, let's get moving." Bilton Gregg, or Billy as we called him, worked with Rafe and my brother at the sanitation headquarters when they were still there. I hadn't seen him since I left the Peacemaker training, where he'd helped me exchange notes secretly with Rafe. I had no idea he was a part of the Embers. I asked him about it as we trotted along toward the outside. "It was a recent thing," Billy said. "I really owe it to you and Rafe, actually. I'd heard murmurs of the outsiders, rumors here and there of their existence. But when you asked me to help you communicate with Rafe, I knew there must have been something real. No one develops a trash can message delivery system unless they have something important worth hiding." I laughed. "So you knew we were a part of it then?" "Not exactly. I just knew something was up. Rafe is the one who really got me informed about everything. We used to talk after work. He even introduced me to Frank and the others at a couple of meetings. It was a sad day when he and Marissa disappeared." I just about choked on my own spit. Marissa? "I mean, I know they had to do it, but I sure miss him. I'm excited to finally join them outside now." I nodded. I didn't care to get into the specifics with Billy. I barely knew him, and to be fair, I didn't know who Marissa was, though I certainly had my suspicions. We reached the ladder that led to the gas station, and I was proud of myself for recognizing it, even before Billy pointed it out. "Ready?" He grinned and motioned for me to climb up first. I maneuvered the ceiling tile out of the way and poked up through the gas station floor. Another man and woman were already standing inside. They smiled when they saw me and immediately came to assist me. Normally I would have been frightened, but there was nothing suspect about these people. They were glowing with excitement. "Come on up," the man said, lifting me to my feet. "Billy, you made it." He helped my friend out next. "Is this all of us?" Billy asked. "I think so. Sarah's pulling the truck around now." Right on cue, a truck with a small trailer pulled up behind the gas station. I couldn't have hidden my smile if I'd tried when I saw the familiar red ponytail bouncing in the window. Sarah. We were going to Sarah and Tim's camp. She greeted us briefly with hugs, and we all hopped into the trailer for the rest of the short drive out to their camp. The others explained that they'd been waiting for this day for a few weeks. There were lots of people in Morton eager to join the movement, but they'd had to exit in waves to keep suspicions down. That, and the Embers had needed time to prepare accommodations for the influx of new people. Butterflies soared inside as we approached the camp. This was it. I really was going to be one of them. A small crowd was gathered in the center of the cabins, but the people made way for our group to squeeze in. The crowds parted enough for me to see 3 people standing in the center: Frank, Rafe, and a beautiful petite brunette with full curly hair and a broad smile. Rafe held her hand, and Frank stood proudly with one hand on Rafe's shoulder. "Here are some of our newest recruits now," Frank beamed. Rafe's gaze settled on me, and he quickly hid the flash of horror in his eyes. I was sure no one else had noticed it. No one else knew our connection, but I saw it. The brunette, Marissa, I presumed, smiled warmly in our direction. If she knew who I was, she didn't show it, but Frank did. "And Claren Greenwood, too! What a surprise!" He gestured for me to step forward. "Many of you knew her brother Cato. Claren has now decided to join forces with us as well, and she has already proved herself valuable to the cause." He leaned in and dropped his voice to a whisper in my ear. "Your father is in Tim's cabin. I'll meet you there shortly." Louder, to the rest of the group, Frank added, "Thank you for coming out to support us as we establish an additional camp with our new members. I'm sure you agree that Rafe and Marissa will be fine leaders for the new establishment." It was like a knife to the gut. Rafe and Marissa, such a gorgeous couple, living the life I wanted, working together for a greater cause, leading efforts that really mattered. I needed to get away from them before I broke down in front of this crowd. I bobbed my head politely. "I'm sure they will. Congratulations." With a forced smile, I turned to Frank. "Please excuse me. I'll talk to you in a moment." I quickly turned on my heels and made a beeline for Sarah and Tim's cabin. I couldn't bring myself to look at Rafe again, but I felt his eyes boring a hole through my back as I retreated. I just needed to see my dad. He would help me find my way. He would help me redeem myself for all the mistakes I'd made and all the lives that were lost on my account. The door swung open with a twist of the knob. "Dad, are you in here?" My father came around a corner from the kitchen. "Claren, sweetheart, what are you doing here?" He looked panicked from window to window and toward the door, checking to see if I was alone. "I had to get out, Dad. I'm ready to join you, here, with the Embers. What can I do to help?" He didn't rush forward with a smile or a hug. He looked pained, saddened even. Did he not want me here? "I'm confused," he said with a wrinkle of his brow. "I thought we discussed this last time I saw you. The work you're doing in the center is important. It's so important, sweetheart." "But that work is done. We got the exiled leader, Dad." "You got one, yes, but this battle is only just beginning." He sighed. "Claren, I would love to have you here by my side, but this isn't where we need you most." "Right, of course. I'm sorry." My voice was trembling as I walked backward toward the exit, feeling around frantically for the knob that would allow me to escape. What was I thinking coming here? They didn't want me here. Even my dad was pushing me away. "Please, don't be upset." He came forward and rested his hand on my shoulder. "I love you, and I love your heart, your spirit. It's on fire. You're going to do amazing things for us. We just need you to do them from the center. Lead us from the inside." Finally, my fingers wrapped around the doorknob. I could leave. But where would I go? I told Felix goodbye, and I really wasn't ready to go back. I couldn't keep up my front with Justice Hines anymore. Even Edgar seemed to be on to me. And I couldn't stay here with the Embers. Dad didn't want me. Rafe had moved on. Even James tried to convince me not to come here. There was only one other option, Emmeline's offer. I twisted the door open. "I will, Dad. I love you too."
"And, Claren, there's one more thing."
"Yeah?"
"Don't tell anyone I'm here. I'm still dead to most of the world."
I nodded and turned away, not even saying goodbye. I didn't know what he meant by that, and I didn't care. This man looked and sounded just like my dad, but I didn't know who he was anymore. I didn't even know who I was anymore.
"Claren!"
A familiar voice called out to me. It was like honey for a sore throat, but my throat was too raw, and this honey had been poisoned. I froze on the dirt outside, closing my eyes and bracing myself. I was hoping to get away without talking to him. I didn't know if I could face him.
"Claren, look at me."
Rafe touched my arm, and I couldn't help but open my eyes. His heart was pounding in time with mine, his dark features drawn down.
"That's not what it looked like back there,"
he said. His full lips were pulling into a frown, his eyes pleading for me to listen. "It doesn't matter," I said. My voice was harsh and colder than I'd intended. It softened as I continued. "I just wanted to let you know that I'll be going away for a while."
"What?"
Rafe wrapped his fingers gently around my wrist, as if he could keep me here if he just held on long enough.
"Where are you going?"
"I don't know," I answered honestly.
"When will you be back?"
"Maybe never." I turned away, unable to look at him any longer. I didn't know where I was going, but I definitely couldn't spend another moment in the heartache working against me here. It was time for me to carve my own path. It was time for me to move on. This has been From the Earth, Ember Society Book 2, written by A.R. Colbert, narrated by Jennifer Groberg. Copyright 2020 by A.R. Colbert. Production copyright by A.R. Colbert.